Chapter 530. The Crown Prince of Constellation. Meteor Jade Star. The former owner of Mindy's Manor? Thale's heart stirred slightly. He felt uneasy as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Jine's tone became gentler. When Kessel was young, he often came here to hide, to relieve his boredom. Until Jine sized up the decorations in the study room in a daze. It was as if she could see through time and see the past. This place has a different meaning to him. Thales focused his gaze. Jines looked at the air and smiled faintly. Actually, when it comes to the layout, compared to Renaissance Palace, Mindy's Hall is more like a place to relax and not a royal temporary residence with tight security. More than one person suggested him to change to a temporary residence for safety. Even the late king asked him about it. But do you know how Meteor answered? Thales pricked up his ears. Jines stared at the spot where Thales sat in a daze. She spoke in a slightly archaic manner. She said in a slightly archaic tone, "If everyone hates and fears, even if the palace walls are 1,000 feet long, or if the pass is 10,000 feet long, how can my life be preserved? If everyone hates and fears." Thales mulled over her words and frowned slightly. Are these his original words? Jines shook her head. No, these are what the virtuous king engraved on the silver coin said. Meteor made some changes when he quoted it, but Jines rubbed her wrist gently. Her gaze was gentle. A long time ago, I don't remember what the virtuous king's original words were. I only remember how Meteor handled government affairs here. Thales did not speak. He thought carefully about what his uncle would look like if he could say these words in such a magnanimous manner. As if she knew what he was thinking, Jines said, "Yes." She said, "When he ran into a difficult problem, he would sit behind your study table and press down on the spot between his eyebrows. His lips would be slightly furrowed, and he would not say a word as he slowly sank into deep thought." Jines stared at the study table absent-mindedly. There was endless nostalgia in her eyes. After a few minutes, the corners of his lips and the spot between his eyebrows would relax at the same time. At that time he would put down his fingers and smile. As if to echo her words, Jines also revealed a smile. She was beautiful and quiet. Then the problem would no longer be a problem. Thales felt a little guilty. However, Jines continued speaking. Her tone was ethereal and dreamy, as if she was narrating a fairy tale. He always finds a way out of trouble. Settle the conflict to everyone's satisfaction. Arrange things neatly. For everyone, to dispel disappointment. Jines' voice faded away. Thales remained silent. The two of them sat in silence. One was reminiscing, the other was imagining, leaving the quiet emptiness in the study. After a while, Jines took a deep breath. The expression on her face returned to being helpless and sad. "Kid, it's not that he doesn't like you." Thales was shocked. It was only then that he realized that the subject of the man's words had changed. "He's just..." But Jines stared fixedly at the study table in front of Thales. She did not continue speaking. However, Thales stared at the chair he was sitting on and thought about Renaissance Palace a few days ago in a daze. "You will never become the Duke of Star Lake. Because of you? Unworthy." Thales was stunned. He stared blankly at the desk in front of him and recalled the identity and deeds of its previous owner. He could not help but feel puzzled. He, the master of Renaissance Palace, thought that Thales was not worthy of her. What could it be? After a while, Thales finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at Jines gratefully. "Madam, it's nice to see you again." Thales nodded and held back his unnecessary emotions. "Really?" Jines smiled. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed it. A few seconds later, Jines said airily, "Kid, eat more and sleep early. Also, even though I am no longer in charge of teaching you martial arts and sword skills, but..." Jines looked at him quietly. "Remember to practice your sword." A thought appeared in Thales' mind and he smiled softly. "I have seen you fight." Jines said softly, "It's all right." But in the next moment, the female official's tone became stern. "But I did not teach you the sword skills used by the Northland Army to turn you into a madman who will sacrifice his life to fight." Thales, who was originally immersed in the gentle atmosphere, could not help but shudder. "Remember, you are a prince." Jines said sternly, "No matter what you experienced in the north, when battle comes you must raise your shield and protect yourself first." Jines looked at him sternly. "Defense is the most important thing. Don't always think about taking the risk to attack." As if to emphasize her words, Jines raised her voice. "Did you hear me?" Thales shuddered and habitually agreed to it. "Yes, yes." Jines stood up after she landed on the ground. She straightened her attire and returned to being the fierce and valiant first-class female official. Thales quickly stood up and sent her out of the room. But when they walked up the corridor, Jiang's footsteps suddenly stopped. The female official turned her head around sharply and looked at the two guards at the porch. "You young DD." The guards, who were in a daze out of boredom, were shocked. They snapped out of their daze. "Madam?" Thales was also shocked. He quickly caught up with her. "Why are you standing here?" Jiang questioned them sternly. Doyle was obviously very nervous when he was questioned. He patted his attire and walked forward cautiously with his colleague. "Madam, we have been assigned duties by our superior. We are to serve His Highness tonight," but Jiang interrupted him. "Today, when this boy was being beaten up in the training field, I heard it." Jiang glared at him, narrowed her eyes and said, "You are also a part-time commentator by the side, right?" At that moment, Doyle's body trembled. Thales smiled helplessly. "But I was just joking." Doyle looked like he was about to cry. However, Jiang's tone turned cold. "So, you admit that as the personal guard of the Duke of Star Lake, you made fun of him in public?" When she said this, everyone in the room frowned. Thales was no exception. Doyle was obviously panicking. He quickly denied it. "No, of course not. That was because Lord Mallows was testing His Highness." The atmosphere of the conversation became tense. Thales looked at Jiang in surprise. He felt that this was not good. Jiang snorted softly. "So, you are accusing your superior, Mallows, of ordering you to belittle and make fun of the prince in the crowd?" Doyle shuddered again. Madam, that..." At that moment, his colleague, who had been silent, spoke. "Doyle." His colleague shouted in a low voice, "Go!" "Shut up." Doyle, who was having a headache, immediately went along with the advice and kept quiet. As expected, Jiang changed her target. She turned her head elegantly and looked at the person beside Doyle. "And who are you?" His colleague in the dark raised his head, and his tall figure was revealed in the light. "Vanguard Caleb Glover." "Madam." Jiang narrowed her eyes as if she was thinking about something. "Oh, Glover." The female official nodded and smiled. "I remember a Glover. The most famous one." Glover did not answer, but he stood straighter. When Doyle, who was beside him, sighed in his heart that it was indeed easy to become a government official because of his ancestors, Jiang suddenly changed the topic. "You know, many years ago it was also here." Jiang stared at Glover and there was a chill in her eyes. "Do you know what your grandfather called me?" Glover's expression immediately became stern. "That shameless and debauched little wench brought over from Eastern Sea." "Little wench?" Glover's expression instantly became very unpleasant. Thales also became nervous. "Your grandfather, that old man from the Glover family, said this to the crown prince." Jiang was not bothered by it at all. She even spoke in slight disdain. "She should be thrown into the 7th layer of hell and burned for eternity." Jiang said the last few words through clenched teeth. The smile that Thales had been maintaining started to feel a little sore. "This is bad. Is this the meeting of enemies?" "What a pity, the road to hell." When Doyle, who was beside him, secretly rejoiced about how unlucky you are, zombie, Jiang snorted coldly. "Old bro lover is leaving first. Let's hope he is not too cooked." Glover's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly. Thales did not understand what Jiang was doing, but his instincts told him that he could not remain silent. "Madam, it's late, why don't we..." But Jiang ignored the prince's words. Instead, she spoke to Doyle and Glover on her own. "Both of you pack your luggage. You don't have to be on duty in Mindy's hall anymore." Thales was shocked. "All right, madam, we will immediately." Doyle quickly nodded in agreement. He only reacted to what she said when he said it. "Huh." Glover furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Jiang's expression changed and she said sternly, "Yes, because you have neglected your master and disrespected the royal family. You have been banished from the Duke's personal guards." "Now." The air was silent for a moment. Doyle's expression changed back and forth. No one knew what he was thinking during those few seconds, but he immediately said in panic, "But madam, the royal guards, our duty is..." But at that moment, Glover, who had always been a man of few words, spoke faster than him. "Madam, our appointment was reviewed by Baron Adrian and Chief Mallows together, and it was signed by His Majesty." But Jiang suddenly raised her voice and in an instant she drowned out both of them. "So, Danny Doyle, Caleb Glover, you are not willing to leave on your own." At that moment, Jiang's gaze was sharp and fierce, and there was an unbearable chill in it. "Do you really want me to ask female officer Bajkovic, who is in charge of the second prince's daily life, to to formally propose during the Imperial Conference tomorrow morning that His Majesty and the vassals will be alerted so that they will worry about this small matter of changing the guards? Doyle and Glover froze at the same time. One of them was tongue-tied, while the other glared at Gines in disbelief, who was displaying her might like a lioness. Madam. Thales finally could not take it any more. Please do not be troubled by this matter, the Duke of Star Lake said gently and politely. Protector Doyle's actions today were instructed by me, and Vanguard Glover has always been conscientious and competent. Doyle and Glover turned to Thales at the same time. Gines also turned her head abruptly and stared at the prince with a murderous gaze. It was just like the training field 6 years ago. But Thales was still smiling and his expression did not change. The few torturous seconds were finally over. Gines snorted and she seemed to be disdainful. Soft-hearted, wishy-washy and sloppy. This is why you don't get any dignity or respect. Thales smiled bashfully and nodded. I know. The prince shrugged and looked at Gines in resignation. It's just that's not my style. Gines glared at Doyle and Glover with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife, and it made the two of them stand even straighter. Dinner is in an hour. Madam, do you want to stay for dinner? Before Gines could finish her sentence, Thales spoke hastily. This made Gines snort softly in dissatisfaction. Forget it, the female official said coldly. She cast a final glance at the three tense people before she turned around and left without hesitation. As the sound of high-heeled boots gradually faded away, Gines' figure disappeared around the corner. Thales and the other two exhaled slowly. Madame Gines is a straightforward person, don't mind her. Thales said apologetically. Glover remained silent, while Doyle forced a smile with an ashamed look on his face. Your Highness, but Thales spoke first. His tone was curious. So, Madame Gines, does she really have the power to bypass Mallows and Adrian and expel all of you? Doyle's eyes darted around. About that I'm not too, however, Glover spoke this time. If she can publicly and officially bring this up to His Majesty and the Imperial Conference, and the reason is valid, yes. Thales showed an expression that said, I see. He then sucked in a breath and looked at the two of them with a smile. But first of all of you are my guards, aren't you? Doyle glanced at the corner. The trauma in his heart had not disappeared yet. Yes. Thales flashed a smile. Then she can't. Doyle blinked while Glover's expression changed. Thank you, Your Highness, Glover said in a low voice. Thales smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Without saying anything, he turned around and went back to his room. About that, Your Highness, Doyle said hastily behind him, and there was some hope in his voice. Is there anything else I can do for you? Thales stopped moving. Oh, it's already so late. The teenager came to a sudden realization. He turned around and smiled at the two of them. It's an old habit. I want to go back to the study to read. But if there are some refreshments to accompany me, that would be even better. Doyle sucked in a sharp breath. Do it immediately, Your Highness. For the first time Doyle nodded sincerely. Immediately. Thales nodded encouragingly and walked into the study. At the corner of the corridor, Gines continued to move forward with steady steps without stopping. But at that moment, the female official had a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. This brat. What a waste. The refreshments in the study have not been finished yet, have they? And so, Thales' first etiquette lesson passed just like that. But from then on, Doyle and Glover were obviously much more respectful towards him. Until one day in the next week, Doyle cautiously came to the study to report to Thales. The two priestesses carefully selected by Sunset Temple had arrived at Mindy's Hall. They were waiting to be taught by the Duke. As the ruling tradition of the Empire and Constellation, every king of Constellation must be familiar with theology class. Chapter 531. Mindy's Hall afternoon in the Duke's study. You do not know why you are here, do you? When he heard the question, Thales raised his head in the study and looked at the person in front of him with faint puzzlement. It was an old woman. She sat in an amiable manner across him. She had a weathered face, but she gave off an elegant air. The nun who served behind her was no more than 16 or 17 years old. She wore a veil and stood with a strict posture. The sunset emblem on their robes reflected a dark golden light. It actually fit the classical and trendy interior of Mindy's Hall very well. The only thing that was not right was that Gilbert was sitting on the other side of the room. He was staring at Thales' guest with a hostile expression. Just now, when Mallows led the teacher sent by Sunset Temple into the study with an expressionless face, Gilbert rushed over. His eyes were filled with surprise and wariness as he stared at the old woman. I know this is a theology lesson. Thales gave Gilbert a questioning look and tried to call the woman before him by her title. Priestess. Meljen? The old woman Meljen shook her head. She still had a smile on her face. No, you do not know. Meljen smiled and pointed at the top of her head. Her smile was amiable, but her gaze was respectful. You think that you are here because of the arrangement of lessons and the need of tradition, but in truth, regardless of whether you are sitting here or I am here, it is God's will. The priestess' voice had a unique sense of mystery. God's will? Thales forced a smile out of politeness. All right. Over the past few days, the teenager had been curious about what his theology teacher was like. After all, the number of clergymen he came into direct contact with since he was young were few and far between. When he was a child beggar, he met dark night servants who were extremely passionate and neurotic. The Sunset Temple priests were compassionate and pious. They had a strong presence, and the Bright Moon priests in Northland were cold and unapproachable. But now, it seems like there are no accidents in the prince's theology lesson. Thales sighed softly in his heart. The priestess continued speaking. Sunset is our witness. Our fates have long since been intertwined. Once she finished speaking, Meljen's face turned pale. She immediately lowered her head and coughed violently into her handkerchief. Nia? A pained expression appeared on Megan's face. Thales was slightly shocked, but the young nun who stood behind the priestess seemed to have been prepared for this. With a calm expression, she immediately took out a box with practiced movements. She took out a few pills and helped the elderly Meljen drink them with water to soothe her cough. Thales and Gilbert looked at each other. Around 10 seconds later, Meljen's coughing gradually subsided. I'm sorry, Sunset wants me to go through the test of pain in order to cleanse myself of a better self. She put away her handkerchief and said to Thales apologetically, this was originally a benevolent gift from the goddess. There's nothing wrong with it, but you've been dragged into it. The mercy of the goddess? Thales could only smile politely and shake his head to show that it was fine. As long as you're healthy. But before the Duke could say anything else, Megan, who had completely recovered from her coughing fit, closed her eyes and moved her fingers with a grateful expression. She made a few gestures that were so fast that they could not be seen clearly as she muttered some incantations. The setting sun knows my warning. Even the veiled young nun hurriedly put away the medicine box and started praying, looking very pious. Charlatan. Thales felt a little embarrassed when he was the one who started the conversation, and he quietly gave this comment. Thales looked at Gilbert in the distance with a distressed expression, hoping to gain some sense of acknowledgement from him. But Gilbert only stared at the old priestess who came to teach with a solemn expression. This was rare. Once she finished praying, Meljen noticed Thales' gaze and she turned around to look at Gilbert. Are you not going to leave, Count Casso? The old priestess had a smile on her face, and her tone was amiable. Those who did not know her might think that the two of them had been friends for many years. Then Gilbert snorted softly. Count Casso's reply was not very polite. According to the previous correspondence with the church, the prince's teacher should be Vicar General Stylianides of the missionary department. The prince's teacher should be Archdeacon Stylianides of the mission department. He is a friend of mine for many years. He is knowledgeable and sincere in his faith. He is very suitable to answer the questions of students. Meljen understood what he meant when she heard him, and she was not offended. But I am the one who came? Gilbert narrowed his eyes. Based on what I know, in Sunset Temple, the priest department and the missionary department do not belong to each other. The head priestess leads the former, receives the oracle, listens to it and listens to it. The archbishop leads the latter, deals with secular affairs and manages the church. Gilbert's tone was rather rude and it made Thales frown. Since when did the holy head priestess Lycia become interested in the secular affairs of the missionary department, such as teaching nobles? Does Archbishop Zenon of your church know about this? The priest department and missionary department do not belong to each other? Thales suddenly realized that as a servant of God, Sunset Temple was not as simple as it seemed. However, Meljen continued to smile. She uttered a few words softly. His Majesty knows. At that moment, Gilbert and Thales' expressions changed at the same time. Priestess Meljen maintained a smile that no one knew was polite or sincere. She moved her fingers and made a praying gesture again. Sunset's will has always been mysterious. It may seem unexpected at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, there must be a reason behind it. I hope that you do not mind, Count. The nun behind her quickly followed the prayer gesture to be in sync with the priestess. Gilbert's lips twitched as if he was not used to being humiliated like this. The former Foreign Affairs Minister pursed his lips for a few seconds before he said resentfully, "I will seek confirmation from Renaissance Palace. I will seek confirmation from Renaissance Palace. Maybe I will also give some advice." Priestess Meljen flashed a smile that said, "Welcome," or "Please go ahead." Thales frowned as well. Gilbert snorted, but he did not show any intention of leaving. "Then I believe that the tolerant sunset goddess will definitely not mind me temporarily listening to His Highness' lessons and sharing the grace of God." Priestess Liv Meljen? Priestess Meljen only curled her lips. She did not comment. She only paused for a moment before she ignored Gilbert. Instead she faced Thales, who was behind the study table. "So, Thales, about God," the old priestess said gently, "how much do you understand?" At that moment Thales shuddered in his memory. A pleasant voice that he had not heard for a long time rose in his mind, and it brought him back to the past. "When you think of gods, what is the first thing you think of?" Thales was dazed for a moment. "It's His Highness Prince Thales." Gilbert dragged Thales back to reality with a hostile and dissatisfied protest. Count Casso said to Priestess Meljen in displeasure, "Please use honorifics." Megan, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Of course." But the priestess' eyes were fixed on Thales, waiting for his reply. Regarding God, the teenager gulped and made sure that he was not in some chess room in Dragon Cloud City. Then he said resentfully, "Well, a long time ago, there was a man called, a god called Bright God." Megan's expression did not change as she quietly waited for him to continue. Thales tried hard to recall the general knowledge he had learned in the past 6 years, whether it was from Little Rascal's relish nagging or the boring ancient text in the Ming Shan Edict. The supreme bright God created the world. With a bang, heaven and earth were separated. The sun and hell's river faced each other from afar. In the gap between them all living beings gradually formed. But as his attention was distracted by his memories, the prince's tone became more and more casual. Then Bright God got off work. He rested. The earliest gods began to take over. "I think I remember that there are bright moon, dark night, mountains, shepherd of the seas, desert god, harvest, cold wind." Thales scratched his head. "Of course, the one with the greatest background is still Holy Sun Errol. It is said that he is the sun itself, and he can be considered the bright god's son." Gilbert coughed loudly in the room. "It's fine." Unexpectedly, Priestess Megan only spoke gently to excuse herself. She did not seem to be offended. "A bit of hearsay and humorous jokes will not affect our reverence towards the gods." Thales, who had stopped talking for a moment, raised his eyebrows. He secretly gave Gilbert a mischievous look. From then on, the Holy Sun, as the leader of the gods, led the gods, took over his duties and protected all living beings. Our world was named after Errol. Later, the calamities descended upon the world, the Battle of Eradication and the Great Crack and Sink. Errol, like his father, lost his job, took a break. His daughter took over the responsibility and protected the world with the other gods. She was the sunset goddess. Yes, that's right. So, from Thales' point of view, when he read the history of the world, from the Bright God Church of the Ancient Empire to the Church of the Holy Sun in the Final Empire, and then to the Sunset Temple in Constellation, the classic myth of Bright God, Holy Sun, Sunset, passed down by the Empire in the world of Errol could be said to be a painful family business history that was closely related to the territory of the Empire. The first generation of the gods worked hard to build up their businesses, and in the end they became powerful. The second generation of the gods lost their father's fields, and in the end they collapsed. The third generation of the gods worked hard and in the end they went bankrupt. It's as if I'm the Prince of Constellation, their revival was imminent. The building collapsed, and while it was bitter and sorrowful for some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of joy in it. By the way, when Thales concluded his point of view, the expression of the Bright Moon Temple priest who was in charge of teaching history classes in Extet turned sour. Regent Leespan listened with great interest and nodded repeatedly. Thales finished his speech as if he was bargaining in the market. He smiled and looked at Gilbert, who had a strange expression on his face, and Priestess Meljen, who was deep in thought. "You know quite a lot." Priestess Meljen's gaze was calm. She seemed to be thinking. "Thank you." Thales shrugged. "But it is not detailed enough." Meljen finished her words faintly. Of course it was not detailed enough. In truth, most of these myths and legends to scare people was told to him by a bespectacled girl and an immortal demon. Perhaps I have to thank a certain former king of Northland who collected a large number of books for his great dragon queen, but whose whereabouts is unknown. So, Do you believe in God, Thales? Priestess Meljen spoke again. Her eyes were sparkling. Do you believe that our meeting here was arranged by God? Thales quirked an eyebrow and cast a glance at the former Foreign Affairs Minister. This time he received the recognition he had been looking forward to for a long time from Gilbert's expression. Gilbert even sighed without bothering to hide it. I know, right? But Thales was still a prince. No matter how boring the people in this class were, he had to at least maintain the relationship between the royal family and the temple on the surface and ensure that both parties had a tacit understanding. The prince cleared his throat, and his expression became stern again. Of course I believe in Sunset Goddess. No, you don't. Meljen cut him off coldly. The old priestess stared straight at him. Her gaze was aggressive, and the wrinkles on her face were especially obvious at that moment. You do not believe in those ridiculous myths and legends, nor do you believe in the verified scriptures of the church, and you do not believe that a god like Sunset Goddess should be our ruler and where our faith lies. Thales was instantly stunned. Priestess Meljen snorted softly. Her gaze was clear and her tone was stern. You would rather believe that this is politics, a strategy and a fight. You would rather believe that our gathering here is a measure Sunset Goddess took to influence the royal family and the future king. You are just like Count Casso, who has a scornful expression on his face but insists on pretending to be serious. In the distance, Gilbert, who had been drinking his tea with the corners of his mouth curled up, choked. All of you are the same as most of the high-ranking people in this world who believe that they are infallible just because they have a little power in their hands, have slightly higher statuses, have some knowledge and have some achievements in their studies. You do not believe in God. You look down on God. Her words were too straightforward and ruthless. She left no room for negotiation. Thales had no choice but to put away his smile. Gilbert also put down his teacup. Meljen's tone was incredibly cold. Even the nun behind her could sense her aura. She glanced at the prince and the count in unease. So, you will not understand what it feels like to live in a world with gods. You will not understand what gods and beliefs bring to the world, and you will not understand how true believers live. The expressionless Meljen looked at Thales again and met his gaze. You will also not understand what you will discover if you sincerely try to understand the world of gods and beliefs. At that moment, Thales felt a little suffocated. It was as if she was the master of the study room at that moment. He sucked in a deep breath. Then a part of your world will forever be missing. Meljen did not seem to care about his authority. She did not even give the Duke a chance to speak. This is bad. She leaned forward and stared straight into Thales' eyes. Very bad. It was as if she wanted to pierce through his pupils, pierce into his heart and interrogate his soul. Very, very, very bad. Her voice was low and her gaze was cold. Thales' expression darkened as well. He sat behind the study table and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly pushed aside the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe, which he had specially found for this lesson. Gilbert wanted to ease the unfriendly atmosphere, but the moment he coughed for the first time, Thales spoke. So what are you going to do? The young Duke of Star Lake stared straight into the Sunset Priestess's intimidating eyes without avoiding her gaze. If I do not believe in God, what will you do? Thales smiled and spread his arms. Burn me to death? His words caused the room to fall silent. Priestess Meljen frowned and sized Thales up carefully. A few seconds passed. Meljen snorted coldly and her tone was hostile. Yes. This time it was Thales' turn to be stunned. What is going on? The young nun who was standing by became nervous. She had never seen such a scene before, and she stared at the dumbfounded Duke of Star Lake in fear. She seemed to be afraid that the powerful man would order him to drag her out and kill her, in a fit of anger. Gilbert's coughing suddenly became louder. Ahem, Your Highness, about today, but this time, Count Casso's untimely but forced interruption did not work. Priestess Meljen smiled mysteriously. She ignored Gilbert for the third time and added what she did not finish her sentence. A long time ago, yes. When she said this, Thales' furrowed eyebrows relaxed. Please don't take a deep breath when you speak. The priestess slowly leaned against her chair, and her tone became gentle again. So, Thales, will burning you change your faith? Will it make you believe in the existence of God, the glory of God, and the greatness of God? In the distance, Gilbert sighed in relief. It was clear that he had given up on correcting the way she addressed Thales. Thales blinked and forced himself to lift the corners of his lips. Priestess Meljen smiled and picked up the teacup beside her. Then why should we burn you to death? Meljen took a sip of her tea. You must understand that belief is not created through burning, much less slaughtering. The priestess spoke very slowly, but she was no longer as aggressive as before. If I burn you to death just because you do not believe in God, it will only increase your disgust and rebelliousness. It will also strengthen your stance and will. It will not help the spread of belief, and it will also go against the God's original intentions. Meljen put down the teacup and stared at him. What is formed from fear will not be a firm belief. It will only be a gradual accumulation of endless hatred that will eventually be vented. Believe me, history has long since proven this. Meljen cast a glance at Gilbert, who was frowning as well. She spoke faintly. On the contrary, the trials and tribulations of reality will usually lead to the sublimation of one's spirit. Over the past thousands of years, many great prophets and messengers came to their senses during persecution and suffering, allowing the true meaning of their beliefs to take root in the people and spread even further. Thales stared at the sunset priestess in front of him with surprise. This attitude, she doesn't seem like a member of the church in my impression. Meljen turned her head around and smiled faintly. So, Your Highness. This was the first time she used a respectful title. Coupled with her softer words and friendlier tone, Thales noticed that no matter what, the stereotype he had towards the priestess was gradually disappearing. Meljen said solemnly, only evil gods, demons and arrogant mortals are passionate about promoting bloodshed and violence. They enjoy slaughter and destruction. They rely on oppression and power to fight for power, eliminate those who oppose them, rely on it to win and take pride in it. Thales sat up straight without realizing it. However, true gods, just like our sunset goddess, are tolerant and forgiving. They will show mercy, forgive, help and guide the lost sheep, and even those who believe in heresy. This is the true meaning of the existence of belief, salvation. Once Priestess Meljen finished speaking, she smiled faintly. So, please let go of your hostility, Thales. Open your heart and turn from a skeptic to a tolerant person. Because the gods also treat you like this. Thales frowned and looked at her. In the distance, Gilbert sighed and mumbled softly, as expected, I still miss that old man, Stylianides. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled. He had to adjust his attitude. All right then. It was strange. The way they spoke was clearly very different, but for some reason, Thales remembered the scene when he faced the old crow. So, are you going to teach me how to believe in the goddess, Priestess Liv Meljen? The Duke asked with a stern expression. Meljen smiled and took another sip from her teacup. When she put down the teacup, her tone became profound and mysterious again. Hundreds of years ago, there was a young man who met with misfortune. His family business declined and his future was cut off. Thales was stunned. He was astonished by the fact that she had started telling him a story. When he was at the end of his rope, he received a revelation from God. Meljen's expression was blank, as if she was in the story at that moment. So the young man followed God's will, faced the setting sun and headed west. This is the story of an unfortunate young man who met a revelation from God and saved the world? Thales cast a glance at Gilbert, and he noticed that the latter's expression changed slightly. Meljen's tone became gloomy. Day approached, but the young man continued to head west. The path ahead of him became darker and more dangerous. His vision became more confused and chaotic. Finally, when the sun set in the deep darkness where there was no light and no moon, he was exhausted and dazed. He lost his consciousness and hope, and in a daze, he stepped into the middle of the cold Shepherd's River. But the priestess immediately changed the topic. And when the merciless river was about to overflow his head, Meljen's words became serious. It was as if he had received an order. At that moment, the clouds and the dark night dispersed, and light returned to the vast world. The turn of events that was like a traditional drama attracted Thales' attention. He listened to the story with great interest. At that moment, the stars in the sky lit up for him, and the endless stars shone once more. Priestess Meljen's expression became dignified and solemn, as if God was right in front of her. Just like when God Ming created the world. Just like when the Holy Sun split the sky. Just like when all things were reborn after the end. Meljen's eyes seemed to shine brilliantly. She woke up the unfortunate but fortunate young man from despair and sorrow. Thales coughed softly. Creating the world, splitting the sky and all that. When the sun set, the sky turned dark and the stars came out, Thales mumbled softly. I thought that this was just common sense and not a miracle? Meljen paused for a moment and looked at the Duke, who could not help but interrupt the story. But the priestess only twitched the corners of her lips before she continued the story. Hence, on that miraculous day the young man stood under the stars in the sky, and he sensed God's will. He understood his mission and he swore a solemn oath. In the face of all sorts of hardships, he had to pull himself together and move forward. And what he wanted to revive was not just the family business that had fallen into disrepair and had fallen into disrepair for a long time. Meljen stared straight into Thale's eyes. What the young man wanted to revive was the glory of the Holy Sun, which was the glory of the Holy Sun, to save lives and beliefs during the apocalypse that was filled with calamities. To chase away coldness and despair, he wanted to use the brightest light and the most scorching heat to turn into thousands of stars and scatter them in the night sky to illuminate the world forever. The gods fell and the calamities filled the world. Thales looked up when he felt that something was off. So, you are telling me that before that there were no stars in the world and it was dark at night? But Meljen ignored him. From then on, the young man believed in sunset and made it the national religion. He built temples and spread his faith. Wait, national religion? Thales' expression changed. He had his elbows on the table but he had to straighten his back. Could it be? As expected, in the next moment, Meljen stared at the Duke of Star Lake before her with a subtle expression. She said calmly, and so Tormund the First's great cause began. Constellation prospered from then on. Meljen's voice faded away. The study room was quiet for a few seconds. Then Thales chuckled awkwardly. This is a classic passage in sunset scripture. It was personally recorded by the goddess prophet and messenger, Mohaza, a priest from 700 years ago. Meljen smiled faintly. She spoke in a teasing and reminding manner. You should know more about the story of your ancestors. Thales? Thales lowered his head and cleared his throat, pretending that he did not hear her. Divine revelation, reincarnation, splitting open the sky, making an oath? This is actually the story of Tormund the First encountering a miracle and making an oath to establish a kingdom? Isn't this too ridiculous? Regarding this story, even the internal members of Sunset Church have their own debates. Gilbert stared at the guest with a warning gaze. Especially the main point of the oath. Priestess Meljen. Meljen returned Gilbert's gaze. She seemed to be displeased but she also seemed to be teasing him. Our count was not satisfied with the story in Sunset Scripture to enlighten the believers. Meljen looked at Thales with a gentle gaze. But it is fine. In the next second, Meljen's expression became serious again. Because no matter how ridiculous it is and how it cannot withstand a thorough investigation, it is fine. 700 years ago this story spread and it took root in the hearts of the people. Meljen spoke faintly and her words made Thales frown. Tormund was no longer the remaining prince of the evil empire. He was no longer a foreign warrior who invaded his homeland to eat, drink and use. He was no longer an illegitimate bastard with a lowly status and questionable bloodline. He was also no longer an ambitious and brutal warlord who had his own army. When he heard these adjectives, Thales was shocked. This time Gilbert did not hold back. He shouted sternly to stop her. Priestess Meljen. But Meljen did not care. Her gaze was dark. Instead, it's a person who is recognized by the unreachable gods in the eyes of the believers, who is praised by zealous cultivators, who is inspired by the setting sun, who is grateful for the afterglow of the holy sun, and who swears to work hard to create a paradise in the world, the king of Renaissance. Thales' expression froze. Gilbert still pursed his lips. By the looks of it he was quite angry. From then on, Tormund no longer needed to cruelly execute every local who refused to submit to his rule as an example to others. He no longer needed to be wary of whether the water from the well he fetched from the village was poisoned to ensure his safety. He no longer needed to worry about finding a reliable place to stay or a source of soldiers so that he could fight again. Thales' expression became more and more serious. He understood the meaning behind her words. Until the day he succeeded in his hegemony, and the kingdom was established, Sunset Goddess became the guardian goddess of the Jade Star royal family. She witnessed the coronation and death of every king. Priestess Meljen spoke with a serious expression. From then on, Sunset Temple and the Jade Star royal family's fate were intertwined, and it was difficult to separate them. Intertwined with the Jade Star royal family's fate, Thales quietly repeated these words. Suddenly he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Meljen paused for a moment before she spoke faster. From the 1st century of the calendar of eradication, King of Peace, Kessel the First renovated the temple. He took in a large number of believers and was praised by all. Blade, Tormund II appointed Bishop Longdong as the prime minister. He obeyed the will of the heavens, spread his faith, and enjoyed the credit of expanding his territory. Benevolent King Sumer I was a devout believer. He practiced what he preached, and in the end he moved the goddess. He received the miracle of rain, and he resolved the drought that lasted for years. Six-fingered Horus I swore an oath under the Sunset Temple statue. He received God's protection, and the people were united to fight against the heretics who came from the other side of the ocean. Jackal Sumer III made a declaration. He proclaimed the national religion and he established his faith. Virtuous King Mindes III promoted theology. He sealed the scriptures and taught it to the cultivators. Every time Melgen spoke of an example, Thales's thoughts would jump, and he was forced to search for the knowledge that matched what she said in his history lessons. But at the same time he could not help but notice that as the priestess spoke, Gilbert's eyebrows gradually furrowed, and his coughing became more intense. For the sake of the kingdom, Thales, if our hearts are not united, it will be even more difficult for our strength to be united. Let me ask you, if your people's beliefs, what they respect and what they care about are not the same, you will not fit in with their world. Then, how will you rule the kingdom when you sit on the throne in the future? Her words caused Thales's expression to gradually turn solemn. He suddenly realized that the theology that the other party was talking about and the theology that he understood were far from the same kind of thing. And the truth behind these stories is that we have always lived in a world with gods, regardless of whether you acknowledge their miracles and understand their might. They might seem to be so high that we cannot reach them, but they have never left our world, and they have deeply affected our lives. Melgen's expression darkened. They are sometimes mysterious but sometimes obvious. They seem to have traces of them, but we cannot figure them out. Priestess Melgen straightened her priest robe and said softly, "Their words are as powerful as 1,000,000 soldiers. This is the power of faith." Thales was silent. He did not speak for a long time. But a few seconds later, Melgen's tone became lively again. Priestess Melgen ignored Gilbert's frowning expression and said with a smile, "Hence, my duty in this class, Thales." Melgen stared at him straight in the eyes. "Thales, my duty in this class is not to encourage you to believe in something, not to point out where the true God is, and not to teach you how to memorize the rules of the scriptures. Instead, during the process of discussing this question with you, I am to help you discover the relationship between yourself and God, and to help you understand the distance between yourself and God." Melgen stared at him. "To help you better understand yourself. Regardless of whether you are immortal right now or if you will rule the kingdom in the future." Thales frowned slightly. "Understand? Myself?" What she said at that moment made him remember the indescribable and incredibly mysterious powerful mystic in the critical realm. From his view of God to understanding himself. Is this a coincidence? Melgen smiled and said, "Because what we are going to explore today is not just a subject about God. It is also a subject about people." A thought appeared in Thales's mind. "So, theology," he asked with great interest, "is a subject about people? Is it a subject about people?" Melgen smiled and did not answer him directly. "And you might as well let go of your hostility. Just let the poor Count Casso over there guard them." Gilbert coughed a few times in an unnatural manner again. A few seconds passed. Thales raised his head with a faintly discernible heaviness and smiled awkwardly. Then, "All right?" Melgen smiled. "All right, I have to admit at least one thing." Thales said quietly in his heart. "She really knows how to talk." Even Gilbert did not have the right to interrupt. At the very least, Thales no longer dared to underestimate the elderly priestess in front of him. He no longer dared to look down on this theology class, that sounded like a lot of nonsense, but actually had a profound meaning hidden between the lines. But he still underestimated her ability. "And for our first class, Thales, let us talk about a problem that has been troubling you for a few years. A problem that has been troubling us for thousands of years." "Troubling me for a few years and troubling all of you for thousands of years?" The Duke of Star Lake raised his head in puzzlement. In the next second, Liv Melgen, the Sunset Priestess who rarely used honorifics to address him, spoke with her usual expression. She casually uttered a word, "I'm sorry." Magic. The prince's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 532. "I don't." Thales had to use the overturned teacup to hide his surprise. Then, the young veiled nun beside Melgen came forward enthusiastically and skillfully to help him clean up the mess on the table in a very inconsiderate manner. "I don't understand?" But this time Melgen did not say a word. She quietly observed the prince behind the study table. "This is that boy." the boy who was related to the kingdom's future. When he heard about magic, his expression showed that he was slightly surprised. He was not like the old nobles who were born shrewd and calculative, who were polite and full of pretense. But he was not like the new nobles in the capital who were cautious, and ambitious. Gilbert was a little caught off guard. Priestess Meljen. I thought we were only having a theology lesson today, and you were explaining the knowledge related to God to His Highness? As I said, theology has never been the study of God alone. Meljen interrupted Gilbert's protest. This idiot, who seemed to be very smart to others, was still so slow and hopeless. She continued to size up Duke Thales before her. The young Duke looked a little thin, and he reminded her of the poor people who crowded outside the blessed places during winter while they waited for help. But his eyes were bright and full of expression, sharp and alert. That was not all. Meljen could also tell from his other actions, such as his natural and casual sitting posture, his quick and rhythmic movements, and his bold and direct way of speaking, that he was not a traditional prince of Constellation. At least, he was not like the previous ones. Meljen glanced at the prince's clothes again. The colors were dark and the style was conservative. But the details of his collar, cuffs, and other areas were designed in a new shape. Along with the silver thread that was hidden in place, it complemented the 9-pointed star brooch. The priestess nodded in secret. It seems like the royal tailors have also been enlightened. They know how to remodel styles and innovate fashions. Perhaps it was because he was tired of the heavy and old-fashioned trend in the circle of nobles in Eternal Star City, which had lasted for more than 10 years after the Bloody Year. Because the master of Renaissance Palace had a preference for classic and cool colors, the normal tailors in the capital city, who used trendy designs and bold colors as their selling points, were almost forced into a corner. However, Meljen paused for a moment before she understood. No. Although the royal tailors of the palace often let themselves go and practiced their skills in the clothing design of the various noble families, most of the customers who knew nothing about aesthetics would only show their amazement and appreciation for the realistic acting on their faces to match their sky-high hiring fees. They did not have the reason nor the courage to experiment on the second prince who had just returned and attracted the attention of the entire kingdom. This was not a new design. Megan's heart thumped. The prince was wearing the favorite style of the previous owner of this hall more than 10 years ago. She looked at the count, who was still chattering away, and continued to ignore the warning look in his eyes. By the looks of it, he had been working hard for many years, and he had almost turned Renaissance Palace into his second home. However, would it really work? Megan smiled faintly. You know what I'm saying, Thales? She called out the prince's name without a care in the world, ignoring his status. Beneath the gods, souls were of equal value. Titles were useless, but piety was supreme. Wasn't that so? In this world, not every child is fortunate enough to experience the confrontation between calamities and dragons. Meljen was satisfied when she saw the prince's expression turn solemn. Over the past few years, have you not been troubled, curious, or seeking an explanation for the disaster that happened in Dragon Cloud City? Thales' gaze froze. Dragon Cloud City. When you heard the rumors of the calamities destroying the world, watched the drama of the Battle of Eradication, read the descriptions of their different appearances, and listened to the vague explanations given by the noble teachers, did you really accept everything? Magic. Thales leaned against the back of his chair and frowned. So, this is the problem that has troubled you for years. Because of my experience in Dragon Cloud City. Not because. Under the table, Thales pinched his left palm and felt the scars left behind by the countless slashes from the dagger. He let go of his nervousness and all the possibilities he had thought about just now. Did the Secret Intelligence Department find some suspicious clues while they were monitoring me? Did the half-baked Dr. Ramon get exposed? Did he leave behind clues while he was searching for books in Dragon Cloud City? Did he give himself away in class with Asda? Did little rascal inadvertently leak the secret? Or did some ugly old witch whom I have not seen for many years stab me in the back and spread rumors? Priestess Meljen, you should have discussed this with me beforehand. Gilbert's coughing suddenly stopped, and it was replaced by a sigh. Meljen turned her head around gracefully. There is no need to hide it, and there is no need to cover it up. Sunset knew how much effort it took for her to stop herself from instinctively calling her an idiot. She maintained her smile and said, Count Casso, talking about wizards will not bring about calamities, and reflecting on magic will not lead to the end. Her blunt choice of words caused Gilbert's expression to change drastically. Only those who refuse to come to their senses and blindly believe in superstition will walk down the wrong path. Meljen turned her head around and looked straight at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face. It is precisely because of ignorance and arrogance. Thales was silent for a long while. Gilbert's sigh became deeper. A long time ago, I have already explained the evilness of the calamities to your highness. Meljen's tone was gentle. She retorted without showing any signs of weakness. Count Casso, do you really think that he is an idiot who will run off to eat, drink, and be merry after class and no longer care about the content of his studies? Do you really think that he will be free of worries, be willing to be ignorant, and no longer care about the things that once threatened his life for the rest of his life? Gilbert was slightly speechless. Both he and the priestess looked at the prince behind the desk at the same time. But Thales only remained silent. He was thinking about the unknown. Gilbert's tone became slightly weaker. He is still young, but Meljen's retort became even more forceful. He is already old enough. The old priestess said coldly, if magic has truly stimulated the teenager's uncontrollable curiosity, then there is no need for him to wait until now. During the 6 years when he was away from your sight, he had already indulged himself and was addicted to it. He ignored all taboos and did not know where he should go. Gilbert looked at the prince and frowned slightly. He did not say anything else. All right. The teenager, who had been filled with complicated thoughts and had become nervous a few seconds ago, exhaled. All right indeed. The prince's tone became relaxed again. I do want to know. Thales smiled faintly and said sincerely, magic and the calamities? Gilbert talked about it a long time ago. The extensions also talked about it a little but not much. Gilbert's expression changed again. Look Thales. All the gods know thy perplexity. Meljen looked at him amiably. She looked confident. If thou believest, the gods will protect thee. O sunset. If you protect me, Thales did not bother to hide his sigh. Can I stop being such a charlatan? Meljen looked at his expression and she understood what he meant. As expected, he did not believe in gods since he grew up in the north. This was not strange. Ever since the Battle of Eradication, most of the northerners no longer believed in the gods that were once revered as orthodox by the empire, or any beliefs that were connected to them. Instead, they believed in the things brought by the founding king, who was not ashamed to have interbred with abnormal beasts. Barbaric and ignorant, arrogant and conceited. Meljen pursed her lips. God knows how much Bright Moon Temple and Dark Night Temple sacrificed to survive in that land. But this is the amazing thing about faith, isn't it? Just like how I was many years ago. I was also immersed in vanity and impulsiveness. I thought I understood my own life and found what I wanted in this world, so I ignored the teachings and arrangements of the gods. Fortunately, the gods are impartial and have no grudges. They only have protection and tolerance. Meljen gratefully made a prayer gesture in her sleeve, which Thales could not see. This way, the nervous little Nia behind her did not have to repeat after her. First of all, where did magic come from? Thales maintained his smile and shrugged to show that he did not know. You must be joking. It would be great if I knew. No, it would be terrible if she knew that I knew. Meljen gestured at the young nun behind her. Nia. The seemingly thin and pitiful veiled girl received the hint. She laboriously but carefully took out a large square box that shone with a metallic luster from the luggage they brought and placed it on Thales' study table. Wait a minute, it's not a box. It's made from thin plates that are stacked together from top to bottom. There are no gaps. It seems to be more like a book? The picture on the top of the metal box was a lifelike carving of a king dressed in military attire surrounded by a crowd. The carving style was simple and plain, but it was easy to understand. There were also some symbols carved around it that Thales found very familiar. They were similar to the language of the ancient empire. What is this? Thales frowned. He instinctively reached out to flip open the metal book. Asterisk slap. Asterisk, don't touch it. Thales felt pain on the back of his hand. He retracted his palm in shock, but he realized that the person who hit him was the young nun called Nia. Nia habitually extended her hand. He could vaguely see the fierce look on her face under her veil. It was as if she had done this action countless times to warn those who wanted to touch the metal book. But in the next second, when the young nun realized who she hit, she instantly panicked. Nia lowered her head and muttered softly, yes, no. Thales could only smile awkwardly. What else could he do? Let Doyle come in, drag her out and kill her? Let Doyle come in, drag her out and kill her? But Priestess Meljen quickly helped him out of his predicament. Soon helped him out of his predicament. This is a metal nameplate found in King Anzac's tomb. King Anzac. Thales' gaze flickered. Wait, I've read this name before. Thales racked his brain and recalled the time he spent in the library in Dragon Cloud City. But it was clear that Melgen did not intend to give him the chance to show off his memories and knowledge. He was one of the previous kings of the human race during the Age of Kings, a relative of the royal family of the Shaywin Kingdom. When the last line of defense collapsed, the Iron Blood King died in battle, the Northland was lost, Shaywin was destroyed, and the ancient orcs marched southward on a large scale for a century. It was King Anzac who raised his arms and stood his ground against the objections of the masses. He united the kings of the humans who were fleeing in panic, formed a joint conference, defended the city, and waited for the opportunity to counterattack. He remembered the initiator of the Joint Conference of Kings and the symbolic figure of the era of multiple kings. But when he looked at the metal nameplate on the table, a strange expression appeared on his face. King Anzac? You raided his tomb? Priestess Melgen's expression immediately froze. Not us. There was a hint of displeasure in her tone. Thales coughed and said angrily, Of course not. All of you are just kind, naive and innocent buyers and collectors, right? And this is... Thales shifted his attention back to the metal nameplate in front of him. He watched as Nia skillfully flipped open the first few pages, and a few images flashed past. The city walls collapsed, the sentry posts were destroyed and countless people were beheaded. A huge figure came over with human heads and weapons in his hands. He approached a group of soldiers who had nowhere else to run to. The king on the cover was sitting at a round table. He waved his arms and spoke passionately. In ancient times, before paper and printing existed, people recorded important events in history on the nameplates made of special alloys so that they would not forget them. Melgen sat in her seat and said faintly, Based on what I know, some places including Northland still retain this tradition. Thales remembered it. When he was still in Northland, it was said that the White Blade Guards' legend of the White Blade Guards was written in this manner. But Thales could not understand it. After hundreds of years, the White Blade Guards' record should weigh dozens of tons. Could the dead-faced man with thin arms and legs carry it? In the distance, the shocked Gilbert wanted to go forward, but he could not lose his composure. He could only crane his neck to look over. Thales could see the amazement he felt towards the metal nameplate in his eyes. At the very beginning, before the world was completely explored, when beliefs were still divided, and when humans were still insignificant and lowly, Melgen spoke slowly at a moderate pace. And Nia flipped the page cooperatively. On the page, the crowned kings looked tiny. They stood back to back with a group of huge figures. At that time, the humans were surrounded by powerful alien races that did not fit in with them. The bloodthirsty orcs who worshipped their ancestors went south to expand their territory, the elven kingdoms who worshipped nature were at the height of their hegemony, and the dwarven kings who worshipped iron and fire were ambitious. There were also great dragons and adversity beasts. Thales moved. What? Melgen had no choice but to stop again. She sighed. A certain archaeological discovery showed that many years before the appearance of humans' pictures and words, our world was ruled by many gigantic beasts. They were unimaginably huge. The great dragons were just the head of them. They traveled between the sky and the earth without fear. They ruled over the mountains and the oceans. They used the world as their hunting grounds and the living creatures as their slaves. They did whatever they wanted to the insignificant insects, and they displayed boundless might. It was only then that Thales understood. Nia flipped to another page. A man with a crown stood at the top of the city wall. Many figures stood beside him. Some of them held weapons, some were dressed in long robes, and some leaned on their staffs. Among human beings, there is such a group of strategists. With their experience and wisdom, they give advice dutifully in the tents of the tribes, in the palaces of the nobles, and in the towers of the cities, trying to fight for a chance of respite for human beings. They were no different from Count Casso over there. In the distance, Gilbert's expression became a little darker. At that time, the dangerous environment practically forced the humans, who had the lowest status and were the weakest, to a dead end. Nia flipped to the next page. The engraving on this page attracted Thales' attention. In the boundless sky, an indistinct figure appeared in the picture of the sun. It looked down sternly and extended its arm to the king and his strategists. Until the gods looked down and pitied the weak. Melgen's words became more profound. Prophets and God's messengers descended one after another to point out the future path for humans and spread the faith of the gods. And the group of people I mentioned? Melgen raised her head. Some of them accepted the gods and their faith. They were pious and humble. Others are skeptical and some even scoff at it, disapproving of it. Thales shuddered. He then saw Nia flip to the next page. Under the sun, the man with the crown stood in the middle. There were a few groups of people standing beside him. The two groups at the end of the left and right were the most eye-catching. The people on the right bowed and worshipped with humble expressions. The people on the left stood with their backs to the king, and their movements were different. Thales' expression became solemn when he saw the two groups of people standing beside the king. Meljan's words continued. The former built churches, rooted themselves in the people, and educated the people. The latter gathered together and formed their own faction. They opened up a different path. Meljan's words changed. And this was the beginning of the division between faith and magic, priests and wizards, temples, churches, and magic tower. Thales could not help but speak after he figured it out. What? He looked at Meljan. She only smiled faintly. Now, do you know why the knowledge about the mysterious magic that has disappeared in the past is only mentioned in our theology classes? Thales was in slight disbelief. Faith and magic come from the same source. The old priestess became serious. She said sternly, they depend on each other and prove their importance. Thales stared at Priestess Meljan in a daze. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Meljan did not stop talking. She had the presence of a towering mountain. Even Gilbert could not help but become solemn and serious. They were originally brothers and they were both enlightened by the gods. Meljan sighed slowly. But the eldest is loyal and the youngest is rebellious. There was a faint hint of respect in Meljan's words. But they worked hard for one goal, the survival and prosperity of humans. Thales listened to her in shock and bewilderment. He thought that this was another way of speaking. Faith and magic, religion and wizards come from the same source? The eldest son of God remolded the people's spirits. He brought them the belief to protect and save the people. He made them cast aside their weakness and dispel their fear. The youngest son of God gave the people powerful weapons so that they could move more freely in the victory that was bound to come. As Nia flipped through the pages, many scenes on the metal nameplate entered Thales' eyes. Skip. Banquets. Mobilization. Weddings. Celebrations. Wars. Funerals. There were many more. But those two groups of people would occasionally appear. Those who bowed always sang loudly during ceremonies and banquets, while those who turned their backs always appeared on battlefields and city walls. Thales looked at the simple but profound carvings and frowned. As the two of them worked together without saying anything, humans gradually rose to power and counterattacked. Meljan's tone softened a little. The old priestess took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. In the end, on Quaker Ice Plains, in that unprecedented battle where both sides placed all their chips on the line and gambled on the future, King Anzac and the other 6 human kings charged into the orcs, tens of thousands of heavy infantrymen with their pious faith and 3,000 cavaliers who faced death with equanimity. Thales was instantly shocked. This story is, they never came back, but at the cost of their lives they successfully killed the ancient orc supreme sacred chief. Nia flipped to the last few pages. The king was covered in wounds. He hugged his sword and lay quietly in the middle of the battlefield. But the huge figures holding human heads had long since disappeared. Only countless tiny figures held their horses and spears as they surrounded the king. They raised their flags and stood solemnly. In the sky, the clouds dispersed, and light shone on the battlefield. Having lost their holy chief, the leaderless ancient orcs were defeated. Meljan raised her head and spoke in a clear voice. Hence, the battle that started a new era was called the Holiness Exorcism Campaign. Thales fell silent. Panting lightly, Nia laboriously closed the metal inscription book. The 10 or so pages covered the records of King Anzac's magnificent life from 1,000 years ago. The Holiness Exorcism is over and the old times have changed. The bravery of the orcs is no longer terrifying. The rule of the elves has declined, and the arrogance of the dwarves has disappeared. The fear brought by the great dragons and the disaster beasts has finally become an unverifiable legend. Thus, the foreign races hid themselves everywhere, and the faith of the gods spread throughout the world. Meljan's expression was gloomy as she looked at the sunset outside the window. The golden age of mankind is about to arrive. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 533. Nia closed the metal nameplate and dragged it back into the luggage laboriously again. In a short period of silence, Thales thought about the story on Anzac's nameplate, or rather, the story Meljan told him through the nameplate. The old priestess averted her gaze from the setting sun outside the window and waited quietly for Thales. She seemed to have expected this silence. Faith and magic came from the same source. The holiness exorcism campaign resulted in the rise of humans? Thales repeated the story. What flashed in his mind was his first meeting with Asda. Wizards seek the truth of the world. They use all sorts of ingenious methods and wisdom to use the resources and energy of the world to serve a better world. Meljen glanced at him before she spoke in a languid manner. You're right. But this is only the beginning. There was a faint hint of pity in the old priestess' voice. Once the enemies from the outside are gone, differences arise. Their attitudes towards the gods and faith eventually caused the elder and the youngest to go their separate ways, and they gradually drifted apart. The elder and the youngest. So this is their explanation. It's really hard for them to come up with this explanation that is similar to Abel and Cain. Thales sighed in his heart. The eldest son of the god versus the youngest son of the god. Loyalty, rebellion. If I did not know, I thought Artanis was arguing against the insect swarm, the prince mocked quietly. Meljen, who had very sharp ears, frowned. Artanis? Oh. Thales raised his head and smiled innocently and sincerely. It's nothing. It's just a joke from a certain Northland. Meljen pursed her lips. The corners of her lips were sharp. The old priestess quickly returned to her lecturing state. Hence, for thousands of years, under the attention of the gods and the practice of men, the eldest son and the youngest son, faith and magic, the church and wizards fought endlessly. They went back and forth on different paths and beliefs. Wait a minute. Thales narrowed his eyes at the perfect moment to interrupt her. So, based on what you said, the difference between faith and magic is because the believers believe in the gods, while the wizards do not. Can I understand it this way? The believers believe in the gods when it comes to things they do not know, while the wizards only believe in themselves. Meljen did not reply immediately. She looked at Thales quietly, and there was a slight ripple in her eyes. She recalled that 2 days ago when she came to the House of God's Grace, she visited Archdeacon Stylianides, who was looking forward to finding books and preparing for her lessons. Megan unintentionally glanced at the book. It was the 1024 lines of the church's classic hymn, Light Illuminates 10,000 Miles. She also brought High Priestess Lycia's greetings and informed him that the duty of teaching Prince Thales come Duke of Star Lake will be taken over by him. She still remembered the archdeacon's incredulous shock and well-suppressed anger. Indeed, as one of the 15 archbishops of Constellation, Stylianides was young, promising, and had a bright future ahead of him. He had preached to countless nobles and ministers and enlightened their children. He did not want to let go of the chance to read Sunset's holy teachings for the future king of Constellation, spread God's grace, and glorify his sacred achievements. Just like Archbishop London was to Tormund II, just like Archbishop Clement was to Mindy's III. However, the lucky ones who were blessed by the setting sun and bathed in divine grace, they would always become accustomed to the light in front of them. It was to the extent that he had forgotten where the gift came from. He had also forgotten that for the believers of God, tests and obstacles were everywhere. The stars shone brightly. Only after the setting sun. This is the most common and dangerous misunderstanding in history. Meljen smiled faintly and nodded slightly at the prince. She was gentle and polite. This is especially true for those who have yet to have the chance to understand it. They are determined to hate faith because of hearsay. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He put on a helpless expression and wanted to exchange a look with Gilbert that was of tacit understanding. But Count Casso fell silent. He only stared at Meljen quietly. Wizards don't believe in God? Not really. Meljen's expression turned cold. Her next sentence made Thales incredibly puzzled. Of course they believe in God. They believe in God and their faith. Meljen's tone was still calm, but her words were firm and forceful. Even if they deny it many times. What? Thales blinked. I don't. It's just that the God they believe in? Meljen did not let him ask. At that moment, the priestess' voice was dark and solemn. It is an existence without form, without name, without form, without substance. But in their eyes, its power and status is greater than everything else. She said softly, they call it magic. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Meljen clasped her hands together. Her posture was proper, but her aura was imposing. But they will occasionally use the excuse that they seek knowledge, call it rationality, pretend to believe in the truth, pretend to pursue progress, use sophistry to elevate themselves and worship that they are supreme and unique. After she said a series of words that made Thales fall into deep thought, she remained expressionless. Does it sound familiar? Before Thales could think deeply about this sentence, Priestess Meljen's eyes lit up. But no matter how glib their tongues are, they cannot hide an indisputable fact. In the next second, her words were incredibly certain. Because magic itself is their God, their faith, their supreme principle, and it is also what their church teaches and their teachings. Thales could sense the power in her words. To a certain extent, its place in their hearts is no different from how our God is in our hearts. In fact, it might even surpass it. This unfamiliar God possesses a domineering, cruel, indifferent, and merciless power that far surpasses all the existences that have been worshipped and revered since ancient times. Meljan's tone gradually turned cold. The law is strict and the hegemony is supreme. Those who doubt it will find it difficult to question it, and those who go against it will not be tolerated. Thales was puzzled. Are you saying that they worship the concept and principle of magic itself as a god? Meljan only snorted softly. She did not answer him directly. As for the millions of believers who were once infected and brainwashed by it, regardless of whether they are wizards or not, and whether they have the ability to control magic, they are even worse. They believe that they are the orthodox religion and denounce those who do not believe in it. They are even more fanatical than the believers of all gods and demons. They are many times more hypocritical, but they do not know it. Fanatical, hypocritical, but they do not know it. Thales was dumbfounded. But at that moment he suddenly remembered a long time ago, when he was still on his way to Dragon Cloud City from Black Sand region. His future was uncertain and he was anxious. At that time the strange doctor, Ramon, who was very interested in magic, explained it to him like this. Magic is a meaning, an attitude, a belief, and a principle of life. Thales still remembered Ramon's expression at that moment and his tone that was close to madness. This is a wizard. This is a wizard. This is the most important, brilliant, and precious chapter in the history of mankind's rise to power that has been forgotten by everyone. The priestess' words gradually became filled with praise and criticism. They are clearly cultists, but they call themselves non-believers. They clearly have their own standpoint, but they pretend to be neutral. They clearly have countless biased opinions, but they pretend to be objective. They are clearly incompetent and powerless, but they insist on believing that they are fake gods in human form who are above the world. They play with the world and enjoy the admiration of the people. At the same time, they also say in a smug manner that this is the noble attitude of pursuing the truth and researching magic. Meljan's expression tensed up. It was obvious that she was uncomfortable, but she still insisted on finishing her words. So, wizards do not only believe in their own gods, but they are also the worst and most fanatical believers. They are the servants and slaves of God who do not need to pray and repent, receive baptism, listen to the voice, perform holy tasks, or perform holy rites. They can obtain motivation from their gods and are filled with energy to the point of self-orgasm. The old priestess coughed softly. Naya quickly handed her a teacup and massaged her back gently. Servants and slaves of God who are filled with energy to the point of self-orgasm. After listening to the long string of words, Thales took a deep breath and tried hard to chase away the aloof man in blue who automatically took his place in his mind. Wow. Esta. Looks like. While he was a little surprised, Thales could not help but think in a slightly gloating manner. You have met your match. So, you want to tell me that magic as a religion is wrong, and wizards as believers are bad, and that there are countless bad consequences? Once Meljan was done resting, Thales organized his thoughts and tried hard to direct the topic of conversation towards something he was curious about. And this is why we must resist and ban magic? But against his expectations, when she was asked this question, Priestess Meljan, who seemed to be very pious and hated magic, paused for a moment. She seemed to be thinking about it and she looked a little lost and hesitant. She cast a profound glance at the sunset outside the window. I don't know. Thales was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Meljan looked away and shook her head. As believers of our God, tolerance and strictness are our commandments. So, we cannot be so arbitrary. We cannot make a judgment and say that magic itself is wrong just because we see that the consequences are not harmonious. When he heard her answer, Thales was a little shocked. The old priestess rubbed her arms. While she thought about it, she said cautiously, at most, we can say that countless wizards in history, countless people who used magic and worshipped magic have done many wrong things. Meljan's thoughts seemed to have cleared up a little. She then nodded. But if so many people who worshipped magic as their creed all did wrong things? The old priestess sighed slowly. Who can say that the supreme magic itself is definitely pure and untainted, and that it is not involved? So I do not know the answer. And I cannot mislead you. Thales felt a little dizzy from this series of judgments that first pursued her fiercely, then gently let her off the hook. You have confused me. Meljen turned her head around and smiled apologetically at Thales. But I can find another angle. The priestess returned to her gentle and soft tone. Just as I said in the beginning, this is a field of knowledge about people. When I believe in our God, what is important is not how great and omnipotent I believe in her, even though she is, but whether I can become better after I believe in her. Can I become more beneficial to myself, others and everything else? Meljen looked at him with a smile. Thales, I believe that God does not want us to worship them and be blindly superstitious. Instead, he wants us to look at each other with tolerance and compassion and reflect on ourselves. Do not be blindly superstitious. Thales had a strange expression on his face. These words actually came from a believer? Meljen thought about it for a while before she sighed with emotion. I believe that we believe in God so that we can become better. It is not to make God more superior. That is not our duty and it should not be. As long as we do not misunderstand God, it will not mislead us. Meljen sucked in a deep breath. So, back to our question just now, is magic good or bad? The two sons of God, belief in magic, came from the same source, but there is a difference between the older and the younger. Meljen looked up, and there was a much firmer look in her eyes. As the eldest sons of God, when we believe in God, what we should believe in is the humility, self-reflection, sincerity, and kindness that we can obtain when we are in front of God. This is the key to belief. As for the youngest sons of God in history, what they are most easily deceived by is the greed, desire, indignation, and arrogance born after they abandon God and become independent. This is the tragedy of magic. The humility and self-reflection when they are in front of God. The greed and desire to abandon God and become independent. Thales sat up straight without realizing it. Strange. These words sound very familiar. He realized once again that if he treated this old woman, who answered while thinking, sometimes paused and sometimes hesitated, as a fanatic believer who only had God is great in her mind, he would be wrong. And it had been a long time since Gilbert interrupted her. And every time the youngest son becomes the ruler, he instigates people to question God and their beliefs, and exaggerates his own power and status. In the end, what emerges is the arrogance and ignorance of the mortals. Thales quirked an eyebrow. This is a humanistic religion? So what you're trying to say is... The prince tried to keep up with the other party's words, which had been immersed in religious language for a long time. Magic is not wrong, but those who believe in magic can walk towards the sorrows of magic? Walk towards depravity? Plant the seeds of evil? Meljen smiled. It is not just magic, my child. It is not just magic. The expression on her face became much more benevolent. In every era, every person will have their own beliefs and their own God. Kings believe in power, merchants believe in wealth, artists believe in love, nobles believe in status, scholars believe in knowledge. There are too many of them and magic is not the only one. Kings believe in power. Thales tensed up. But no matter what you believe in, the faith in your heart that is originally flawless can be tainted, and it can be replaced without you even knowing it. It can change from reverence towards God's great achievements, from the knowledge of one's own insignificance, from the need to be humble, from the countless good things that can be brought about by faith, to something else. Meljen said solemnly, so no, it is not magic that brought about the path of the youngest, but the path of the youngest corrupts the people who believe in magic. Thales pondered. Such as? Meljen was silent for a while before she began to think. Her expression changed gradually. Sometimes it was sentimental and sometimes it was sad. For example, every time the greed in people's eyes to demand things from the outside world is boundless, and it far exceeds the share they deserve in this world, when this greed is enough to make them ignore pain, the price they have to pay, their lives and happiness, and when they raise their hands, they tear apart their own souls to chase after the ultimate and perfect self. The ultimate and perfect self. Thales felt as if something had touched his nerves. In reality, Meljen continued speaking. Every time the people in the world no longer revere them, no longer glorify their beliefs, no longer admit their limits, no longer believe that there are things that they cannot reach, things that they do not know, and laws that cannot be defied. Thales suddenly remembered the first time he met Asda in the chess room on the night his fate changed. Stand above the heavens, surpass the gods, and look down on all life. The priestess' words began to mix with the voice in his head, but they were incredibly clear. Every time, the people in the world no longer humbly face their own weakness and ignorance. Instead, they use it as an excuse to justify their insatiable greed. the prison of bones and the entrance to Black Prison flashed before Thales's eyes. The strange emblem that looked like a deep eye flashed in front of his eyes, along with the row of words under it. Leads to omniscience. Meljan's sigh traveled into his ears slowly. Every time the people in the world pursue power and omnipotence at all costs, they think that this is the only beautiful and correct choice. Thales lowered his head and frowned. The strange Dr. Ramon's passionate words appeared in his memories. Magic is the sum of all knowledge, discoveries, and truths. With the advancement of magic, humans can become more perfect, greater, more improved, and closer to the truth. Meljan's sigh brought Thales back to reality. Every time the people in the world believe in something or someone, and they will do whatever it takes to reach the extreme, then we know that the path of the youngest should be taken. The people are not far from falling and suffering the consequences of their own actions. Meljan was silent for a while. She picked up the teacup that Nia had refilled. Thales quietly rubbed the scar on his left hand. He did not say a word. After a while, Meljan, who had finished drinking, said slowly, 2,000 years ago, the unified belief in the supreme bright God created the endless glory of the ancient empire. 1,000 years ago, the belief in the Holy Sun rose to power, and it witnessed the revival of the final empire. When she said this, yearning and respect could not help but flash in the priestess' eyes. But then, her expression became gloomy. However, when the utilitarian creed of magic overshadowed the noble persistence of belief, Bright God Church collapsed on its own, and it foretold the decline and division of the ancient empire. And the wizards' insane and bottomless pursuit of power brought about the greatest crisis since ancient times. It lasted until the Battle of Eradication, when they suffered the consequences of their own actions and brought about their own destruction, marking the end of the final empire. When she said this, Meljan raised her head and looked straight at Thales. Her gaze was stern. And you, child, you have long since seen the power, terror, cruelty, and madness of those monsters. In the distance, Gilbert wanted to say something but did not. Thales sucked in a deep breath. He felt that his thoughts were in a mess. Calamities? Meljan observed him and nodded slowly. Calamities. And that is just one of the consequences of their actions, even though it is the worst. Even though he had obtained the answer countless times from the hints given by Ramon, Asda, and the ancient books, when the authoritative church in this world told him so openly, Thales realized that he still could not get used to it. The young duke remembered the night of dragon's blood, and the scent of blood that had once faded seemed to return to his nose again. It made him feel nauseous. Remember, this is the path of the youngest. It is born of arrogance, and after experiencing countless things, it will finally lead to regret. It is the favorite of demons, the darling of evil, the cradle of calamities, and the starting point of misfortune. Meljan's tone suddenly became tense. And Thales, you have to be even more vigilant. The prince was slightly shocked. Me? Meljan said sternly, because the path of the youngest has countless forms of harm. It will take on many forms, change names and change forms. It will appear in various eras and it will linger on like a shadow. Those who seize power will talk about survival, those who pursue benefits will talk about prosperity, those who indulge in lust will sing about freedom, those who seek status will use dignity as an excuse, and those who seek knowledge will use curiosity. Those who are blinded by a single leaf will bring about their own destruction. This is definitely not just an example of magic. Meljan paused for a moment. Thales sucked in a deep breath and tried hard to clear his chaotic feelings. He seized logic. But, based on what you said, Madam Priestess, could it be that your belief in your god will not become a victim of the path of the youngest? Meljan's expression changed slightly. Thales observed the man's reaction. For example, the people of the current era believe in the sunset goddess so much so that they blindly believe in her and are fanatical about her. They will suppress those who oppose them at all costs and they will go to extremes. Furthermore, your statement right now and your resolute answer have fallen into the trap of the path of the youngest, haven't they? The old priestess was silent. But against his expectations, Thales saw Meljan's expression turn a little gloomy, even though he thought that she was going to avoid the main point and use clever words to defend herself. Of course. Beside the priestess, Nia listened very seriously. Thales did not doubt that if she was given a pen, she would immediately start taking notes. It would be detailed and comprehensive, and she might even have her thoughts on the important points. Meljan sighed softly. Even though I do not want to mention it, yes, you are right. Thales frowned. During the years when our ancestors fought against magic, wizards, and the path of the youngest, Bright God Church, which spread far and wide, once recruited the temple guards to punish heretics. The generous and selfless Church of the Holy Sun also set up a court to correct bad habits and correct beliefs. Meljan's expression was solemn and her gaze was wary. Fanatical believers do not care about bottom lines. They only care about their stance when they reject others. They suppress the remaining voices and believe that they are the only one in the world. The methods they use are also incredibly sinister, and they do everything they can. They are useless when spreading their religion, and their efforts are futile. They also make countless enemies, and their infamy spreads far and wide. In the end, they lose themselves and their sins are grave. Meljan raised her head solemnly, as if the thing that pressed down on her shoulders was not the priestess robe, but a heavy history. That is the ugliest and most unbearable page in the history of belief in the Church. Thales frowned and looked at her. To revere certain things and certain paths excessively, to infinitely elevate their high statuses, to cast aside respect and bottom lines, to look down on other paths and choices, and to ignore the will and meaning of others is precisely the disaster of the path of the youngest. In history, many of my brothers and sisters who were supposed to be the eldest son of God's believers, gradually lost their original hearts and forgot their duty. In the end, they sadly walked down the same path. They were conceited, arrogant, ignorant, and unaware of their own selves. Meljan sighed softly, and it was clear that she felt pity and sorrowful. They did not pass the test, and they walked down the path that they should have tried their best to reject. When she said this, Meljan began to pray again, and it shocked Nia, who was listening attentively by the side. She also prayed in a flurry. Gods are perfect by nature, so perfect that they can even tolerate imperfections such as their believers. Gods have limitless power, the priestess continued. But it does not mean that those who believe in them also have limitless power and supreme authority. They act on behalf of the heavens and speak for God. Meljan's voice echoed in the room, and it made everyone think deeply. So, when we reflect on the disaster brought about by magic, we must also be careful. We must reflect, and ask questions. We cannot let our enemies, who we are most wary of, take advantage of us and fall from grace. Only by glorifying ourselves can we glorify God. If we believe too much in gods, it will be easy for us to lose ourselves. Meljan finished praying and did not speak anymore. As if everything had come to an end, the room was silent for a long time. Thales tried his best to get rid of the heaviness in his emotions and think of something lighter. Interesting. He curled up the corners of his lips. So, based on what Priestess Meljan said just now, not only can I not believe in God, I cannot believe in God too much. If I don't believe in God, my world will forever be missing a part. But if I believe in God too much, the path of the youngest will be waiting for me. So, what is God? A tsundere? Chapter 534. Believing too much in the gods is also a sin. This saying, Thales sucked in a deep breath and asked this teasing and irreverent joke in an appropriate manner. Priestess Meljan, does your goddess agree? However, Meljan laughed. Her tone was relaxed. An excellent teacher will not like a student who respects him above all, thinks his life is his, borrows his power, and hopes that he will save them without realizing it or improving at all. Meljan cast a glance at Gilbert in a manner that was neither light nor heavy. Gilbert, who was already numb, could not even be bothered to change his expression anymore. Meljan spoke earnestly. Those who believe in the gods should be humble. This humility also includes how you should view the gods and beliefs. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. How strange. That familiar feeling from before is here again. Then magic and wizards. Thales tried hard to recall his original intentions. He also tried hard to steer the topic back to what he was interested in. What is the status of these things that have disappeared from history for a long time in your eyes? Victims? The culprit? The puppets of the path of the youngest, or the soil and cradle? What is it that leads to the prohibition and taboo against magic? Meljan thought about it for a moment. In history, in the eyes of some of our traditional and conservative brothers, magic is the culprit. It deserves to be condemned by the people and it deserves to die. Thales nodded as if he had expected it. But Meljan turned her head and smiled. But in my opinion, perhaps that is not the case. Thales was curious again. Even though they are rebellious and disrespectful to our gods, and even though their arrogance brings about evil consequences, many wizards, even if they are unfortunate practitioners of the path of the youngest, are still respectable warriors and pioneers. Their existence is also of great significance. Meljan nodded slowly and smiled. Their confidence, arrogance, and reluctance to investigate did not just affect themselves. I believe that the appearance of magic is the intention and gift of the gods. Thales was stunned for a moment. He glared at her and blew at the hair on his forehead. Beside him, Nia almost laughed, but the clever little nun managed to turn it into a cough in time. More importantly, they also affected us, the firstborn of God. Meljen did not care about the prince's expression. She looked around the main study room in Mindy's hall and sighed. Look at the name of our class, theology. But you know what? A long time ago the church had no theology. In the eyes of many brothers and sisters at that time, God was omnipotent, and all they had to do was carry it out. What was the point of studying theology? Thales suddenly realized something. It was only when the mages gained power and magic ruled the world that countless problems from the Three Towers, which could be considered a few organizations among the mages, began to threaten our existence. How did the gods receive faith? What is God? Why does God exist? Megan's words were very calm. But Thales took a deep breath. 3 pagodas. True enough. Meljen spoke with great interest. Their suspicions and refutations force us to not only focus on practice and action, but also to focus on belief and spirit. We have to delve deeper into the range of theories and exploration to improve ourselves. Thales smiled and nodded at Meljen. He understood. That familiar feeling just now was not a coincidence. Humility, reflection, vigilance. That was the familiarity that Asda felt when he was lecturing. At the same time, Meljen's words today showed Sunset Temple's ideology and views. That was definitely not the result of a religion, a church, or some believers shutting themselves off and working hard for thousands of years. Instead, it was the result and product of countless capable people who were motivated and worked hard for thousands of years while facing the challenges from the mages. Thales bit his lower lip gently. It was just as the old crow said, just like how Extet and Constellation influenced each other and shaped each other during their long confrontations. Magic. Over thousands of years, they were also one of the heroes who shaped faith, the church, and the temple into their current state while they fought and stood against each other. But that was not all. Meljen continued to speak. This is just an example. It is precisely because the path of the youngest is not only born from magic, but also from the church. Hence, every time magic and mages flourish and every time faith and the temple decline, it will prompt the knowledgeable people in the church to start reflecting. It will prompt them to let go of their prejudices and stubbornness, cast aside their conservative ways and form, and truly listen to the oracle with devotion. Priestess Meljen looked straight at Thales. Reflect on yourself. Reform the church. Seize opportunities. Meljen spoke in a profound manner. Just like the sacred priestess Jade from 1,000 years ago. After she was ravaged and raped by the army, she hung herself in the dilapidated church. She saw Holy Son Errol's mysterious message and asked her to stop the steed of Kessel VI, who was later known as the Emperor of Poison, at the risk of being beheaded. Just like the prophet Mahathir from 700 years ago. When he was dying on the battlefield after the calamity wreaked havoc, he heard Sunset Goddess's decree and extended a helping hand to find his fated king of Renaissance. When he heard this, Thales noticed that Gilbert's expression had turned sour again while he was listening by the side. So, even when magic was prevalent, the mages controlled the court, monopolized knowledge, and looked down on the rest, even when the path of the youngest was the most respected, and it was powerful and domineering. Meljen's expression was rather touched. The believers of God still held fast to their faith. They cleaned up the dilapidated churches and temples, all so that the humans who were so confident and arrogant that they became blind and impulsive, had one more choice. Hence, after Bright God Church came the Church of Holy Sun, and after the Battle of Eradication came Sunset Temple. Thales did not pay attention to the old priestess expression. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Nun Nia. The prince curled his lips and flashed her a bright smile. The young nun noticed the prince's smile. She shuddered slightly and instinctively turned around to avoid it, revealing her red ears. But that was enough. Thales' gaze moved past Nia and landed on the luggage on the ground, which was revealed after she turned around. It was an ancient metal nameplate that belonged to King Anzac's tomb. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He did not care about the fact that it made Nia even more flustered. Over the past thousands of years, the kingdom's secret intelligence department was not the only one who kept traces of magic and wizards after the world cleansing project. It also included their greatest enemy. So, Thales, what is magic? Thales was momentarily lost in his thoughts and did not pay attention to it. But fortunately, the kind Meljen did not ask him to answer. Magic is a mirror. It brings disaster through the path of the youngest. It makes us realize its absurdity and the wrong path we might take. It forces us to face our own weaknesses, discover our better selves, and return to the path of the eldest. As I said, the path of the eldest and the youngest depend on each other and prove their importance to each other. Yes, just like what Meljen said. Magic is like a mirror. Similarly, faith and churches are also the mirror of magic. They reflect, display, and retain the marks of their old enemy of 1,000 years. Isn't that so? When he thought of this, Thales looked at the luggage behind Nia and the outline of the ancient nameplate. His smile became even more sincere. Nia avoided the prince's unscrupulous gaze. She bent down stiffly and picked up the teapot with trembling hands to refill Meljen's cup of tea, which was already very full. Meljen's voice rose again. In fact, the sorrow of magic is a trial that we must go through. It is the bitter fruit that is naturally born when we are immersed in our own sins for a long time without realizing it. It is the wrath and punishment of the gods when we betray the true meaning of our faith, misinterpret the gods' will, ignore our own glory, and fall into the trap of the path of the youngest. This is what it means to us and perhaps to the world. When she said this, Meljen could not help but sigh. The path of faith is not always smooth. Everyone will encounter setbacks, and every era will sink into darkness. But we believe that every setback is just a test from the gods to strengthen our faith and loyalty. They are the ones who encourage the conflict between the young and old to show us the path that humans should take. To the believers of the gods, faith is always in danger, doubts are always present, and conflicts between the young and the old are always present. She looked at the setting sun outside the window and said gratefully, "But as long as the flame of the eldest is not extinguished, the disaster of the youngest will eventually come to an end." The room returned to silence. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. Dusk was approaching. "Priestess Meljen, I have to say this." Thales suddenly spoke with half sincerity, and the other half was deliberate. "What you said today is indeed thought-provoking, and it will leave a lasting impression on me." Meljen smiled and bowed politely to Thales. "If I can inspire you even a little, it will be my fortune, and it will also be a gift from the goddess." Thales nodded gratefully. "So, if I have any doubts in the future, I can go to Sunset Temple and ask for your guidance in person?" Crack. Everyone in the room was startled. It was Naya. She had broken a teacup at some point in time, and she was picking it up from the ground in a flurry. Her ears behind the veil were extremely red. The people in the room had extraordinary self-restraint. The three of them only glanced at her before they looked away as if they did not see her. "It is my honor, Your Highness. Sunset Goddess accepts every believer who wants to get close to her." Meljen seemed to be in a good mood. "You are welcome to visit me at any time. You don't even need to invite me in advance. I will have Naya receive you." "Ah." The three of them looked away again. Naya had pricked her finger when she was picking up the shards on the carpet. She covered her wound and looked up at Meljen with tears in her eyes, as if she had been wronged. Meljen glared at the young nun in displeasure, and the latter quickly stood up nervously. Then, the old priestess coughed and stood up. She returned to her amiable state. "Let's call it a day." Thales stood up as well, and his smile remained the same. "So soon? That's great." Meljen smiled and pointed at the sky. "The setting sun has passed and dark night is about to arrive." Her tone was a little profound. "However, the starry sky is bright and it foretells a myriad of things. It cannot be imagined." Thales blinked. "Is this a prophecy? The kind that flatters me? Besides the prophets and messengers of God, no one can make a prophecy." Meljen smiled softly. "But even if it is a prophecy, it is just a prophecy." Thales did not understand the logic behind her rambling, so he decided to just continue smiling. "Besides, Madame Gines told me to give you more time to rest." This caused Thales to be slightly moved. "You know Madame Gines?" "I know many people," Meljen said with a myriad of emotions in her voice, "and I have also seen many things. However, the things that God knows and has seen will only be more. However, they only remain silent and protect the living." Thales could only smile politely again. "God protects the living?" The teenager pinched the scar at the center of his left palm. It was a scar that was left behind many times due to using mystic energy, and it was difficult to get rid of it. "All right. If there really is a God," Thales thought in a mocking manner, "then it definitely doesn't know me." After he watched Meljen and Naya leave into the distance, Gilbert slowly walked over. He stared at the shattered teacup on the ground and sighed slowly. It seems like the Honorable Priestess Meljen had a great harvest today. Gilbert's choice of words was polite, and his tone was appropriate. But it sounds a little sour? Thales smiled faintly. Take a guess. If I had said earlier that I wanted to visit them frequently in the temple, would she have ended her lessons earlier? Thales quirked an eyebrow. If that is the case, Gilbert looked at Thales with a thought-provoking gaze. Did you understand her lessons? Thales shrugged, raised his right hand and rubbed the gap between his thumb and index finger. A little. Gilbert's eyes lit up. That's good. Gilbert nodded in understanding, and the sour tone in his voice finally lessened a little. The Foreign Affairs Minister cast a sideways glance at the door. Forgive me for taking my leave, Your Highness. He glared at the door and did not even look at Thales. I still have to catch up and have a not-so-pleasant conversation with Priestess Meljen. Gilbert chased after his guest with a hostile expression. But Thales smiled. He sat down again and thought about what he learned from today's lesson. Your Highness? Did you do anything to that young nun? Thales looked up and noticed that it was Doyle and not the usual servants who came in to help him light up the everlasting lamp at night. Mallows, the watchman, narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms, lectured him afterward. So you said that because the servants did not come, you were forced to help His Highness light up the lamp. And the servants did not come because you sent them to light up the lamp. Doyle, don't you think that there is something wrong with your explanation? Doyle said in puzzlement, I just noticed that when she left, she kept turning around to look at you. She looked very scared. Thales frowned. I didn't do anything? Doyle lit up a lamp. He seemed to be deep in thought and his expression slowly changed. All right then. But that scary old lady? Thales looked up again. As the lamp was lit up, Doyle was seen mumbling, I was very close, and could not help but listen. You know, the eldest and the youngest depend on each other. What she said made sense, didn't it? Thales stretched his arms and curled up the corners of his lips. Made sense? When he saw that the Duke's interest had been piqued, Doyle quickly turned around to talk to him. Yes, she was quite tolerant towards that nuisance of magic. She was neither hostile nor discriminating against it. She was very gentle and she spoke much better than the old monk my family hired. He only knew how to nag about things like, ancient wizards are all believers of the devil, and they summoned calamities to destroy the world. Thales thought for a while before he snorted softly. Aside from her tone, I can't see any gentleness in her stance. Doyle was stunned. Ha! But she did not completely deny magic. She even reflected on the church's own mistakes and said that magic and wizards are the driving force behind their improvement. As he listened to Doyle's words, Thales' expression changed several times. A few seconds later, when Doyle's voice slowly faded away, Thales spoke again. As expected, Gilbert was right. Thales sighed. Grammar lessons are really important. Doyle's smile froze. What? Thales leaned against the back of his chair and looked at the confused Doyle in front of him. He flashed a smile and said, According to Priestess Meljen, this is no longer a matter of whether magic is good or bad. As Thales spoke, he put on a contemplative expression. If the church and their beliefs are corrupted, it must be because they walked down the wrong path and fell into the path of the youngest. He thought about it. Similarly, if magic is beneficial, it must be because the person who uses magic has found the right path and followed the path of the eldest. Doyle rolled his eyes. Gentle? Thales repeated and snorted softly in a thought-provoking manner. Truth be told, I cannot find a more unyielding attitude than this. Doyle first tried his best to understand what Thales meant. Then he put on an enlightened expression that said, Oh, I see. That's right. Priestess Meljen is neither hostile nor discriminating against magic. Thales did not notice Doyle's expression. Instead he said absent-mindedly, on the contrary. She wants to use the name of the gods, to dominate magic. Thales looked out the window with a profound gaze. It was dusk and the sun was about to disappear from the horizon. And, what leads to the prohibition and taboo of magic? Thales recalled the question he had asked twice since the beginning of the lesson. Meljen did not answer. Is it because she's old and her memory is bad? Or, is it a coincidence? Doyle blinked in bewilderment. He did not know how to flatter Thales next. But Thales ignored him. He only snorted softly and packed up the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe that he had found for the lesson but never used. It seems like the self-cultivation of the church believers is not that simple. And I have reason to believe that if some people listen to these words, they will definitely not be happy, What the F asterisk CK, what the F asterisk CK. Thale's mutterings suddenly turned into loud cries of surprise. This made the people around him wary. Doyle was also shocked. Your Highness. Glover and Johnvold rushed into the study room with wary expressions. Are you all right? Doyle even ran to the prince in a few steps. He glared at Thales and pressed his hand on his sword as if he was loyal. What happened? Thales took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, but his face was livid. His eyes were wide open. I'm fine. Thales raised his head. His sitting posture was very unnatural. You may leave. He finished his sentence with a gloomy expression. Glover and Johnvold breathed a sigh of relief. They scanned the study, then checked the windows and bookshelves, including the ridiculously large eternal oil clock. Only then did they prepare to leave warily. Are you sure? But Doyle's attention was on Thales. He looked nervous. Your Highness, you don't look too good. Is there anything I can do for you? Thales sucked in another breath. Yes, Thales said through gritted teeth, his face full of pain. He gritted his teeth and said, a strand of hair in my pants is tied up by an important organ. It hurts. Thales glared at him and hissed in a suppressed voice, You're right. Can you help me? The room was quiet for a second. Of course, no problem. Doyle, who was in a hurry to claim credit, did not pay attention to what the prince said. He also did not notice the gloomy atmosphere around the prince. He walked forward with a proud expression, but he was suddenly dragged back by Glover. Glover stuttered for a few seconds before he said hesitantly, Then, we will not disturb you. Even Zombie's unchanging expression was a little awkward at that moment. We will leave. Give His Highness some personal space. Thales smiled stiffly and waved his hand stiffly. Doyle only reacted then. He smiled embarrassedly while equally awkward. He could not help but glance at Thales' body under the study table. Okay. Then, be careful when you deal with it yourself. If there is a need, we can. Before the reluctant Doyle could finish speaking, Glover and Johnvold each grabbed him by the arms, lifted his feet off the ground and carried him out of the study while facing Thales. A few seconds later, Thales watched as the door was closed. He heard Doyle's struggling voice gradually weaken. He was certain that there was no one in the study. Then he relaxed his tense shoulders. The gloomy atmosphere around the prince gradually dissipated. The Duke of Star Lake sighed, but he still looked like he was in pain. He lowered his head and reached his hand under the study table. He reached between his legs, which were tightly clamped together. But he did not want to caress a certain part. Instead he pulled out a book. Thales looked displeased. He stared at the sunset goddess apostle's axe in a daze and snorted softly from time to time. A few seconds later, the teenage prince flipped it open with a gloomy expression. Then he took out a damned luxurious brand new sky blue, and made of Ryland hard paper from one of the pages, an invitation. Chapter 535. Very good, Your Highness. Please straighten your arms. I want to confirm it again. Yes, that's it. Thales was like a dead fish in a hot pot. He widened his eyes and raised his arms with creaking sounds as the royal tailor spoke. If it's a welcoming banquet, I'm not inclined to wear sleeves that are too dignified. Please straighten your back and stretch your legs. That's right. But Count Casso's request is very clear. You must have the composure of a royal family and the new style of a prince. Thales, who was immersed in the new style of a prince, was expressionless. He stiffened his waist numbly and felt that he had lost the last bit of hope that was worth fighting for in his life. This was supposed to be his mathematics class. Look at Scholar Julio standing in front of the blackboard with an embarrassed expression. He did not know what to do with his hands. But obviously, as the date of the welcoming banquet approached, his schedule became tighter, and his schedule became more and more full. Yet, matters of all sizes came rushing at him like moths flying into a flame, so much so that he had to take measurements for his formal attire for the banquet during the interval between his mathematics classes. Or, in Thales' eyes, it was the royal rare animal pre-exhibition of the tailoring world. 6 years ago, I didn't manage to make it to your appearance. In the end, you wore that outfit and stood in the Hall of Stars, causing you to be looked down upon by those arrogant dukes and counts. Sigh, my heart ached when I saw that. In the end, when I went back, all my peers congratulated me. Oh my, the prince's new style is great. This gets hilarious. I had to explain for a long time that it wasn't a new work. It was just an old style that was used. I didn't manage to make it to the second prince's outfit, but who can blame me? After all, you were going to appear as the royal family's surprise, and it was very important to keep it a secret. Thales did not like the tailor's measurements. It gave him the illusion that his every move was controlled, that he was under pressure, and that he was not free, as if he was not in that situation before. When his personal tailor was a certain greasy old man who liked to plant thick hair covers and thick hair oil on his head for a long period of time, the feeling was even more unforgettable and intense. But I can assure you, Your Highness, this time with me around, you'll definitely be the main character of the banquet. You'll be even more stunning than Princess Saoirse's wedding. I mean you'll be even more eye-catching than Prince Herman's coming-of-age ceremony. That face of his back then. Hee. You have to know, that's not even the work I'm most proud of. The best would be the other royal wedding. Do you want to broaden your shoulders? That's right, it's great. The master tailor Damon elegantly put down a tape measure from a plate offered by an apprentice with both hands. Then, he picked up a hard ruler from the plate of another apprentice who was trembling from the sight of the prince. He practically wanted to wave it around like a baton to match his idle chatter. Oh yes. Originally, I didn't really want to boast, but since Your Highness has condescended to ask, Thales dared to swear on little rascal's name that he did not ask, I'm embarrassed to avoid answering. That's right. I was the one who designed and tailored their formal attire and customer service. Actually, it's not something worth mentioning. My work is my work. After all, you know, my family has been tailoring clothes for the royal family since my great-grandfather's generation. At that time, the witch queen Vera, who was famous for being beautiful and picky, chose his work with just one glance out of so many tailors who were competing for the position. So, after all, my family has been around for so many years. Our reputation is tiring and we're used to it. It's not a big deal. It's just that after our work was released, the tailors in the market always liked to copy our style. In just a few weeks, the entire kingdom would be using the same style. Sometimes they would even copy one of our mistakes and treat it as a classic. What a joke. I'm not saying that we will make mistakes, Your Highness. It's just that I think there's a need to be humble. After all, after so many years, the Damon family is still the royal tailor. We're the highest judge in the fashion design competition in the capital city. We rely on being humble and low profile, making progress with an open mind, and being conscientious. Fortunately, someone saved him. Vanguard Glover, who was watching from the side, Doyle was punished by Mallows to help the servants transport the lamp oil in the kitchen, said coldly, if you can't finish taking measurements, the Zavak family, who specializes in tailoring the clothes for the Sun Sword and Shield family, said that they only need 30 seconds to take measurements. Master Damon looked as if he was bitten by a giant dragon. He jumped up from the side of the stool valiantly and almost reached Thales' shoulder. He scowled and glared at Thales amidst the oil and powder on his face. Hey kid, let me tell you. If you don't believe me, you can take a piece of the Zavak family's clothes. You can tell from the stitches that they are heretics in the world of sewing. They only have what they have today because of the dirty relationship between their ancestors and the Cotton Association. Zombie Glover obviously did not fall for this. He turned around and instructed another young guard. Ness, go and make an appointment with the Zavak family immediately. All right. Master Damon waved his hands fiercely and wrapped up his tools at lightning speed. He kicked the two apprentices up and turned his head around gracefully. He flashed Thales a greasy smile and gently clapped his palms in the air. Hey, Your Highness, don't worry. With your decent looks, when you wear my... He did not manage to finish his words, because Glover had already led the royal guards in the area and unceremoniously dragged Damon and the two apprentices, who were trembling with anxiety, out of the room. Thales then got down from the stool and exhaled dizzily at the ceiling. He felt that the hope in life that had left him far away had crawled back shakily. Scholar Julio coughed softly and drew Thales' attention back to him. But of course he would not be able to get back the half of the lesson that he had lost. You should be more polite. Thales' mathematics teacher stuck his head out in awe and sized up the gorgeous sample that Master Damon had deliberately forgotten about. I heard that Master Damon's commission for one time is equivalent to 8 months of my salary. Of course, I have no intention of asking for a raise. Temporarily. Thales felt a little helpless. I'm guessing that a gorgeous outfit that can amaze the eyes of a banquet is much easier to be praised than a mathematical technique that calculates the errors of the Holy Pursuit Day every year? The young and promising Julio looked away from his envious, jealous, and hateful gaze. He said pitifully, I can only agree with that, unfortunately and regretfully. Thales smiled and returned to his desk. Very good, Your Highness. It seems that you can understand and apply Vice Bishop Leisha's concept of the two-dimensional coordinate system very well. So, now, if you calculate two related variables, it should be much more intuitive. Scholar Julio returned to his teaching mode. He held the syllabus in one hand and chalk in the other. He was worried about how he could finish the day's content in half of the lesson. Yes. Thales looked at the graphs and numbers on the paper and sighed. How astonishing. This mathematical knowledge was actually invented by a traditional and pious theologian hundreds of years ago. Julio's eyes brightened. During the era of Jackal Sumer III, Saint Leisha was not just a theologian. His achievements in mathematics were in no way inferior to his knowledge of divinity and philosophical speculations. And the method you used just now to express the rate of change of numbers using the geometric coordinate system was something he came up with to solve the problem of crowd evacuation after the city's celebration. It was recorded in Arched Sea City's collection of enlightenment. Julio's smile was very excited. At the same time he introduced Saint Leisha, he was happy that the prince was actually interested in this unpopular knowledge that many nobles scoffed at. I see. Thales could not help but sigh when he thought about the theology lesson a few days ago. Sunset Church, a religion that regards God as the supreme being, actually has such a talent. How interesting. Julio nodded, but his expression immediately froze. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Your Highness, this might be a little presumptuous, but I know that you have begun your theology lesson. Thales raised his eyebrows. You know? Scholar Julio shrugged and lowered his voice. I think that you should, build a good relationship with the church. Sometimes you might as well ignore some small conflicts of ideals. It can save you a lot of trouble. This is a rare thing. Thales shifted his butt and leaned against the back of his chair. He was very interested. What do you mean? Scholar Bonner, who was in charge of the grammar lesson, had an old-fashioned style. He was slow and unhurried, but he often said shocking things that would make even a few Thales speechless. Your Highness, why you're in such a hurry after class? Are you going to a date? Gilbert, on the other hand, took up the responsibility of a political lesson in the history lesson. It was supposed to be a cramming lesson on royal pretentiousness, but he was always unable to compete with the foreign affairs minister's personal thoughts on key historical events. The lesson would be long gone, causing the progress of the lesson to be seriously delayed. Ah, Your Highness, wonderful times always pass too quickly. Why don't you add another lesson today? Lord Monton, on the other hand, was synonymous with sweating profusely and smiling awkwardly during nature class. The goal of the lesson had long since changed from the grand and majestic, help the king open the eyes of the world and advise the king to see the world, to, why don't you guess this question, Your Highness? As for Master Urin's art lesson, Thales always fell into a deep, blurry, sweet and satisfied sleep under his melodious music and brushes. Hence, he could be considered the kingdom's hero who saved the Duke of Star Lake from dying young due to lack of sleep. However, the mathematics teacher, Julio? Although he was a legitimate scholar, his clumsy speech was a stark contrast to his ingenious calculations. He was straightforward and simple, and his lack of worldly wisdom complemented each other. It always made Thales wonder how he managed to get such a lucrative job that brought him both fame and fortune. Of course, Thales later learned that Julio's father-in-law was once an important figure in the Department of Finance. It was not difficult to explain why the latter could always produce clear financial statements. But if he were to say something like, I suggest that you build a good relationship with someone, during class, Thales would rather believe that the tailor's measurements just now had not ended. Scholar Julio cast a few glances at the Duke's desk. He looked a little unnatural. You know, there was a period of time when some knowledge and research were deemed illegal by the church, and mathematics was unfortunately one of them. Thales' interest grew stronger. What? Julio sucked in a deep breath. Because there are some things that, if we delve deeper into them, we will touch upon ancient taboos, and we will attract the displeasure of God. Ancient taboos. Thales thought for a while. And you believe in it? Julio shrugged innocently with a resigned expression. Of course not. But there must be a reason for everything that happened. For example, the knowledge of calculating the volume of liquid was once viewed as evil, and the owners of pharmacies were once forbidden from using measuring tools. As his speech became more fluent, Julio realized something and his expression changed. I'm sorry, I'm not here to teach you history. No, I'm very interested. Thales raised his palm politely. Please do not hesitate to answer my doubts. Julio forced a smile, a little at a loss for what to do. Once he was certain that the prince was in a good mood, he spoke carefully. In short, a few hundred years ago in the infamous Mbola tragedy, the main cultist priest was a pharmacist. His exquisite knowledge in pharmaceutics was the key knowledge they needed when they performed the living sacrifice. There was also the geometry of carving runes, cultist priest. Living sacrifice, carving runes. Thales raised his eyebrows. Julio coughed. Since then, pharmaceutics and geometry became infamous along with the legends of witches, demons, and evil gods. What does that have to do with my theology class? Julio was stunned for a moment before he remembered what he wanted to say. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot the main topic. In short, at that time the church, including Sunset Goddess, was still, traditional. For a long time, the scholars did not have a good time, even in Dragon Kiss Academy. If there was a competition of speaking long sentences in a halting manner, Thales felt that his father's masked protector should be able to come out on top. But Yodel could not let his guard down because if they were to compete in long sentences outside of his field, then Scholar Julio would definitely be a strong contender for the title of champion. If they were to add going off topic, then there was no need to ask, he would bet his entire fortune on Julio. Thales glared at him. Until people like Vicar General Saint Lisieux, who had the status of the church and the ambition to expand their knowledge, safely carried out their research. It's all thanks to their foresight that you and I can be here. Scholar Julio stared at the numbers and symbols on the paper. His gaze was gentle and tender, as if he was looking at his lover. Studying these cute formulas while standing on the accumulated knowledge of our predecessors. Julio sucked in a breath, and his expression became solemn again. So, Your Highness, there is no harm in being on good terms with the church, especially when they are at the peak of their power, even if it is not to your liking. This way, a lot of difficulties will be easily solved. Thales stared at Julio with an unprecedented and thought-provoking gaze. What about you? Julio's eyes brightened. He raised his finger and waved it at Thales as if he was presenting a treasure. Then he pulled out a brass disciplinary chain from his chest. Look, I am a devout believer of Sunset Church, and I am also an honorary priest of Royal Light Academy's theology branch. I often go to the temple to pray, and when I return to the countryside I often go to the church. Julio's eyes were full of smugness and flaunting. It seemed to be some kind of achievement. I study mathematics in the name of God. Thales snickered. This made Scholar Julio's expression stiffen. He did not know whether to lift or put his hands down. What? Thales coughed a few times to hide his laughter. Why did you tell me specifically? Julio put down the disciplinary chain and wiped his hands on his clothes. Then he carefully pointed at Thales' table. You have been holding that book for a few days. You almost made a handprint on the cover. Thales looked down. Pressed under his draft paper was the Sunset Apostles' Acts. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. A few seconds later, Thales pressed his head and sighed in resignation. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Was it because he was under too much pressure after returning to Constellation? If he were in Northland and in Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales would definitely be cautious enough to change a new book every day so that he would not be easily discovered. Well, he could not say that. After all, Nicholas's intelligence was not to be underestimated. You are a smart child, Your Highness. Julio was a little worried. I mean, not many people can understand so many complicated mathematical problems at your age, not to mention that you just came back from the barbaric Northland. No offense. And people who have such thoughts are usually not satisfied with boring theological preaching and religious preaching. I know I have experienced it, but Julio pointed at the wrinkled cover of the ancient religious book. When you want to tear the book to vent your anger, don't let anyone see it. Thales rubbed the handprint on the Apostles' Acts, which was clearly clearer than a few days ago. He was silent for a while. I just read it too seriously. Then you don't have to worry too much. This time, it was Julio's turn to worry about whether he was interfering too much with the prince's life. He lowered his head and said sheepishly, Fortunately, the current era is enlightened. In ancient times, doing this would not end well. Thales snickered. Don't worry. At least I'm neither too young nor too old. I can be considered a prince. More than 400 years ago, Alien Star Herman was also the eldest son and heir of Ascension King, but he was still killed because of blasphemy. Scholar Julio's words came to an abrupt halt. Thales' smile froze. The room became quiet. A few seconds later, Julio realized what he had said. He stared at Thales in horror, then looked around in panic. Your Highness? Thales put on a stern face. Scholar Julio, have we solved this problem? Oh, of course, your grace, your highness. Why don't we end the lesson? Julio looked like he was about to cry. Thales was silent for a while before he raised his head and smiled. All right. Julio heaved a long sigh of relief. He picked up his teaching materials and tools and left in a fluster. He did not even remember that the disciplinary chain was still hanging outside his clothes. Your grace, about what I said today, Count Casso. Thales sighed softly. Gilbert won't know. Thank you, your highness. Julio left while trembling. Julio's back trembled violently. Thank you as well, Thales said softly. Perhaps he knew that he had said something he should not have. Scholar Julio, who was used to dragging class, was much more considerate than usual. He even ended class half an hour earlier. During the history lesson in the afternoon, before Gilbert rushed over to talk about the political gains and losses of the King of Blades, Thales had a rare moment of free time. Thales sat quietly in the study room. His gaze wandered over the cover of Sunset Apostle's Acts, but he could not get over Julio's words. Glover closed the door. I want to take a nap. The zombie, at the door, did not have any extra reaction. He did not ask about Thales' well-being, nor did he make a fuss. He just nodded quietly and closed the door behind him. His voice came from outside the door, giving orders to the guards on duty. Based on this alone, Vanguard Glover was indeed much more competent than Doyle. Low-key and obedient. Silent and cold. Never doing anything unnecessary. Thales thought gloomily. He was probably the type that King Kessel trusted. For some reason, when he thought of this, his heart tightened. If he had to choose, Thales still felt that it would be easier to get along with people like Doyle. Why? Thales sighed. He sized up the empty study room, put away the secret apostle's axe, stood up, and walked to the bookshelf behind him. The Duke skillfully pried open the mechanism on one of the baffles and pulled open the bookshelf. He entered the secret room in the study room. Chapter 536. 6 years ago, Gilbert had brought Thales here when he had just returned to the kingdom to avoid a wave of enemies probing attacks. 6 years later, Thales became the master of Mindy's Hall, and this place was naturally used by him, even though Gilbert believed that as Thales' identity was made public and the royal guards were stationed here, this place would no longer be of use. Thales locked the secret door from the inside and lifted the thick cloth covering the luminous stones. With the dim light, he looked at the small hole that allowed him to monitor all parts of Mindy's Hall. In the antechamber, Mallows was politely sending off the uneasy scholar Julio. Perhaps he would suspect that the restless prince had done something to tease his teacher again. In the corridor, Glover and his companions stood at their posts dutifully. Their expressions were as if they were asking for a favor. In the garden, Commodore and Praca, who had fought against Thales before, patrolled the area while they chatted. Thales lazily named this gathering as the Prince's Personal Punching Bag Exchange. In the scullery, Doyle crouched in a corner, bored and dejected. He bit into a long piece of butter bread and watched the servants bustle about for lunch. Thales then took a deep breath and collapsed on the couch in the secret room. After a few deep breaths, he rubbed the center of his brows with his back against the couch in the darkness around him. He felt a sense of peace that he had not felt for a long time. It was just like the broken cave in the abandoned houses where the child beggars lived. Even though there were air leaks in all directions, it was sturdy and reliable. It protected all the weaknesses that he could not take into account. Thales rested for a while before he sat up again. He lifted the cloth covering the other luminous stones, and the secret room was lit up. The Duke mumbled something and approached a metal plate beside the couch. He touched the few knobs on it. A few seconds later, with the soft sound of gears, Thales pushed open the metal plate that was divided into two sides and opened his personal storage room. The former master of Mindy's Hall should have used this place often, but Thales could imagine that after the Bloody Year, this place was cleared out by King Kessel, who had ascended to the throne. What entered his sight was a pile of clutter that was disorderly. Thales was stunned as he stared ahead. A few seconds later, Thales took a deep breath and walked to the pitifully empty weapon rack. He looked at the main character, the Empire's sword, Sentinel, which was said to be very expensive. The hilt of the sword was unfamiliar to the touch, but it felt just right. It made people want to draw the sword. If it were not for the fact that he could see its former owner's face and the trouble it brought him every time he held the sword, Thales would have liked this sword even more. The prince bent his head gloomily, and snatched up the dagger which he knew so well beside the sentinel. The JC's handle was ice cold, and Thales could not help but recall the hardships he had experienced with it. But its sheath was warm and comfortable, just like the two people behind it. Ever since he entered Mindy's hall, Thales had fewer opportunities to bring the police with him. He had martial arts lessons every morning and night, so he had to remove and reattach the dagger. But Thales did not want too many people to see it, even if they were the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards, the royal guards whom he should theoretically trust the most. But when Thales drew out the familiar dagger, the sense of security he felt made him feel extremely gratified. Thales sighed and reluctantly put it down. He turned to the other side. The black cloth that Jayla gave him to cover his face was folded neatly. Thales still could not figure out its material. Thales could not help but smile. But the smile disappeared when he saw the next item. It was a bone-yellow bracelet, and the long crystal-red fangs at the end were especially ferocious. It was like it was forcibly pulled out from somewhere. Thales suppressed the unpleasant memories behind the bracelet and looked at the next item. It was a map. Yes, it was a detailed topographic map of a palace in the capital of a certain second-largest country in this world. He sighed again. Thales folded the map again. Julio's words just now made him realize that not only the church, but even if this map was seen by others, he would only be in more trouble. When the Duke folded the map, an ancient drawing fell out of the map and Thales froze. It was a sketch of a young girl. Thales had found it in a book in Mindy's hall a long time ago. The artist's sketching skills were probably mediocre. At the very least, it would not have caught Master Urin's eyes. However, the inscription on the back of the sketch was extraordinary. At least, this was what Thales thought after he finished reading Year 11 of the Calendar of Eradication, Raikaru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation. Thales stuffed the map and the sketch into the compartment under the cabinet. Then he raised his head and saw a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Thales took it down in a daze and was slightly lost in thought. He subconsciously put on the glasses. As expected, the moment he opened his eyes behind the lenses, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he had no choice but to take them off again. Thales sighed and finished arranging the items. This was where all his personal collections were placed after he arrived in this world. Each of them represented a different past. Wait, there's one more thing. Thales turned his head around, bored. He picked up the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe from the couch and pulled out the sky blue invitation card. He did not open it and just as nonchalantly stuffed it into the compartment. A few seconds later, Thales took out a blank piece of draft paper from another page, placed it on the cover of the book and sat down on the sofa. He looked at the blank piece of paper and sighed slowly. When he was still in Northland, the harsh environment gave him a clear goal: to survive and return to his country. However, ever since he returned to Constellation, he met the king, met his old friends, prepared for the banquet, crammed lessons, received visitors from the temple, and received the invitation a few days ago. When all the unfamiliar and familiar things came rushing at him like a tidal wave, Thales, who had been beaten up for a long time and had gained experience, could not take it anymore. And today Julio's inadvertent words gave him a wake-up call. This was no longer Northland. He was no longer the same as before. Even Thales could not help but admit dejectedly that to him, everything at this moment was a new beginning. Everything was extremely unfamiliar. He needed to adapt again. Just like how he adapted to Dragon Cloud City and the Great Desert. Now he needed to adapt to Eternal Star City again. Thales exhaled, took out a pen and touched the paper with the tip of the pen. Wait. To prevent this piece of paper from being discovered by others and being able to figure out some clues from it, after all, even an idiot like the Star Killer could find the secret of the Rylan hard paper, he could not write it in a way that was too obvious. Thales thought of something and the tip of the pen moved. 250 gold coins. Thales wrote down the first item. He originally wanted to write blockhead, but he was afraid that the reference would be too obvious, so he changed it to this. I can't count on him too much. But he knows other powerful people. For example, the Secret Intelligence Department. Thales pondered for a while, then wrote a small sub-item at the bottom in a smaller font. One red-eyed young man. Thales was silent for a while. Something related to this matter? At first, Thales wanted to write kukri knife, but he suddenly realized that Jayla's weapon was also famous in Sunset Pub back then. He had to be more careful. Especially as Gilbert had said, his current status was not the same as before. Every move he made could bring disaster to the past. So Thales raised his pen and wrote, "To Big Sister, this is the first important task." However, Thales had to see something else. Even though he was a prince, he was alone and helpless in Constellation. He needed help. And where could he find help that could compare to his former subordinates who he had spent 6 years with in Northland? So he wrote down the second main item. 2. A little old man, mute and old man. However, Thales wrote the sub-item Little Rascal, but the Duke hesitated for a while. There were people who knew this nickname. One of them even found him an eyesore and swore to teach him a lesson. So Thales crossed out Little Rascal and wrote again. 1. Triumph. Then, Thales wrote down the unofficial nickname. 3. Little Dummy. Thales wanted to laugh. But when he thought of the heavy meaning behind it, he could not laugh. Thales did not stop writing under the third item. He frowned as soon as he wrote one word. In the end, he gave up on writing Calamity. Instead, he crossed out the previous 3 and wrote again. 1. Alliance. Using the same logic, Thales decided not to write Ricky, Undying, or Disaster Sword. Instead, he wrote Frowny Face 2. Almost headless mercenary. No, Ricky has been a mercenary in the desert for a long time. There's no guarantee that no one will recognize him. Thales thought for a while. With a mischievous feeling, he changed mercenary to Nick. At the same time, considering that Asda might know, he did not write Taurus. Instead, he wrote Frowny Face 3. Boss. Recalling what he saw in theology class, Thales wrote again Frowny Face 4. Young. Finally, he framed the 4 words and finished the sentence. 5. Poor information. Asda Sakern, my dear. Thales said faintly in his heart. This is for you. Then, 4. Insect swarm. Thales dared to guarantee that this should be the strictest code. After all, it was not easy to find traces of magic in the Sunset Temple. So, Thales added another sentence at the bottom. 1. Artanis, but he could not ignore the clues he told Ramon about many years ago. 2. The crippled. Seeing this code and the organization it represented, Thales wanted to laugh again. But it was not just magic that troubled him. 5. The broken carriage. As he wrote this, he thought of Fakenhaz's gloomy face and King Kessel's cold tone in the meeting hall. Thales felt a wave of discomfort. But Jine's stern and concerned gaze flashed across his mind. At that moment, it seemed that the Iron Hand King's cold voice was not so unbearable. First it was the old guards. Thales focused his gaze. Zacriel and Barney's figures were reflected in his eyes. Their past was closely related to Renaissance Palace during the Bloody Year. The group of branded warriors. No, branded warriors will allow many people to find clues. Thales simply crossed it out and wrote Frowny Face 1. Gus Men, 6 years ago the murderer King Nuvan pointed out to him could not be ignored. And it was related to Black Sword. 2. Map. There was also Herman, his unlucky uncle. He said it as if anyone was luckier. 3. Kitten. After writing the above 5 major items, Thales exhaled and rested for a while. And the rest. 6. You. Thales clenched his fists. Taurus warning flashed across his mind. Who are you? He shook his head. First, it was related to his life, the sin of Hell's River. It was related to Black Sword and Disaster Sword. Thales was a little worried. There was only one code name for Black Sword. His weapon and his nickname were shared together. However, that man was so inconspicuous that he could not think of a code name that could replace it. But Thales suddenly remembered that Black Sword was the founder and leader of the Brotherhood. So he had an idea and wrote Frowny Face 1. Big Brother, Ricky Frowny Face 2. Nick, who almost lost his head. This was not the only thing that concerned him. Thales held the pen and hesitated. But in the end he still wrote Frowny Face 3. Mother? Thales stared at this word. The doubts and unfamiliarity in his heart did not diminish. Draconic, Dragon Breaker, Desert, Slave, Mystical. Countless words came together. In the end they gathered into a name, Theron Jarana. Mother. Who are you? Thales put down the pen and skimmed through the contents on the paper. To be done? Thales sighed. There's so much. Just like when I'm writing a thesis. Before I start writing, it's always the smoothest and most convenient to compile a table of contents and a paragraph topic, isn't it? At that moment, it's as if you have 1,000 ravines in your chest and know everything. But when things come to a head on the eve of finalizing the manuscript, how many of these boastful table of contents can be realized, how many can be filled in, how many are true to the story, and how many cannot be completely removed from the table of contents? Just like your life that is lost and unknown. Thales was in a daze. Fortunately, he had to take things one bite at a time. Many things could not be rushed. Thales took a deep breath. The Duke looked up and stuffed the paper into the mezzanine. There was no time to be sentimental. There were too many things weighing on him. There were too many gazes that he had to bear. There were too many responsibilities that he had to bear. First, he had to overcome the most pressing obstacle in front of him. He was only a few weeks away. The welcome banquet. There, the newly appointed Duke of Star Lake, the second prince, and the heir of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, would face the entire kingdom again 6 years later. Your Grace. Thales pushed open the door to the secret room expressionlessly and responded to Mallow's question outside. He shut the secrets and depression behind him, and brought optimism and strength out of the door. Your banquet is almost ready. The agenda for that day, the guest list, and the specific arrangements. He opened the door and saw Mallows handing him a stack of documents. I think you need to take a look at it in advance and prepare. Come on. Thales paced steadily and told himself silently. He smiled and took the documents from Mallows. The latter was as calm as water and he was indifferent. Since 6 years ago he had been heading north, the arrival of the calamity, the assassination of the king, and the rebellion army forcing him to abdicate. He had experienced all these hardships. The vampire archduchess, the mystic Giza, and Chapman Lampard. He had fought against terrifying enemies of this level. As for the banquet in his territory to announce his triumphant return to the kingdom, could it be that there was an opponent that could make him feel fearful and have a headache? Thales lowered his head in a composed manner. The guest list was shockingly long and densely packed. However, the few people at the top of the list, right after His Majesty the King, along with their eye-catching titles and family emblems, entered Thales' line of sight at the same time. Kia Jadestar, Honorable Queen. Val Arund, Master of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory. Bob Dylan, Governor of Splendid Port City, Guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea. Coaster Nanchester, City Lord of Steep Forest City, Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs. Zane Covendier, Lord of Jade City, Guardian Duke of South Coast. 3 seconds later. Thales put down the list and put on a bitter face. This banquet, could he not go? Stealing fragrance. Chapter 537. In the training field at night, Thales strode forward, drew his weapon and swung his sword horizontally. 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 2 pendulums hanging in the air were nimbly flicked aside by him. Thales took the opportunity to move forward. He passed through the gap created by the pendulums and stabbed the person in front of him with his practice sword. Thud. His blunt sword struck the thick wooden shield in the person's hand and let out a dull thud. From the feel of it, the effect was pretty good. But he did not have time. In the narrow vision of the helmet, Thales gritted his teeth, retreated along the path he came from and retreated quickly. He wanted to return to the starting point unharmed. The creaking sound of the rope swaying could be heard. The pendulum closest to the teenager swung back and it was getting closer and closer. Thales' nerves were tense. He could only increase the strength of his calves pushing against the ground and try his best to maintain his precarious balance as he retreated. The sin of Hell's river in his body felt nervous. It became restless, but Thales did not care. Whoosh. The pendulum brushed past his shoulder and did not hit him. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. There's only one last thing left. Clang. Before he could finish his thought, Thales felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. His helmet was hit by the second pendulum and it buzzed. What the hell? Thales crouched down in great discomfort, threw away the long sword and quickly pulled his neck out of the helmet. He rubbed his left ear, which was in great pain, and the ringing in his ears did not go away. In front of him, the middle-aged guard who was training with Thales, Vanguard Vladivostok, who was about 30 years old and always tried his best to hold back his laughter when the prince made a fool of himself. He put down his shield and looked at the commanding officer present. Your steps must be steady. Mallows walked forward and patted the lime spots on Vladivostok's shield. He looked at the 2 pendulums that were entangled and could not be separated from each other as they swung back and forth. He seemed to be deep in thought. Your strength must be ruthless, your sword thrust must be accurate, and your movements must be straight. The most important thing is not to be hit by the swinging pendulum. If you fail to do any of these 5 things, your training will not be counted. Mallows mercilessly looked away from the prince who was suffering from tinnitus. He knocked on Vladivostok's shield and gestured at Protector Commodore. Again. Commodore walked down the stage and used a brand new shield to exchange for the thick shield in Vladivostok's hands that was covered in limestone spots. With great difficulty, Thales smoothed out his left ear, which was in great pain, and got up in frustration. I don't understand. Why is this training so inflexible? I have to go up and down, I can't swing my sword to parry, I can't bend my body and roll. Just to compete with the speed of 2 swinging pendulums? Thales stared indignantly at the metal pendulum that was swinging back and forth like a swing. Thank God, or, to be politically correct, thank the setting sun, that not long ago the static stances and confrontational training in his martial arts class had come to an end. But what replaced it was sword practice. Thales looked at the pendulum that was suspended in the air on the wheels that could be moved freely. Over the past few days, from pendulum training to ring training, dodging training, thrust training, there were more than 7 to 8 types of targets, and each type of training had multiple choices with different levels of difficulty. Of course, Thales was also beaten up in new ways every day. He was swung by the swinging pendulum until his helmet became deformed, he was hit by the rotating wheels that spun faster and faster until he foamed at the mouth, he was hit by the sandbags that rained down from the sky until he was covered in dust, and he was dizzy when the targets were called out in a random order. To say something that he would not admit even if he died, he was starting to miss the dead face. Nicholas' training was to destroy one's confidence through endless setbacks. Mallow's training was to wear down one's patience through boring repetitions. In the training field, the royal guards who were used to this looked at each other. Logistics officer Praka, who was in charge of the equipment at the side of the field, tactfully handed Thales a cup of water so that he could buy some time to rest. As time passed, the young Duke of Star Lake began to slowly familiarize himself with his Star Lake Guards, which consisted of more than 20 people, even though he had to attend classes every day. Among the Vanguard officials, Caleb Glover seemed to be the leader, whether it was due to his family background or his personality. Zombie himself was introverted, reliable, and did not complain, which was a huge contrast from Doyle. He was also deeply trusted by Mallows, and the Watchman entrusted many matters to him. Under Glover's leadership, the 8 Vanguard officials under Duke Thales were all swift and decisive, and they had distinct personalities. The left-handed swordsman Jonvold, whom Thales had fought against before, and Vladivostok, who was now his sparring partner, were among them. The 6-man protector Team Wu was the closest to Thales. Unexpectedly, the joking and cynical Danny Doyle was doing very well among them. Who doesn't want to be friends with a rich nouveau riche? Mallows said casually while he was eating. They were like a gang of scoundrels, and they did not hesitate to bully others for the prince. Commodore, who had once sparred with Thales and was promoted from a police officer to a guard, was also one of them. The 6-man protector Team Wu was the closest to Thales. Gray Patterson, the leader of the former, was a small bald old man who liked to nitpick. Hee, do you know why that guy's nickname is Gardener? Because once he caught a guy who was having an affair with a maid in the bushes and then, "Oh, Sir Patterson, you're actually here. I need to pee, I'm leaving first, hee." Doyle, who met Patterson at the corner 30 seconds later. Durward Stone, who was in charge of the logistics department, was amiable. He often asked Thales if he was satisfied with the food and expenses with a smile. How stupid do you have to be to believe that the people in charge of keeping accounts and managing money are good people? Doyle, who was chewing hard on his bread. Hugo Fubel, who was in charge of the flag-bearer division, had a gloomy expression. He came and went like a ghost and he walked without a sound. He probably died a few years ago. Only his ghost is left floating in the air. We just don't know about it. Doyle, who was picking his teeth with a face full of enjoyment. He and his 2 subordinates who were flag-bearers only talked to Mallows, and they rarely participated in the affairs of the guards. And according to Thales' malicious speculation, the captain of the guards, the watchman of the guards, the respected Wang Yuyen, Lord Tormund Mallows, who had a 50-50 chance of winning against anyone, led his 3 subordinates and the leaders of the 5 divisions to arrange the complicated and newly arrived Star Lake Guards in an orderly manner. Their work went smoothly, especially when the banquet was about to arrive. It had to be said that they were quite capable. Practicing with the sword target does not mean that you can be opportunistic and make up stories. Mallows looked at Praka indifferently. Doyle, who was supposed to serve the prince by his side, had yet to finish his sentence as a kitchen. He passed a cup of water to Thales. In the past 6 years, what you learned from the Northlanders is the skill of fighting with your life on the line. This might have stimulated your power of eradication. But it also means exchanging blood for blood, seeking victory in the midst of danger. It means that you have to move forward even when you are in a frenzy, and you have to grit your teeth even when your blade is broken. It means that you do not leave a path of retreat, and do not distinguish between the severity of your actions. Half of it is a gamble on luck, and the other half is a gamble on madness. The watchman's gaze focused slightly. In reality, this kind of situation will only happen when the weak fight against the strong, and the chances of winning are extremely small. It is a fight with your back against the wall, and if you do not succeed, you will die trying. Thales returned the cup of water to Praka and soothed his sore muscles. But most of the time, you will have a lot of chips in your hands, but you will face complicated enemies and more constraints. You will have a lot of choices, but it will be difficult for you to make them. Mallows narrowed his eyes. At times like this, what you need is not just the will to sacrifice yourself for a moment, but also the actions, habits, focus, calmness, sensitivity, and courage that you have cultivated in your daily training. This is the reason why you are here today. All right, Thales admitted. At least in terms of words, Mallows could still completely crush the Star Killer. Listening to him, as for the rest, battles require meticulous planning and preparation. You must consider all aspects, take every factor into consideration, and be fully prepared. You cannot just muddle through and go wherever you go, Mallows said leisurely. This is the opinion left behind by the former watchman of the guards. He was highly skilled and was once in charge of guarding Mindy's hall. Thales' thoughts paused for a moment. This time the prince turned his head around. With complicated emotions, he once again sized up the vast but exquisite and unique courtyard of Mindy's hall. A breeze blew past. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, Mindy's hall at night looked more like a tourist attraction than the solemn and restrained royal family's garden. The former watchman, guarding Mindy's hall. Your predecessor. Thales turned around. You know him? Unexpectedly, Mallows' gaze was profound, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Yes. I know him. Before Thales' slightly surprised expression, Mallows added leisurely, from the historical records. A second later. Thales exhaled and rolled his eyes. You know a hammer. Of course, I know that sword target practice is dull and boring. It's not as interesting as fighting against real people. Mallows took Thales' water skin. Just like what you have already experienced, there are 3 main martial arts styles in the country. Martial arts, new trends, and offense and defense. The watchman turned his head around and glanced at Praka and Commodore, who came in shifts to train with the prince. Their expressions changed at the same time. Mallows waved at the old logistics officer and the short and stout protector and smiled. This is enough for me to digest for a while. Praka and Commodore sighed in relief. They put on a smile again and nodded politely at the prince. But they can only be considered to have unique styles. They are far from the current mainstream of martial arts. How about this when you pass the first stage of sword target practice? Mallows turned his head around. We will return to the confrontation training. We have talents among our lads. They can show you and teach you the 2 main martial arts styles that transcend regional differences and dominate the martial arts styles in Constellation and even the entire Western Peninsula. Thales' gaze shifted. Dominate? 2 main martial arts styles? Yes. Mallows' words were filled with the allure of a grandmother telling a story. Since the age of empires, they have fought against each other for 1,000 years. They have experienced countless things along the way, witnessed countless storms, and passed down to this day. Thales continued asking. And that is? Mallows did not answer. He only shook his head and gestured at Vladivostok, who was on the other side of the pendulum. Vladivostok curled his lips. He quietly lifted his shield and returned to his pendulum. Thales sighed, stood up in resignation, and put on his helmet. Under the illumination of the moonlight and lamps, the sound of footsteps and swords being swung rose in the training field again. Finally, after Thales did not know how much time had passed, how many times he had struck his shield, and how many times he had been hit by the pendulum, Mallows spoke gently. Your movements these few times are not bad. You pass. Thank God, thank sunset. Thales exhaled and placed his long sword on the ground. Then let's do it 20 more times. Mallows was beaming with joy. Thales' downcast face tensed up again. What? But my footwork, strength, precision, movements, and that damn pendulum. I did all 5 of them very well. The teenager protested indignantly. Yes, Your Highness, you did all 5 of them very well. So, to maintain this good condition, Mallows grinned and said, let's consolidate our training a little more. Thales felt that the night was very long. Finally, after 20 standard pendulum thrusts, which included many more failed moves that were not included in the total number, Thales collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. He could only pant. I heard that Wrath of the Sea is a form of improvisation when you are on the verge of life and death. Thales still lay on the ground and did not move. He only raised his head laboriously and tried to change the topic to avoid the next consolidation. And this is the best training method you found for me? To tire me to death? Is it really meaningful in actual combat? Mallows snorted softly and gestured for the others to start packing up. If we are talking about the meaning of actual combat, Your Highness, do you think that as the Duke of Star Lake and the Second Prince, how many chances do you have to personally go to the battlefield and face the enemy? As the Duke of Star Lake and the Second Prince. The chance to personally go to the battlefield and face the enemy. Sitting on the ground, Thales tilted his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and recalled. It seems like, quite a lot. There was sarcasm in Mallow's words. So, according to what you said, why don't you learn how to blow the most piercing whistle and shout help, in the loudest voice, then wait for others to kill and save you at the most critical moment? Thales twitched the corners of his mouth on the ground. I wanted to. In your dreams. Unlike the ancient nobles who personally led their troops and charged at the front lines 1,000 years ago, today the martial arts class is not for you to become a warrior who can fight against 10 people alone, nor to be a vanguard who personally goes into battle. That is the job of others. Mallows glanced at him. Our job. The watchman's attitude became serious. In the royal family and even most of the high nobles, this class is just for you to know and feel the same. In the past, the warriors who faced death with equanimity by your ancestors' side, and in the future the brave warriors under you who do not care about their own safety. When they fight for you wave after wave and die for you, you have to know what they have experienced and what they will face. To not forget. Thales exhaled as he lay on the ground. He remembered the bloody scenes of the past, the Birch Tree Forest, Broken Dragon Fortress, Dragon Cloud City, Blade Fang's camp. Thales sighed. Whether you believe it or not, I know more than you, than many people. Mallows walked to his side and appeared in Thales' field of vision upside down. He blocked the stars in the sky. I have no intention of doubting you. But that's not all. The watchman said faintly, all of us, including the royal guards, have sworn this oath and held this belief. If danger comes and war is about to break out, we will sacrifice everything to protect our master. But there is only one person who cannot think this way. His tone suddenly became stern. Thales' expression changed. You. Mallow's tone was indifferent, as if he did not care. You must always think about it and be prepared. When we cannot carry out our duties, or even when we are not by your side, what will you do? Cannot carry out our duties, or even when we are not by our side. For some reason, the dark black prison under the prison of bones suddenly appeared before Thales' eyes. The teenager closed his eyes, then opened them again. Are you talking about when even my closest and most trusted guards betray me and abandon my master? For a moment, the air in the training field seemed to have frozen. The guards on shift were all stunned. Mallows was quiet for a second. I did not say that. But Thales ignored him. Then will you? The Duke stared at the captain of his personal guards above his head. Perhaps it is for a better and higher reason. Betray me? Vladivostok subconsciously glanced at Mallows. It was not easy to answer. But Mallows only stared at the prince and did not speak for a few seconds. Perhaps it was because it was autumn, or perhaps it was because the temperature in the training field at night was not high, but Thales, who was lying on the ground, felt a slight chill on his back. You should take a bath. Mallow's voice was still indifferent and at ease. Rest early. After all, your welcome banquet will begin in 15 hours. I hope that tonight can help you reduce your anxiety. Yes, welcome banquet. Damn banquet. Thales sighed and the back of his head fell to the ground again. The guards on shift began to pack up their things. In the distance, a listless figure approached with a limp. Another sturdy figure followed behind him. Are you done? Doyle, who looked exhausted, arrived in front of Mallows. Behind him was the expressionless Glover, who followed him. At least give me a chance to get close to the prince, or else tomorrow my father? Mallows did not even look at him. He just walked forward. How is it? Doyle looked at Mallows with a lifeless expression. Don't worry. Over the past few days I have been in the scullery, the warehouse, and the haunted rooms in Mindy's hall that have accumulated dust for hundreds of years. I have been following behind Stone, and I have never left his side. I have even built a good relationship with a group of maidservants, and understood the situation. At least no one can poison the prince and his guests at tomorrow's banquet. Of course, I don't know about the aphrodisiac. Mallows chuckled and ignored Doyle's tactful complaints. I have already finished coordinating with the police station, the regular soldiers of the royal family, and the guards of Renaissance Palace. There are no problems with the arrangement of personnel and posts, even after His Majesty leaves, Glover said coldly behind Doyle. No one can threaten him, much less assassinate him. Mallows was silent for a while. Poison? Assassination? The watchman turned around and looked at Thales, who was lying on the ground and watching the stars. His gaze froze. That's the least of my worries. Today was the 30th of October. It was the day of Holy Pursuit, which commemorated the first defeat of the orcs in human history. It was said that on this traditional festival, the entire world celebrated from Crystal Jade Island to Demon Sea, from Sighing Mountain to Flame Sea. Thales still remembered that this was the day of fat sheep that the child beggar spoke of. On this day, the citizens on the streets would celebrate and parade noisily, not caring about the location of their wallets. It was the cutest. Unfortunately for Prince Thales, today was no longer the day of fat sheep. Instead, it was his damn welcome banquet for his return to his country. Since he was young, Thales had only attended one banquet, and the experience from that time could not be used as a reference. The dignified Duke of Star Lake could not possibly roll up his sleeves, raise his wine glass, and roar at the guests in Mindy's hall, eat, drink, fight, *CK. Do whatever you want. But it had to be said that it was not until the next afternoon, when Thales, as the host of the banquet, stood under the statues of the three Constellation Kings to welcome the guests, that he realized how difficult the job was. Look at you, what a man. Viscount Patterson looked old, and his body was even older. He was supported by two nephews to attend the banquet. His eyes were murky, but he had an important status. He was one of the distinguished guests that Thales needed to welcome personally. He ruled over the Ford Castle area, which was an important stronghold in the east of Central Territory. He was also a direct vassal of the royal family. He was one of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Among all the important VIPs, he was the first to arrive early. This made Thales, who was in the lounge getting dressed and reciting the banquet procedures and various etiquettes, flustered. He had no choice but to mess up his arrangements and rush out to welcome the Viscount. Viscount Patterson pushed away the two nephews who were supporting him with trembling hands, leaned forward and held Thales' arm firmly. I still remember, 18 years ago I sat in the Hall of Stars, and watched your father be crowned king. Now, the old Viscount panted. Glover and Doyle stood nervously by the prince's side. Their knees were slightly bent, and their bodies were leaning forward, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. But Thales felt that this was not to protect him. They were afraid that the old man, who could not even speak, would fall to the ground and die suddenly. The prince was ruthless and merciless at the banquet. As he chatted and laughed, the old vassal was reduced to ashes. Thales maintained his smile and followed the standard royal etiquette that Gines taught him. He held the old Viscount's hand, which was as thin as a chicken's skin, while maintaining his elegance and amiability. He paid attention to the Viscount's balance at all times, and even asked about his health gently. The Viscount was a little hard of hearing, and his nephews had to repeat the prince's words loudly in his ears several times. Just like how a standard Duke of Star Lake should do. I know my own body. Your Highness, I will not be able to live for more than a few years. But it does not matter. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Viscount Patterson's murky eyes. Because, time flies but Constellation remains the same. Thales felt his palm tighten. Viscount Patterson bent down and with a lot of strength, he pressed his chin heavily against the prince's glove. The kingdom is young. The wrinkled, white-haired Viscount panted and gritted his teeth. It is time. Chapter 538. While Thales was shocked by Viscount Patterson's exaggerated actions and had yet to understand the meaning behind his words, Gilbert's voice traveled into his ears from behind him. Your Grace, Viscount Patterson. A special seat has been prepared in the banquet hall. If you, Gilbert had been receiving guests of a lower level on the other side. They ranged from the heads of important industries to the invited bureaucrats of the capital. It was obvious that they knew about the sudden situation and rushed over. There is no need for that, Casso boy. I came for him. Patterson obviously did not hear Gilbert's words clearly, but it did not affect him from treating Gilbert coldly when he saw him. Just for him. Viscount Patterson bowed to the prince again. His action was so great that it made everyone in the hall break into a cold sweat. He was then supported by someone to the banquet hall. Thales, Doyle, and Glover all sighed in relief. Gilbert looked at the Viscount's back and sighed softly. Patterson is one of the 7 Jade Star attendants with more of a personality. He disdains to attend many occasions, partly because he is old and has no scruples. But it is clear that it is time for him to think about his descendants. As he looked at Thale's puzzled gaze, Gilbert added, "One of his sons is in your guards." "One of his sons is in your guards," Second Penal Officer Gray Patterson. Thales understood what was going on. The guests arrived one after another. Although most of them were bureaucrats and nobles with lower statuses and Thales did not need to personally welcome them, Mindy's hall was already extremely busy. Mallows and Gilbert were already having a hard time just coming out to receive the guests. Even Viscount Kenny and Count Godwin, who were invited to help and act as half-hosts, had to go back and forth. They did not have time to rest. But unexpectedly, Patterson was not the only one who came early. "Your Highness, the day of holy pursuit is blessed." The guests who came after Patterson did not give Thales the chance to return to the lounge. Viscount Adrian came with his wife, and Thales had no choice but to give up on his plan to rest. He readjusted himself to a radiant state. "You have grown up. You look very spirited and handsome. You have the elegance of King Kessel in the past." Adrian himself was only in his 30s, and he looked young and energetic. However, after cramming for the past few days, Thales learned that the Viscount's family ruled over the fertile and beautiful Swan County and its surrounding areas in Central Territory. He could be said to be the most important member of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Thales did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He greeted and exchanged pleasantries with them in a pleasant manner. Viscount Adrian stared straight into Thales' eyes. His wife smiled without saying a word. She was quiet and beautiful. Obviously, no matter how strong the cold winds in Northland are, no matter how heavy the snowstorm is, no matter how fierce the yellow sand in Western Desert is, and no matter how hot the temperature is, it is still difficult to hide the dazzling stars in the sky. Thales could only respond gently according to Gilbert's teachings. He had to be neither servile nor overbearing, but there was no lack of it. He could neither be too prominent nor too hoarse. Like a qualified Jade Star prince. Then Adrian bent down and held Thales' palm gently. His lips touched the back of Thales' hand. "I'm not their lord or king, am I?" Thales sent Viscount Adrian off. He rubbed the back of his hand that had been kissed twice. "I mean, not at the moment?" "No," Doyle answered absent-mindedly. The personal guard's unusual answer made Thales realize that something was wrong. Doyle nodded and bowed as he watched Viscount Adrian leave in an almost obsequious manner. Even Glover was very respectful and greeted him along the way. Compared to when the old Viscount was around just now, his attitude was completely different. "What's wrong?" The young Duke frowned. "Are they very special?" Doyle only snapped out of his daze then and scratched his head. Sorry? Your Highness, do you still remember Lord Adrian? Our highest commander, the Chief Guard Captain?" Thales frowned and remembered Lord Adrian, who led the royal guards when he entered Renaissance Palace to meet the king. The prince seemed to have understood something. "So, Viscount Adrian just now is not only a 7 Jade Star attendant, but also—" "Yes." Doyle watched him disappear from his sight before he breathed a sigh of relief. "Our immediate superior's nephew." Thales muttered to himself for a moment, but he was not thinking about Doyle and Glover's career. Patterson and Adrian, the two great families of the 7 Jade Star attendants, came to Mindy's hall ahead of schedule and even came to me. This can't be a coincidence, right? His suspicions were soon confirmed. 5 minutes later, when Thales was about to return to the lounge to wait for the next batch of important guests, a man and a woman walked down the carriage hand in hand. They walked into Mindy's hall in different steps, and under the guidance of an attendant, they arrived in front of him. Glover and Doyle's expressions changed slightly, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Your Highness," Doyle said worriedly. We'd better go back. Let Count Casso come." But the guests moved very quickly. Before Doyle finished speaking, they had already arrived in front of Thales. Your Highness." Under the urging of the woman beside him, the young male noble finally spoke with a muffled voice, his breath weak. I'm Luther. I am very, very happy." Thales frowned. The man in front of him was very young, only 17 or 18 years old, but his entire body was awkward, his expression was tense, and his posture was bashful. What was even more outrageous was that he had his head lowered and only stared at the soles of his shoes. He did not even look at Thales, as if the floor tiles of Mindy's hall were more attractive. Thales noticed that although this little noble named Luther was strange and trembling, his makeup was exquisite, and his clothes were gorgeous. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort to dress up. The number of carriages outside the hall increased, and the sound of the wheels colliding on the stone road became louder and noisier. In the next second, before the stuttering Luther could finish his greeting, his facial features tightened. Staring at the floor, he suddenly became anxious and struggled to shake the woman's arm. "Mother, I want to go back. I don't want this place. I want my chess piece." The woman's expression changed. Thales only then noticed the young noblewoman beside Luther. She looked to be in her 30s. Her face was elegant, her waist was light, and her posture was decent. However, her expression was a little tired. Her clothes were conservative, and her colors were dark. She worriedly squeezed out an apologetic smile at Thales. Then she leaned close to her son's ear and whispered, "Child, you've practiced. Child, you've practiced. You've done very well. Do you remember what I told you?" Her tone gradually became stern. But Luther's voice became impatient, and his movements became more intense. "Oh." His voice was bitter and there was a sobbing tone in his voice. His arms moved more and more vigorously. "I want to go back. I want my chess piece. I want the chessboard." He completely ignored the fact that the Duke of Star Lake and his attendants, as well as the guards and servants in the front porch, were watching from the sidelines. His mother anxiously comforted him, but Luther's struggles became more unreasonable. He squatted on the floor and his posture was inelegant. "I want to go back. Go back. Go back, go back, go back." Glover and Doyle looked at each other. The two of them nervously moved closer to separate Thales from Luther, who was moving more and more vigorously. They were afraid that this obviously abnormal guest would do something detrimental to the Duke. The elegant and graceful woman's face was pale. She tried her best to pull her son up, and at the same time, comforted him with gentle words, but it was obviously ineffective. Then, a gentle voice cut into this small accident. "It's okay, Luther." As Luther continued to sob, they turned their heads and saw Thales pushing Glover and Doyle aside with a smile. He ignored their attempts to stop him and squatted down in front of Luther. The noblewoman, who was about to ask the servants for help, was slightly shocked. "I also like to play chess. The rise and fall of the Empire version, right?" As if the prince's words had some kind of magic, Luther stopped struggling. Instead, he gave up and stared at the floor while he panted. "It's just that I've never been good at using swordsmen. I always throw away most of them before I upgrade them tonight." Thales shrugged. Luther did not say anything. He was still panting. "I don't have any chess pieces in my hands now." Thales sounded very annoyed. He seemed to be very displeased. "But fortunately, I have more interesting new chess pieces." Thales extended his hand to his chest. Glover saw the Duke's actions clearly, and he was instantly shocked. "Your Highness." Thales took off the 9-pointed star emblem on his chest and twirled it in front of Luther like he was presenting a treasure. "Look, it's embedded with a crystal. It sparkles under the sun. There's a wheel here. When you change the angle, it can reflect different colors. Count how many colors are there." Luther looked up in a daze. The noblewoman stared at the prince's actions in a daze. She wanted to say something but she did not. "And there's a mechanism here. You can hide some letters or something. If you put it on the chessboard, it might be able to replace a king. Replace a knight." Thales toyed with the emblem that represented his identity with great interest. He slowly stood up. Luther's gaze followed the prince's emblem as it slowly rose. He stood up subconsciously. Thales suddenly grinned. "Do you like it? Take it." Luther stretched out his palm in a daze. But Thales' hand froze halfway. "But today you must listen to your mother," the prince said with a smile. "Or I will take it back." Luther only stared at the jade star emblem. He stared with a focused expression. Thales did not know how much he understood. Thales felt a little helpless, but he still placed the emblem in Glover's hand. The latter took the 9-pointed star emblem, lowered her head, and began to study the mechanism and the refraction of light inside. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the focused Luther with a smile. Glover and Doyle, who had been in a battle-ready state, looked at each other at a loss before they returned to their original positions. The young noblewoman inhaled gently and exhaled slowly. She first looked at her son, then at Thales. She smiled sincerely and there was gratitude in her tone. "Your Highness Thales, although I have long heard of you, compared to your intelligence and genius, your kindness and tolerance are more touching. As expected of the master of this hall." The young noblewoman elegantly lifted the hem of her skirt and tilted her head slightly. She looked graceful and charming. "Eleanor Barney, greetings to you. Your suffering is over. May you overcome all obstacles and spread your wings to soar." "Of course. Thank you, Lady Eleanor." Thales nodded politely, but he could not help but glance at Luther on the other side. Eleanor noticed the prince's gaze and took a deep breath. Luther has not grown up yet. The young noblewoman pursed her lips and tried hard to hide the tears in her eyes that were either due to embarrassment or shame. But teenagers can also create miracles. There was stubbornness in her eyes. I believe that you are very clear about this, Your Highness. Eleanor extended her right hand gracefully. Thales held his mother's hand gently and respectfully. He was prepared to kiss her in return. Of course, Lady Eleanor. I am clear. But in the next second, Thales felt his palm tighten, and his expression changed. Lady Eleanor smiled apologetically, but she flipped Thales' palm over in an unconventional manner and bent her knees. Please do not take it to heart. As a vassal, it is our duty to kiss the master's hand as a greeting. Thales watched in shock as Lady Eleanor held his palm with both hands and gently pulled off his gloves. Then she turned the tables on him and kissed the back of his hand. Her lips were very soft, and the strength was different from the previous 2 kisses. It was more like a gentle brush. My son cannot carry out his duties. The mother then let go of the prince and smiled to resolve the awkwardness. Naturally, I will do it for you, mother. The Barney family will always be by your side. Thales was so shocked that he could not speak. He only subconsciously withdrew his hand. Lady Eleanor was not bothered. She only smiled gently and turned to leave. She dragged her son, who was focused on playing with toys, to the banquet hall. Thales was stunned on the spot for a second. He then turned his head and saw that the 2 guards were also dumbfounded. After a long while, Doyle took a deep breath. I believe that you have already seen Little Iron Spike. Doyle scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. About that, Your Highness. I know that these words are not very convincing coming from my mouth. I also know that a mature woman is very charming. Thales arched his eyebrows. But Your Highness, you must not be bewitched by her beauty. Thales snorted in resignation to resolve the awkwardness. But he immediately paused. Little Iron Spike? You mean Lady Eleanor? Thales thought for a while and found the answer from the constellation history lessons he had recently crammed. He immediately felt relieved. This lady must be extraordinary to have such a nickname. Iron Spike. This is not some strange and evil sex toy. In history, this meant that 400 years ago in the middle of the 3rd century, one of Thales' great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great- became the noble queen of Constellation at the age of 26. For the next 70 years she went through all kinds of hardships and experienced all kinds of things. She experienced 12 wars, 4 coups, and 8 supreme kings in her life. She witnessed the rebellion of the Cutter's Palace, the return of the young, the humiliation of the Great Spirit, the evil waves of the Eastern Sea, sharpening the edge with blood, and many other legendary stories that were changed into historical dramas. But she still stood at the peak of the era. In that era when the great dragon rose, constellation dimmed, and war occurred frequently, she firmly held the helm of the kingdom's fate. But Thales was immediately puzzled. But why Little Iron Spike? Doyle was beaming with joy. He seemed very happy that the prince asked him about the gossip of the nobles. Because Little Iron Spike has someone else, and unfortunately she's also in the Barney family. She's this young baron's great-great-grandmother. That little old lady is still alive. I saw her once when I went to Barney Manor, and I thought I ran into the legendary evil tree demon. Glover cleared his throat loudly. Doyle realized that he had said the wrong thing. Being quick-witted, he immediately changed the topic. In short, when Lady Eleanor, who likes to kiss your hand, was still young, she married into the Barney family, which was at its peak. That was before the Bloody Year. The old lady, Little Iron Spike, was very skillful. She gave them an important minister in the court and a fiefdom outside the court. They even had 2 collateral relatives in the royal guards, and they even held important positions. Doyle spoke in a carefree manner. He seemed to enjoy this kind of gossip. The Barney family, which is at its peak. Thales was stunned. But, Doyle stared at Lady Eleanor's back and clicked his tongue softly. What a pity. What's wrong? Lady Eleanor's new husband, Viscount Barney, at that time, was not only old enough to be her father, but he was also a sickly man who was bedridden all day long. He died a few years after the Bloody Year. Doyle pursed his lips and sighed. She was left as a widow at a young age, and she even brought up a foolish child. Even remarrying would be troublesome. But Doyle changed his train of thought. No, with little Iron Spike around, who would dare to let her grandniece and granddaughter-in-law remarry? You know, there are many people in the noble circle near the capital who secretly mocked her, saying that the child in her womb is actually not. Doyle's words were still ringing in his ears, but the prince's attention was once again attracted by the mother who was widowed at a young age and raised her child alone. Thales stared at Lady Eleanor's figure. He saw her calmly grab her son, who was different from ordinary people, and without any explanation, she clasped his fingers. She first took a few deep breaths before she walked into the Duke of Star Lake's banquet hall with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She completely ignored the strange gazes from the people around her. Only then did Thales notice that Eleanor's makeup was good, but it could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. But her neck was fair and slender, and her waist was alluring. It had never been bent. Thales suddenly remembered that after Empress Dowager Eleanor's life, which was full of ups and downs, came to an end, her descendants had different opinions about her. Her critics criticized her for her passion for power struggles, her manipulation of the palace, her schemes to monopolize politics, poisoning the people and persecuting the loyal. Her supporters praised her for being skillful, tenacious, and courageous. She supported the kingdom during the years when Constellation was silent, and she turned the tide. However, the most widely remembered comment by the people was left behind by a nameless bard. It was a comment that shone in the annals of history. I can no longer remember if Eleanor was beautiful, or how graceful she was. I only know that even if there were thousands of iron spikes beneath her feet, she could still walk calmly without a change in expression. Chapter 539. While Doyle was happily gossiping about the nobles in the capital, his bad luck came into play once again. Protector Doyle. Mallow's voice rang out from behind him at the perfect time, interrupting Thales' thoughts. What's so funny? Doyle's expression froze, but when he turned around to face the watchman, Doyle had regained his solemn and proper demeanor. No, sir. His Highness asked me, so I introduced him to some of the ways of the nobles. Mallows watched Lady Eleanor disappear into the banquet hall before he looked at Thales with a pensive look on his face. Is that so? Thales chased away the image of tiny Iron Spike from his mind and laughed dryly. You can say that. Behind him, Doyle nodded sternly. Glover was expressionless. Mallows snorted softly but remained indifferent. Very well, are you ready? In the distance, he saw a middle-aged noble with makeup and his wife alight from the carriage. After signing his name at the entrance of the hall, he smiled and asked his attendants to present him a gift. He straightened his clothes and walked towards Thales under the guidance of the attendants. Of course. Thales sighed and put on a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. But Mallows shook his head and pointed at Doyle. No, not you, Your Highness. I mean, him. Doyle's back was facing the entrance of the hall. Me? What? At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry exploded in the air. Ah, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Thales, ah. Thales shuddered, almost thinking that he had encountered a vengeful spirit. The attendants, soldiers, guards, second-class guests at the side door, and countless people were attracted by the cry. They quickly turned their heads in shock. Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged noble with an oily face, who was rather plump, rushed in from the entrance of the hall and threw himself in front of Thales. Without waiting for the shocked Thales to react, the responsible Glover cautiously pulled the prince back and pushed Doyle forward. The middle-aged noble was the first to pounce on Doyle, who was caught off guard. Doyle's expression turned sour. But the person did not give up. The noble who was sprawled on the ground shrank his features and scrambled towards Thales. Your Highness. Thales was so shocked that he shivered again. Glover had no choice but to protect the prince behind him, while Mallows moved to the side at ease and watched from the side. The guest did not show any intention of getting up. He continued to stretch his arms forward and pounce on Thales' legs. The bright god has eyes, the holy sun is wise, the setting sun bless us. Constellation has finally had its fated heir. We, the 7 Jade Star attendants, have finally been rewarded for our loyalty. His tone was sorrowful and mournful. Anyone who heard it would feel sad and cry. Thales was dumbfounded. What was going on? Blocking the road to seek justice. The Star Lake guards at the entrance frowned and pressed on their swords, but Mallows waved his hand at them. Then Doyle grabbed the middle-aged noble by the back of his collar and dragged him back with all his strength. Dad, what are you doing? Get up. Get up. Doyle looked around in horror as he used his hands and feet to keep the middle-aged noble 2 meters away from the prince in exasperation. This is so embarrassing, Dad. When the middle-aged noble saw Doyle, he did not even wipe his tears before he immediately changed his expression. When I saw His Highness, I was excited and unable to control my emotions. It's none of your business. Hearing how they addressed each other, Thales arched his eyebrows. At the side, Mallow spoke leisurely. Your Highness, this is Baron Doyle. He is the suzerain of Mirror River and also Doyle's. Anyway, you can see for yourself. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Doyle was still entangled with his father. At the same time, his face was apologetic and ashamed as he smiled apologetically at the people around him. The attendants and guards who were watching the show left. The scattered nobles also turned around and whispered. Then another shrill female voice rang out. Little Danny. How can you treat your father like this? A noblewoman with thick makeup rushed over from behind and hugged old Baron Doyle. At the same time, she waved her handkerchief at Doyle to chase him away, forcing him to let go of her. He's old and in poor health, and you're still so inconsiderate. We're so pitiful. Old Baron Doyle cooperated and panted. He coughed and fell into his wife's arms. The Baroness sobbed. Are you worthy of all the hard work we've done to raise you? Old Baron Doyle and his wife held each other's hands and slid on the ground. They looked at their son, who was troubled and at a loss. Their expressions were determined and sorrowful. They looked like a couple who shared the same heart. They looked like a bully bullying an honest couple on the street. Raised? Doyle looked gloomy. You're just my stepmother, so what if I'm a stepmother? The Baroness held her husband's arm and stood up. There were still traces of tears on her face, but she instantly changed her expression. She waved her handkerchief and said fiercely, Is a stepmother not a mother? Your food, clothing, night's fees, the cost of picking up girls, which one of them is not our hard work? Doyle completely gave up on the possibility of saving his family's reputation. He could only cover his face and sigh. Thales was dumbfounded by this family ethics drama. Old Baron Doyle wiped his snot and stood firmly after much difficulty. But he saw Thales' expression change again. This time he was extremely enthusiastic. Ah, Your Highness. Look, you're standing here in front of the portraits of the 3 Constellation Kings. It might be a coincidence, but who can say that this is not a sign? The courage and fearlessness of the Supreme King of Renaissance, the dignified posture of the legendary Oath Keeper, the wisdom of the virtuous king. You're practically a gift from the heavens. The 3 of them are one. Thales could not take the compliment. As old Doyle spoke, his tears and snot flowed. Jadestar has a son who has just grown up. If the late king knew about it, he would definitely smile in Hell's River, or the Kingdom of Heaven. Thales forced himself to smile stiffly and returned the greeting from afar. But Dodd didn't share the same opinion. He apologized to the young duke with a smile and pulled his exaggerated parents aside. Father, what are you doing? Old Doyle lowered his head and whispered in dissatisfaction. It's all because of you. Meh. I heard from the servants that you're such a troublesome fellow. You actually offended Madame Gines. Do you know how terrifying she is? Do you still want to stay in the capital? Doyle sighed and said, What does that have to do with you? You're so thin-skinned that you can't even find a girlfriend. Of course, flattery can only be done by me. You speak as if your face is useful, brat you, and it's not that I can't find a girlfriend, huh? Do you want to be an idiot like the Caribbean family? Find a boyfriend? Father, you, hurry up and go inside. Wait, I forgot to kiss His Highness' hand. Ah, I'll kiss him for you. On the other side, Thales and Glover looked at each other helplessly. Mallows, on the other hand, looked as if he was used to it. Finally, Doyle, who had sent off his amazing parents, turned around with lingering fear. He wiped his forehead and realized that the prince and the others were staring at him as if they were watching a play. Thales' expression did not change. He extended the back of his hand in understanding. Do you want to kiss it? Doyle froze for a moment and said obsequiously, No. But it's not because I don't want to kiss it. In fact, I kiss it in my heart every day. It's just that my father and the others, he. Glover spoke for the first time. His emotions were unclear. Sweet home. Doyle wished there was a hole he could crawl into. I know, he said sheepishly. That's why I don't like to stay at home. The other 3 turned their heads away and pretended that nothing had happened. Compared to Doyle's lively and happy family, Baron Stone, who was also one of the 7 Jadesters, came alone. He did not even have any attendants. He appeared lonely and gloomy. After the bloody year, Due to the limitations of the nation, King Kessel advocated frugality and loved simplicity. Baron Stone was in his 40s. He had high cheekbones and thin cheeks. He looked rather mean. Hence, there are no more banquets of sufficient weight in the capital. Baron Stone held Thale's hand and carefully observed his face. So, Your Honorable Highness, do you know what today means to us? Thales could only respond with a smile. It's okay because we don't know either. The gloomy Baron bent down and rubbed his cheek against the back of Thales' hand. Only for you to prove it. When Baron Stone turned around and left, Thales was already a little numb. I remember that the leader of the logistics officers under me has the surname Stone. The prince took a deep breath and said, all right, whether it's my Mindy's Hall or the Royal Guards. How many people are related to the 7 Jadisters attendants? Many, Mallows answered calmly. But there are very few. Thales was stunned. Then another tall figure stepped out of the carriage. Under the flattering greetings of a group of minor nobles, he passed through the front yard of Mindy's Hall. After signing his name, he went past the guards and arrived in front of Thales. I heard that they came early, so I had no choice but to come. The tall noble had a smile on his face, but his gaze was shrewd. He bowed to Thales and pressed his body down. There was a faint different aura about him. Lozano Glover, Viscount of Lake Mountain County. Doyle sucked in a breath slightly behind him. Glover. Thales thought of something. He resisted the urge to turn around. The Duke of Star Lake continued to smile perfectly. Nice to meet you. His Majesty once mentioned that your family is the mainstay of our rule. I heard that your grandfather once served in the Royal Guards and held a high position? Lozano was tall, but he looked frail. He was once the most trusted watchman of the guards under the late King 80. He was also the sword teacher of Crown Prince Midir until he died in the line of duty for the country. He did not let down the Glover family's mission. Watchman. Thales resisted the urge to look at Mallows, but he thought of another person. Lozano smiled. I work in the Department of Finance, so I live in Eternal Star City. If you are free, Your Highness, why don't you come to my house in Eastern City District for a chat? Work in the Department of Finance? Important position. No wonder. Lozano turned around and looked at Mallows. Tormund, you too. The door of the Glover family will always be open for you. Mallows smiled faintly. It is my honor. Shall I bring you in? Of course. But that was not all. Lozano unexpectedly turned to the silent Doyle. And Danny Doyle, right? Please tell your father not to send any more money to the Department of Finance. We cannot accept it. Even if we do, we cannot skip this year's land settlement and tax inspection. Doyle's face instantly turned red. Before he left, Lozano looked at Thales again and said seriously, I hope you understand, Your Highness. We will always be loyal to the throne and the 9-pointed star crown. Hence, when Lozano, Glover and Mallows left together, Thales and Doyle heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had been freed from some sort of pressure. Doyle snorted softly. What did I say? TSK money management. Yes. And, Thales resisted the urge to turn his head to the side. But obviously someone could not resist. Hey zombie, aren't you going to say something? Doyle looked at Viscount Glover's back curiously, then turned to look at his colleague. That's your eldest brother, a suzerain and money management. If I were you, I would be running like a dog. Glover turned his head abruptly. His sharp eyes stared straight at Doyle and they were as cold as ice. Doyle panicked and even Thales, who was stuck in the middle, froze. Glover stared at Doyle coldly for a few seconds before he spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. I am diligent. It seemed to be the first time Doyle saw Glover like this. He was stunned for a few seconds before he forced himself to smile. Okay. Glover then turned around and nodded slightly at the prince who was watching the show in a daze. Doyle shrank to the side and shot Thales an aggrieved look. He pursed his lips in indignation. But Thales did not have the time to care about their interaction. The prince took the cup of water and replenished himself. His gaze went past the entrance hall and the defense line formed by the guards. He looked at the crowd outside and the grand scene of carriages going back and forth. He knew that he would only get busier in the future. But he was already quite tired. The few hereditary vassals from Central Territory who arrived earlier did not seem as domineering as the 19 nobles, but when Thales dealt with them, he felt that it was more tiring than the National Conference 6 years ago. But he could not rest. According to Gilbert's instructions, while he was tired, he had to pay more attention to his appearance, etiquette, actions, smile, posture, and the way he spoke. 6 families. Thales counted the families with his fingers, and he attracted the attention of 2 personal guards. Patterson, Adrian, Barney, Doyle, Stone, Glover. If my history lesson over the past few days is correct, there are only a few families in Central Territory who can compare to these 6 families in terms of reputation, history, and strength. Thales watched in boredom as the guests outside the hall were slowly separated and led to suitable entrances and positions. But there were still quite a number of people who forgot their etiquette when they passed through the main hall and tried to stick their heads out to see what was going on. They just wanted to see the prince's elegant demeanor as soon as possible. They have declined. Doyle continued Thales' words. His tone was indolent, and it was clear that he was also rather impatient. Even though the 7 Jade Star is just a term used within the circle, when I first started to remember things, there were 8 or 9 families in Central Territory who were directly under the royal family, had actual fiefs, and were hereditary nobles. There were even more who wanted to squeeze their way up. 8 or 9 families, until, Doyle shrugged. You know, over the past 20 years some of them had empty titles but lost their fiefs. Some of them had big businesses but could not make ends meet. Some of them had a long history but their descendants were unworthy. Some of them were destroyed by the flames of war and could not recover. Some of them made mistakes and lost their titles. Some of their families were divided by internal strife. Thales listened quietly. Glover furrowed his eyebrows. Up until now, there are only 6 families whose names match up to the stupid title of 7 Jade Star attendants. And their qualities are all over the place. You can see that some of them are about to enter their coffins, some of them have orphans and widows, some of them have great power, some of them are sinister and petty, and some of them will cry and kneel when they see you. Ahem. Doyle, who had been gossiping casually, realized something and ended the topic in time. Thales did not speak for a long time. After thinking clearly, he nodded thoughtfully. In the next 10 minutes or so, the number of guests that the prince had to greet increased, but almost all of them were the king's partisans whom Thales was familiar with 6 years ago, and some were even the new nobles in the imperial conference. The current Minister of Finance, Moneybag Kirkirk Man, cordially inquired about the prince's adaptability and the progress of his mathematics lessons. The Minister of Education took the opportunity to interrupt and mention the funding issue for this year's Central Territory examination for bureaucrats. The military advisor, Soldier Solder Rider, had just patted his chest and assured him that the kingdom's actions in the desert would ensure another 10 years of peace in western Desert Hill, when the Minister of Agriculture, who had rushed over, sternly lectured him on the disadvantages of military aggression and the destruction of production caused by military operations. He also argued that there was an asymmetry between the benefits of looting and farming in peace. Baron Garth, who managed the mint, had just warmly invited the Duke of Star Lake to visit the kingdom's source of wealth, and it would be best if he could listen to their plan to issue currency that had been rejected by His Majesty. The Minister of Supervision of the Royal Family Bank had rushed over in a hurry and rudely interrupted the conversation, strongly suggesting that Thales open an account in his own name as the Royal Family Bank's 3,000th distinguished noble customer. During this period, Thales had been greeting and seeing them off, and he felt his face go numb from all the squeezing. To be honest, he would rather go back to the Night of Dragon's Blood 6 years ago and face the 5 aggressive archdukes. No wonder the saying of a certain noble family was better to die for a friend than to die for an enemy. However, in the next moment, as a carriage drove over, the nobles who lined up in the front yard fell silent. A noble in his prime stepped down from the carriage and walked towards Mindy's hall, accompanied by an old servant. The nobles' voices boomed again, and the soldiers and guards subconsciously stood straighter. Doyle, go and take a look. Thales, who finally had the time to catch his breath, sighed and raised his head. Who is it this time? But Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. Outside the hall, the noble in his prime had an elegant demeanor, but he had an easygoing temperament. There was an occasional majesty in his disdainful gaze. With every step he took, he would patiently nod and return the greetings from the low-grade nobles who greeted him. He did not put on any airs, but he had his own elegance, which made people admire him wholeheartedly. Thales was stunned. I know. That's a big shot. He often stays in the capital for short periods of time. His status is... Doyle was about to continue speaking, but Thales suddenly raised his hand and stopped him. Thales stared at him with a complicated expression. He stared at the family emblem on the other party's sleeve. The flower had 3 petals and each of them had a different color. The guest walked up the stairs and flashed his signature smile between the pillars. Mindy's hall truly lives up to its name. There are countless treasures that are worth cities. As he signed his name, he smiled and said to the old servant beside him, "I really wish that I could have come here 6 or 7 years earlier." A few profound glints flashed past the noble's eyes. "That's good." The old servant only nodded quietly. The next moment, the noble in his prime raised his head. After the guards made way for him, he met Thales face to face. There was no warning and there was no cover. Thales exchanged glances with the other party in the air. Doyle, who was originally numb and sloppy, shuddered. He felt as if a cold wind blew past him. "He has changed." Thales' expression was calm. He stared at the guest quietly and thought to himself, "His bearing is more mature, more natural, more—" The prince rubbed his gloves gently. "He has changed." The guest's expression did not change. He stared at Thales quietly and understood. His gaze was sharper, firmer and more. The guest narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, it was as if they were the only ones left in the large and lively Mindy's hall. But Thales and the guest flashed friendly smiles at the same time. As if they had a tacit understanding, they walked towards each other at the same time. So what? Hence, under countless gazes, the master of Mindy's hall and the guest acted as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time but treated each other with sincerity. They walked towards each other passionately and happily, and their palms met in the air. "Welcome, Your Grace." "It's been a long time, Your Highness." Thales felt the other party's vigorous strength, which he did not hold back at all. He also unceremoniously released the sin of Hell's River and exerted strength in his muscles. His palms trembled slightly in the air, but they appeared to be calm. Mallows, who had rushed over after hearing the news, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Thales and the guest's gazes met again in the air. Then both of them put on friendly smiles. The Duke chuckled. "Just call me Zayan." The prince was equally understanding. "Thales." The next moment, the two of them looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding again. With the arm they held as the center, they hugged each other, and their other hand clasped the other party's shoulder. Thales suddenly realized that he was only half a head shorter than him. At some point in time, the other party's once unreachable height was no longer an obstacle. In the eyes of outsiders, Prince Thales and Duke Zayan were close friends. They had not seen each other for years, but they were like old friends. When they ran towards each other, they wished they could stay up all night and talk to each other. However, only Thales and Zayan, who were hugging each other tightly with their necks pressed against each other, knew how sincere their feelings were at that moment. "I knew that the Northlanders couldn't do anything to you," Zayan whispered in his ear, his tone strange. "Yes," Thales responded slowly with the same deep meaning. "Just like the Blood Clan." At an angle that could not be seen, the two of them turned their heads and glanced at each other from a distance that was close to kissing. Zayan's gaze was cold, as if frost had descended. Thales' gaze was sharp and pierced straight into his heart. "Welcome back, the Duke of South Coast," Zayan Covendier said softly. "The nine-pointed star." "Sorry to have kept you waiting, the Duke of Star Lake," Thales Jade Star sneered faintly. "Iris flowers." The next second, the two most influential people in the kingdom separated as soon as they touched and let go of each other. Their perfect and warm smiles returned. It showed that in this era the people of the kingdom were most proud of unity and harmony. Chapter 540. When enemies meet, it's like a spring breeze. When bosom friends reunite, their eyes turn red. During the days when he was living under someone else's roof in Dragon Cloud City, Thales had dreamed of returning to Constellation countless times. But if there was anything that could extinguish his homesickness, it would be the elegant and perfect smile of the Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayan Covendier. Prince Thales would never forget the crazy scenes he encountered in Constellation Realm when he went north as an envoy 6 years ago. Regardless of whether it was the mummy-like demonic vampire who opened her bloody mouth and black eye sockets at him while howling shrilly, or the limbless, pure white bloodthirsty monsters who pressed him under their bodies in an irresistible manner and tore at his neck. These two were the surprise scenes at the end of most of his 6 years of nightmares, second only to Giza, who occasionally appeared as a hidden boss in the ultimate nightmare, urging him to sleep early and wake up early and to stay optimistic. Every time he thought of this, Thales felt a dull pain in his neck. It felt like it was being strangled but also like it was being bitten through. So Thales would never forget the culprit of all that. "I didn't expect you to come, my friend the Duke." Thales smiled like a flower. His right arm wrapped around Zayan's back and rested on his other shoulder. In the eyes of others, he and the Duke of Iris Flowers were like brothers, holding each other's arms as they traveled together. At least not so early. Zayn also smiled gently. His left arm wrapped around Thales's neck, as if he was hugging his own younger brother, naturally and affectionately. These few months I've missed your highness very much. I can't wait to see you. My friend the prince. Zayn's voice was as gentle, elegant, friendly, and easygoing as before. Even better than before. Missed very much. Thales burst into laughter. So what is it this time? Thales brought out Quick Rope's profound business promotion skills. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his tone was elated. Poison? Assassination? Framing? Spreading rumors? Framing? Thales' voice was so soft that even Glover, Doyle, and Zayn's old butler, Ashford, did not hear him clearly. He moved closer to Zayn. Or are you going to learn from the Northlanders, roll up your sleeves and F***ck me? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zayn laughed out loud. The guests who were stopped by the guards and servants outside and were waiting to enter saw this harmonious scene and nodded in relief. Many people were talking about the scene. It was obvious that the Duke of South Coast had just laughed at one of the prince's humorous jokes. It was rare that the Duke showed his true feelings without any pretense. The prince was also sincere and honest, without any pretense or pretense. You see, the great people are actually ordinary people too. They live the same life as us, have similar joys, suffer similar troubles. If you don't believe me, look at their natural and friendly smiles. How is there any difference between them and you? So, we are only different from the princes and dukes. We are not superior or inferior. We are all important members of the kingdom, and we are working hard for Constellation's future. Since they are working so hard for the kingdom, we should have hope and confidence in them. Even if they have some shortcomings, we still have to put ourselves in their shoes and be tolerant and patient. This is true love. Sigh. My dear friend, don't push any further. There's no space left. It's none of my business whether you can see or not. I came here today to see His Royal Highness and the Duke in person. Sigh, they're leaving, hurry up. Oh, those in front, move aside. You guys are blocking, I can't see. Prince Thales. Duke Zayn. You guys walk slower. Thales? Zayn ignored the little twists and turns outside the arena. He affectionately shook the prince under his arm and lowered his head to the latter's ear. You know, for the past 6 years I have also been thinking. He whispered softly like the spring rain. If you return with glory, how should we get along? There was a hidden meaning in his words. How should we get along? Thales snorted almost inaudibly. Inexplicably, the scene of King Nuvan challenging the enemy who killed his son to a duel flashed in his mind. We have to respect each other and do our own thing. They continued to move forward steadily. But in the next moment, Zayn's gentle whisper suddenly cooled down. Or entangled in hatred and fight to the death? Thales' footsteps paused slightly. Even Zayn slowed down. It sounded like a request for a truce. But Thales turned his head slowly. His smile remained, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Don't worry. Zayn patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, like an elder brother encouraging the younger generation to move forward. You have plenty of time to think about it because what you have to worry about today isn't me. At an angle where no one could see, the smile in Zayn's eyes faded slightly. At least, it's not just me. Thales was silent. But in the next second, the prince's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he burst into laughter. Zayn also lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Their strides returned to normal. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Duke of South Coast and the Duke of Star Lake's jokes were getting more relaxed and easygoing. They were laughing their heads off. Mallows, who had been leading the way, frowned slightly. Behind him, the butler, Ashford, was still expressionless. The watchman signaled to Thales that he could take over and led the Duke to the banquet hall. But the overjoyed prince waved his hand and insisted on accompanying the Duke to the end of the journey. The guests on the other side noticed the scene and were moved by the friendship and affection between the two. You know, there was a time when I didn't understand why you wanted me dead, even though we no longer had any conflict. Thales' laughter gradually faded. He spoke softly and patted Zayn's back vigorously at the same time. The Duke of Iris Flower's body swayed slightly, but his smile remained. But later I figured it out. Thales leaned on Zayn's shoulder and winked slyly. What do you think? Figured it out? At that moment, Zayn's footsteps became fragmented. The Duke lowered his head slightly as if thinking about something. Thales cooperated with his pace considerately and waited for the other's response with a smile. A little advice, Your Highness? A few seconds later, Zayn looked up. His expression did not change, but the corners of his lips moved slightly. Take care of yourself, child. Don't meddle in other people's business. Despite the smile, the warmth in Zayn's tone was transmitted to Thales's ears, giving him the illusion of a slight chill on his back. Zayn glanced at him lightly, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Don't look for trouble. Only regret. Thales's heart skipped a beat. The Duke of Star Lake was silent. The next moment they walked into the banquet hall. Many of the guests who entered earlier were already seated and were waiting elegantly and patiently, greeting each other from time to time. There were also quite a number of people in groups of 3 to 5, standing together and chatting happily and politely. The arrival of the Duke of South Coast and the Duke of Star Lake undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. First, the guests who were closer to them saluted, then the people who were further away stopped chatting. Perhaps they did not expect to see the important figures take their seats so soon. A few seconds later, a small uproar broke out in the banquet hall. The guests of higher status, Mr. and Mrs. Doyle who smiled obsequiously, Viscount Lozano Glover, and Eleanor Barney who brought along her child. After seeing the 9-pointed star badge on the Baron's hand, the number of noblewomen surrounding Lady Eleanor suddenly increased. All stood up and bowed to her. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Zayn and Thales naturally let go of each other, tacitly and cooperatively returned the greetings to the guests, and occasionally responded to their greetings. Unlike the National Conference 6 years ago, which could be said to be a mix of good and bad people, those who were invited to Holy Pursuit Day and the Prince's homecoming banquet were naturally not ordinary people. Even the guests at the periphery were neither servile nor overbearing, friendly and appropriate. The attendants and guards fulfilled their duties responsibly, making way for the Duke and the Prince, watching them leave without disturbing their conversation. However, only Thales knew. In this warm and harmonious moment where the host and guest were well matched, his invisible confrontation with Zayn reached its peak. The youth's footsteps were short, and his pace was slightly faster. Zayn's strides were longer, and the frequency was slightly lower. The two of them walked side by side, occasionally adjusting their pace for each other. But for some reason the rhythm of their footsteps could not be matched. But at that moment Thales smiled from the bottom of his heart. Does he know Zayn? Thales thought silently. The revered ruler of the Iris family in South Coast Hill, Duke Zayn Covendier, Constellation. His threat, his warning, his tone of voice, compared to those people, many faces flashed across Thales' mind. King Nuvan rubbing his ring, King Chapman caressing his sword, the sinister and ruthless Stake, the creepy and strange Ricky, the legendary wing processing heads, the chuckling Duke of Western Desert. Compared to them, the youth chuckled in his heart. The excitement caused by the two of them in the banquet hall subsided slightly. The guests dispersed again, returning to their original state of groups of 3 to 5. In the next second, Thales' smile faded slightly. He put down his greeting hand and grabbed Zayn's shoulder unceremoniously. You know, I've been attending Scholar Julio's mathematics class recently. So I'm very curious. It looked as if the prince had thought of something very interesting, leaned over and told the Duke in a low voice. Thales' mouth did not move, but he spoke through his teeth. I'm very curious. 6 years ago when I went north and encountered an accident, and you transferred those baronies and the crystal drop mines to the royal family to ask for my father's forgiveness? How much income do you lose every year? As soon as he said that, Zayn's breathing became slightly erratic. The baronies. The crystal drop mines. Income, Zayn's arm muscles tensed slightly. About this matter. He smiled and turned to Thales. I thought we had already settled it, but the prince responded with an even brighter and brighter smile. And do you know how I survived these 6 years in the fierce and treacherous Northland? At that moment, the master of the Covendier family felt his shoulders tighten. Times have changed, Zayn. Thales put his mouth close to the other's ear and flashed a malicious smile. Don't look for trouble. Only regret. Zayn stared at him steadily. His expression slowly stiffened. In many people's eyes, Prince Thales was extremely happy. He was whispering something into Duke Covendier's ear along the way, while the latter patiently and dotingly listened to the youth's words. There was not the slightest hint of displeasure, let alone a cold expression. Like brothers. It made people feel gratified and the corners of their lips curled up. Since the prince and the duke, one was young and pure, lively and cheerful, the other elegant and wise, gentle and honest, together built a friendly and warm atmosphere. then the guests on the periphery would naturally be deeply affected and sincerely resonate with them. They wished they could be one with these two noble role models who led the masses and set an example for the world. So the banquet hall suddenly became a sea of joy. The bloodthirsty feuds that used to see blood when they met were no longer at odds, and they smiled away their enmity. They embraced each other and tolerated each other like brothers. Strangers who usually did not interact with each other also felt like old friends at first sight. They chatted happily and only lamented that it was a pity they met too late. At this moment, Mindy's hall truly displayed the unique spirit and style of the times of the nobles and commoners inside and outside the Palace of Constellation. They were united and full of fighting spirit. Thales and Zayn finally stopped. But the two of them still stared at each other with smiles, as if they understood everything without words. Mallows, who was in front, had to raise his voice to remind the two people who were immersed in their gazes. The guests have arrived, His Highness should go back to greet the other guests. Finally, Zayn smiled and put his hands around Thales' shoulders. His tone softened. I understand, Your Highness. Please don't worry. Zayn lowered his head and pursed his lips. As long as Constellation exists, so does the Empire. Thales raised his eyebrows. Then Thales grinned happily. Without holding back, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zayn tightly. That's good, may we rather die because of our friendship? Zayn's expression froze. He felt his waist being held tightly, and the strength gradually increased. Thales buried the side of his face into the Duke's chest and said coldly from an angle where no one could see, We will not perish with our enemies. In the next second, the prince let go of the Duke and turned back into the cheerful and sincere Thales, laughing loudly. Zayn looked at him and laughed as well. In order to cooperate with the prince and the Duke, the surrounding nobles with good etiquette raised their volume while secretly peeping, so that the two people's laughter would not be so abrupt. Thales seemed to be really happy. He laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He waved at Zayn, then turned and left. He quickly walked between Glover and Doyle, who was looking at the prince strangely. When no one was looking, the teenager loosened his facial muscles that were almost numb from laughing too much. But he let out a long breath in his heart. It's a little strange. Sensing Zayn's gaze from behind, Thales, who had become tired again, thought to himself. Zayn Covendier. As one of the enemies he hated the most, this guy was still as sinister, as profound, and as abominable. But in his memory, the former Duke of Iris Flowers did not seem to be this proactive? Thales pondered as he walked towards the exit of the banquet hall, accompanied by the guards. He was ready to return to his original position and continue his duty of welcoming guests. However, before he could finish his thoughts, something unexpected happened. When he passed by a group of foreign guests, a tall and majestic figure, even more imposing than Glover, suddenly appeared. The other party rushed into his line of sight with a fierce aura. In an instant, Glover and Doyle's expressions changed. But the two guards were well trained. They immediately bent their knees and pressed their swords. Before the other party could get close, they were ready to draw their swords and kill the assassin. Until Mallow's strong hand stretched out at the perfect time. He pressed down on their shoulders. It avoided the awkward situation of the Prince of Constellation's first appearance in front of everyone and causing the guests to bleed. Steady, Mallows reprimanded in a low voice. At the same time, a deep and rough voice, with a tone that Thales was all too familiar with, rang in the banquet hall. Look who this is. The majestic guest stood in front of Thales and laughed heartily. The nervous Glover and Doyle were shocked. The two of them glanced at Mallows, who stopped them, and only then did they notice that even though Mallows had a frightening figure, he was unarmed, and he was standing at a safe distance. They overreacted. Thales, on the other hand, looked at the stranger in front of him in shock. This man had a body as thick as his beard, and his clothes were thick but slightly rustic. He looked like a bear. An old friend of the people of Ekstedt. Prince Thales. The bearded man in front of him happily opened his thick arms and shouted the next word in a vigorous voice, I'm going to kill you. North Star. Thales was stunned. Wait a minute, North what star? He turned around in confusion and glanced at the guests around him. They, who were watching curiously, immediately turned around and went back to their own duties. But this did not stop Thales from recognizing the familiar accent. He came from, look. The bearded man's laughter was rough and strong, full of energy. A prince who grew up drinking the milk of us Northlanders is indeed different. Thales was dumbfounded again. What milk? Excuse me? The prince finally adjusted himself and responded politely and appropriately. In fact, when I arrived at Dragon Cloud City, I was already... Thales continued awkwardly in his heart. Wait, in this world when he was young, did he drink milk? But what greeted him was still a burst of rough laughter. I am Jorge, no surname. The Northlander who called himself Jorge patted his chest hard, like the rumbling of a drum, startling a few Constellatiate nobles nearby and subconsciously distanced themselves. I am the administrator of Archduke Gadro, and I bring you the pride and hospitality of Elafir City. Thales' expression changed. Archduke Gadro. Elafir City? The once familiar northern geography returned to his mind again. Among the 10 territories of Extet, if the city of faraway prayers was in the extreme west, then Elafir City was in the extreme east. In fact, the Gadro family of Elafir City was located in a remote area, but it was built on mountains and cliffs, bordered by ice and the sea. With a lack of high-quality ports and a harsh coastal environment, they struggled to guard the narrow and long coastline rarely seen in the entire Extet kingdom. To the north they could support the Sentinel region and the Glacier Sea by sea. To the south, the fleet of Elafir City could communicate with Reformation Tower and Black Sand region, and control the eastern seaports of Constellation. To the east, the vassals of the Gadro family had to fight against the Cass pirates, the Sons of the Maiden, who dominated the islands. In some extreme times, they had to face the threat from the other side of the Sea of Eradication, and sound the first horn of war in the peninsula. 6 years ago, Archduke Gadro did not respond to King Nuvan's invitation to Dragon Cloud City to witness the night that shook the western peninsula. But Thales remembered how Count Leespan called him, that sanctimonious man with a goatee. However, Thales looked thoughtfully at the familiar yet unfamiliar northerner Jorge in front of him. He came to attend his homecoming banquet? It is the honor of 3 lifetimes to meet you. Even the bright moon is startled. Jorge spouted Boolsh *T grammar, but he laughed heartily and happily extended his arms towards Thales. My North Star. Thales raised his eyebrows. North Star. Thales repeated in confusion. What kind of name is that? Yes. Jorge's every call seemed to shake the floor tiles under his feet. You stayed in Dragon Cloud City for 6 years, Jadestar boy. He clapped his hands fiercely, ignoring Glover and Doyle's contemptuous gazes. So after you returned to the country, everyone called you North Star, because you are the most courageous person in the past few hundred years, and the one who lived the longest in the north. Jorge looked excited and his voice shook the dome. The King of Constellation. At that moment, it was as if the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone turned and stared at this corner. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jorge noticed the silence around him and froze for a moment. He looked left and right cautiously. The administrator of Elafir City took a deep breath and looked at the prince in front of him, who had a stiff face and looked like he had nothing left to live for. He seemed to have realized something. What I mean is, Jorge grinned and awkwardly rubbed his protruding belly like a big bear taking a bath. He spread his hands innocently and smiled awkwardly. King-to-be. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 541. The most incongruous thing in the world was the sudden appearance of an extension in a Constellatiate banquet, and one who had no idea what to say. Under the reminder from Thales' eyes, Glover and Doyle hurried and invited Jorge to a corner outside the hall with great difficulty. They managed to get rid of the curious and probing gazes of the guests around them. I say, you Southerners are just looking for trouble. Just saying the wrong name and you become crazy? Jorge grumbled without holding back. In the past, I even mistakenly wrote the title of the Archduke's letter to King Nuvan asking for help as the Honorable King of Dragon Cloud City, but the born king didn't do anything to me. He still provided money and manpower to help us exterminate the mountain bandits. Doyle pursed his lips while Glover averted his gaze. Even though the former was lively and carefree, and the latter was quiet and introverted, they were not used to this guest's casualness and rudeness. Only Thales listened to the other party's rough and thick northern accent and smiled without saying a word. It was indeed rare to hear such an accent in the orderly Mindy's hall and banquets where etiquette was everywhere. It was as if he had returned to the heroic, cheerful, and straightforward north. Administrator Jorge laughed out loud and said, Perhaps you have forgotten, North Star, but we have met before. Thales asked suspiciously. Wow, you are really forgetful, aren't you? Listening to the other party's careless tone, other than being abrupt, Thales actually felt a strange sense of familiarity. But he was just a passerby in Extet. This place, Constellation, Eternal Star City, this was his home, was it not? Jorge was in high spirits. A few years ago, during the hunting ceremony in Dragon Cloud City, the young lady from the Walton family held your hand. Hey, if you ask me, you are really bold. All the Northland lads present were jealous and rushed forward in groups, wanting to have a friendly duel with you and learn from each other. Thale's expression changed abruptly. Jorge was very happy and his saliva flew everywhere. The scene was very chaotic and noisy. Perhaps others did not see it, but I have sharp eyes. She hid you under her skirt. Thale's face turned pale. He ignored the expressions of his personal guards behind him and rushed forward to hold Jorge's waving hand. Cough. Thank you, Administrator Jorge. Thales interrupted her passionately, feeling touched. I have truly felt the generosity and hospitality of Elefir City. He shook Jorge's hand vigorously, wishing with all his heart that he would stop. Jorge was stunned at first, then he narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, a look of understanding on his face. This made Thales even more depressed. As a listener, Doyle nudged Glover with a playful expression. Unfortunately, the latter only furrowed his eyebrows and did not show any intention to share his interest. Hee, that's right. Speaking of this. Jorge naturally put his arm around the Duke's shoulder and whispered to him like a good friend. Grand Duke Gadro has a son, Igor, the heir of Buffalo City. He's a good lad. Among the gifts I brought are the seal and bear skins he hunted. Both of you are of equal status and both of you are talented, so you should be able to get along well. The administrator had an encouraging look on his face as he shook the prince vigorously. You'll love him. Thales was so shaken that even his fake smile became unreal. Igor, right? I guess I will. But Jorge only smiled with his eyes squinted. But that's not all. You should know that the Grand Duke has 3 daughters. Thales had a bad feeling. Although the first one has been married twice, she's good at bearing children. I guarantee that you'll have many children before you're 20, and you won't have to worry about descendants. The second one is amazing. She's adept at archery and horsemanship. Even the veterans have to give her a thumbs up. With her in bed, you don't even have to arrange for guards to be on duty at night. Thales' smile gradually froze. The third one, Jorge was stuck for a while, hesitated for a moment, then stuttered. Yes, she's all right. The administrator then patted the Duke of Star Lake's shoulder in a northern manner, messing up the perfect hairstyle that Thales had cut when he was fleeing and grew back after he returned to the country. I know, you grew up with the northern wind, you must prefer the hard one. What do you think? Jorge's eyes lit up. Consider it? The prince forced a smile with difficulty. Thales spent a few minutes before he managed to escape from Jorge's enthusiasm. He invited the bear-like guest back to the banquet hall and promised to give him a bigger seat. The personal guards who accompanied the prince had amused expressions. Mallows, who had been silent all this while, came forward and reminded the prince of the guest list he was going to personally welcome next. But after he finished speaking, right about the story he told, the one where you hid under your skirt. The watchman was a little hesitant. Thales, who had always been easygoing, looked up instantly. His expression was fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. Don't ask. The Duke of Star Lake gritted his teeth. You'll still be my favorite personal guard captain. Mallows narrowed his eyes, and with a look of understanding, he bowed in a contemplative manner. Then I'll go and arrange other matters. I hope you enjoy the banquet. Thales sighed in annoyance as he watched the man turn and leave. Your Highness. Doyle's voice came from behind him. Thales was still wary. He scowled at him coldly. Don't worry, I won't ask. Doyle shook his hand awkwardly. I just want to say that I understand. I've been through that terrible situation too. Ahem. On the other side, Glover seemed to have caught a cold. He coughed repeatedly and interrupted Doyle's nonsense. Ahem. Doyle stopped talking in embarrassment, but Thales' expression became even worse. All right. Thales pulled his head back stiffly. His mood was gloomy. When I become king, the first thing I'll do is to lead the army north, destroy Ekstedt. They walked back in silence. Northlanders ahem. Are all Northlanders in Ekstedt like this? Doyle finally brought up a topic that was not so annoying. Thales nodded gloomily. Half of it. As for the other half, at this moment, a voice filled with surprise and excitement came from the side. Thales Jadestar. The 3 of them were all shocked. Amidst the footsteps and shouts, Jonvold and Praka from the Star Lake Guards blocked a guest who wanted to rush to the prince in the corridor far away. The latter waved his hands and tried to get close to Thales, but he could not. Thales looked at the other person's appearance. He had a bowl cut that reached his ears, and felt a strange sense of familiarity, until he saw the emblem of a shining blade on the guest's clothes. Nice to meet you. I am Lev Trentida, the son of the Archduke of Reformation Tower. The guest smiled obsequiously and spoke with the same familiar Northland accent, but it was much lighter than Jorge's. Reformation Tower, Trentida? That's interesting. Another bowl-cut man who was much more mature and cunning appeared in his memory. He had an even more imposing aura and majestic aura. Thales nodded and asked the guards to let go of the Northlander who broke the rules and came to him without guidance. Left, right? Thales squeezed out his signature social smile. I know your father, Archduke Trentida. What a coincidence. Lev smiled with his eyes narrowed. I know him too. Thales was silent for a moment over this terrible joke. Young Trentida? He looked at the fake smile on Lev's face and the sparkle in his eyes. Yes, he's my biological son. Very well, please send my regards to your father. Thales sighed and decided not to pester him any further. I hope you enjoy the banquet. The prince turned and left. Your Highness, Lev said anxiously. But Jianghu, who was behind him, pressed down on Lev's shoulder, his warning obvious. Thales turned around. I know you're busy, so alright, I'll get straight to the point. Lev sighed, looking like he was ready to go all out. Thales blinked. Against the background noise of the banquet, Lev narrowed his eyes. You know, it wasn't easy for me to make this trip. I was going to buy some souvenirs to bring back, but I ran into some trouble. Damn market bureaucrats and merchants conspired to not only suppress the quantity and raise the price, but also deliberately cause trouble. Souvenirs? Thales was stunned. You know, traveling. Lev shrugged like a spoiled young master. Buy some of this, buy some of that, and bring some local specialties. Local specialties? Thales raised his eyebrows. Lev smiled awkwardly. Nothing much, just some food, clothes, and toys. Food. Thales' tone grew more doubtful. He stared at Leviticus. Yes, my favorite food. Lev's smile remained. I just need some local officials to make things easier for me. Thales looked at him for a few seconds. I can't do that. Damn Northlanders. Thales said coldly. I'm just a prince who has just arrived and is cultivating. Thales was about to turn around again when Lev hurriedly spoke again. I know. But don't worry, Your Highness, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. Thales looked at him questioningly. Lev broke free from Jianghu's grip and ignored the other's disgusted expression. At the banquet later, just let me stand by your side for a while and look like I'm talking and laughing. The official who caused trouble for me is also present today, and he's trying his best to get close to you. Lev looked at Thales with an eager expression. Sorry. Thales shook his head and prepared to leave. Maybe you should take out your official identity and go to the Department of Foreign Affairs to see how they can help. But, Lev spoke again. This time he sounded like he was pleading. First of all, it's too high profile and eye-catching, you know. Second of all, he shrugged in embarrassment. The exchange rate hasn't been good recently and my funds are limited. Too high profile, the exchange rate isn't good. Wait a minute. Reformation Tower. Trentida. Bring specialties? The prince pondered for a while and came to a realization. Alright, but if I help you. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. What do I get? Lev froze for a moment, then let out an awkward smile. A friendship from Reformation Tower and the Trentida family? Thales raised his eyebrows. A friendship between Reformation Tower and Trentida. Sounds good. But, Thales chuckled. How much is it worth? Looking at the other's reaction, Lev seemed to know how famous his family was. Alright, listen to me. Lev took a deep breath and, ignoring Glover and Doyle's expressions, leaned close to Thales' ear and whispered something. Thales' expression changed. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, Thales nodded solemnly. Deal. Lev's eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. Young Trentida grinned and said, I knew you were easy to talk to. My father didn't praise Constellation for having a Thales in vain. But the Duke of Star Lake interrupted him. I remember that your father is a cautious man who thinks twice before making a bet, the prince said faintly. Does he have any objections to you coming to Constellation to look for me at this time? Lev paused for a moment, but looked at the prince thoughtfully. As a son, Lev stared at him with a meaningful smile. If I'm always controlled by my father, I'll never be able to become an adult, right? Thales was silent for a moment. He suddenly thought of another Archduke's son, the Viscount of Dual Wind City in the City of Faraway Prayers, Nuisance Ian Rockney. Thank you for your frankness. I'll tell Archduke Trentida about this, Thales said faintly. That's exactly what I want. Lev did not panic but instead smiled slyly. Then he'll know that not every son is qualified to be mentioned by the famous North Star, who reversed Eksted's fate. Hearing this form of address, Thales frowned. Do you Northlanders call me that? Of course there are others, but this is the best. Lev looked at Thales cautiously and grinned. Or would you rather be called the Archduchess's little star? Thales' small face darkened. The surrounding guards looked at each other, their expressions turning strange again. Thales sighed. North Star. This nickname. Oh Sunset, do you think that a prince who just returned from Eksted doesn't have enough trouble in Constellation? Thank you so much, Northlanders. Just as Lev was about to leave, Thales suddenly spoke. So, King Chapman doesn't have any objections to you attending my banquet? Hearing that name, Lev's expression changed. He was silent for a few seconds. Duke, today is your wedding day. Young Trentida looked around and said softly, That's right. Let's not talk about unlucky things. Thales politely bade him farewell. Satisfied, Lev turned around and left under the escort of Jonvold and Praka. But the moment the prince turned around, his expression turned cold. Glover, Thales said gloomily. Go and find out where Gilbert is and bring him to me. Glover frowned slightly. Doyle, who was beside him, was stunned. Now. But your highness, according to reports, the guardian duke of the Eastern Sea, who is also Prime Minister Cullen, will be arriving soon. But Thales suddenly shouted, Screw the Prime Minister. The Duke of Star Lake spoke coldly, enunciating each word in an unsettling manner. Now, immediately, Thales glared at him coldly. Find him, Gilbert Casso. The two men who were used to the prince's gentle personality were shocked. Glover said nothing more and immediately turned to leave, leaving the uneasy Doyle by Thales' side, casting worried glances at him from time to time. Gilbert soon appeared in front of him with a puzzled expression. But Thales dismissed Doyle and Glover and went straight to the point. What happened in Eksted? Gilbert was instantly stunned. What happened? Everything should be normal. After eliminating the dissidents, Chapman I has been busy pacifying the internal affairs. But Thales interrupted him impatiently. Gilbert. Just now, two Northlanders rudely stopped me, and one of them even called me the King of Constellation, in front of everyone. Gilbert's expression changed. Thales took a step forward and his gaze was sharp. Do you understand now? Gilbert and the prince looked at each other for a second before he sighed softly. You must know that today is your big day. After today, you will officially enter the social circle of Eternal Star City and step onto the stage of the kingdom. If something really happens, it cannot compare to, but Thales only stared at the man. Gilbert, 6 years ago you were the one who brought me to Mindy's Hall. That is why I believe in you. More so than the others. As he looked at the prince's expression, Gilbert wanted to say something but he hesitated. His expression was complicated. A few seconds later, Count Casso sighed slowly. A few days ago, Eksted's battle report came. Thales' expression tensed. As expected. Gilbert's cheerful and relaxed mood during the banquet was swept away. His expression was solemn as he entered full working mode. Dragon Clouds, Faraway Prayers and Defense City joined forces. Nearly 20,000 Northland warriors marched out of the border from the west in an aggressive manner. Their advance was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The Alliance of Freedom retreated step by step, and the entire Golden Passage trembled. Not long ago, Eksted finally sent a large army to besiege Fort Liberté. Thales nodded. As one of the participants in the incident, he clearly remembered the internal and external causes of the war, the forces involved, and the dramatic twists and turns. I know that Eksted wants to reassert their hegemony and status in the Golden Passage. The small Alliance of Freedom affected the political situation in the Western Peninsula. Be it the 16 cities of Kemu Union, the White Elves of White Mountain, or the other countries in the Golden Passage, ever since they overestimated their own abilities and rashly intervened 20 years ago, they were easily dealt a heavy blow by King Nuvan. In the face of this crisis, in the face of the alliance of the three northern cities, all the forces would rather watch from the sidelines and protect themselves. No one dared to touch the dragon's reverse scale. That included Constellation, who took the opportunity to trick the Alliance of Freedom. But Thales realized something. Your expression, Gilbert. What happened? The Foreign Affairs Minister looked at Thales' reaction and sighed. You know, a few months ago the kingdom's secret intelligence department's intelligence base in Extet was severely damaged, and it is still being rebuilt. The information we received is very messy, and we are still verifying it one by one. The kingdom's secret intelligence department has been extremely busy over the past few days. Thales directly skipped these pleasantries. Then what do you know? Gilbert was silent for a while. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Although it has not been completely verified in general, Gilbert's tone was very calm. The extensions could not attack the city and suffered heavy losses. Within a few days they suffered consecutive defeats and suffered heavy losses. Their supplies were also cut off and their rear was attacked. They were forced to give up on their target. The entire army retreated. Thales froze. That's right, Your Highness. At this moment, Gilbert sighed slowly. Between the lines, there was a sorrowful sentiment that only a person who was familiar with history could understand. Since the era of Nuvan VI, they rose to power with great momentum and they were invincible. Under the rule of the born king, their hegemony flourished, and their might shook the western peninsula, the Extet kingdom that fought countless battles and was invincible in the world. Gilbert sighed. Lost. Thales was dazed for a moment. Extet. Northlanders. Kingdom of the Dragon. Children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon. Descendants of the hero Raikuru. Lost? Gilbert was still talking, but Thales seemed to be listening to him through a curtain. He nodded absent-mindedly. Throughout his long life he had always put in a lot of effort to protect his own life, and he had to work hard to move through the endless political games in the whirlpool of the times, but for the first time he felt it so vividly. Times have changed. Thales sucked in a deep breath. So, I believe that this makes your appearance today even more important. Gilbert's words echoed in his ears again. But Thales was no longer in the mood to listen. Thales opened his mouth subconsciously, but he could only utter a few words. Gilbert furrowed his brows. Until the second prince raised his head indifferently. Where's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? Gilbert remained silent for a while. He seemed to have expected this, but he also seemed to be hesitant to speak. But the Duke of Star Lake's gaze was too intense. It was hard to resist. According to the current information, Gilbert spoke with great difficulty. After the great victory the Alliance of Freedom claimed, they've captured the enemy commander. I don't know if he's dead or alive. At that moment, Thales heard silence. It was as if the entire Mindy's hall had been silenced. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 542. Mindy's hall was still filled with continuous but restrained noises, except perhaps for the rude voices of the Northland and dwarf guests. Many important guests arrived one after another, and the surroundings of the banquet hall became the most familiar social venue for the upper echelons of the capital. As for the host of the banquet, Thales still faithfully carried out his duty. So, Your Excellency, it is indeed a pity that I missed you, but who knows if this was all arranged by the Sunset Goddess? Archdeacon Stylianides nodded politely at the Duke of Star Lake. He was frank, humble, considerate, and gave people a good impression of him. It gave me a chance to reflect on myself. Did I care about this matter because of the vanity and status that the position represented, or was it because of my determination and conviction to spread my faith? Of course, the result of the reflection made me feel ashamed. Thales conversed amicably with the most promising young priest in Sunset Church. They exchanged greetings politely, and their smiles were fresh and sincere. From time to time they nodded in agreement. Facts have proven that I am far from having the qualities that God appreciates. I am indeed not fit to discuss God's teachings with you. Not far away, Doyle narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. He carefully sized up Thales, who was chatting amiably with the guests. Hey, I recognize that expression. When Glover heard that, he turned his head and glanced at Doyle. You recognize him again? His Highness is smiling, Glover said coldly. But Doyle shook his head and clicked his tongue. No. Believe me, that child's heart must be in turmoil right now, and he wants nothing more than to smash the earth. Glover turned his head back and pretended not to hear. Doyle was left behind to shake his head. He was deeply moved. Based on my experience, that's when the one you love has promised someone else, and you're powerless to do anything about it. Glover snorted coldly. When he saw that he did not get a positive response, Doyle could not help but turn his head around and poke his colleague. So, aren't you curious at all? Doyle was not without regret. What did Count Casso say to him? Glover glanced at Doyle, then looked behind him. He was expressionless and he did not speak. I know. Doyle froze slightly. When he heard the footsteps behind him and the familiar voice, he turned around stiffly. His tone was unsteady. Your Highness. Do. At some point in time, Thales had ended his conversation and was standing behind him with his hands behind his back. He looked radiant. This child, why is he like a street thief? Doyle felt gloomy. I'm already whispering, yet you can still hear me? Gilbert told me just now. Thales imitated Doyle's tone just now and was filled with emotion. The love of my heart has been given to someone else, but I am powerless. Doyle scratched his head and put on an honest, ignorant and silly smile. If he remembered correctly, the silly Cohen might have used this to capture the young Duke's heart? Then, Thales' expression instantly turned cold. Are you satisfied? Doyle's smile froze. About that, you really know how to joke. Who in this world would be so blind as to dare to touch your woman? In the next second, Doyle shuddered again. For some reason he felt that after saying those words, the Duke's aura, it seemed colder? Thales snorted softly and walked away. Glover pursed his lips and followed obediently. Hey! The zombie walked past Doyle, who had asked for a snub and did not care at all. I recognized that expression. Doyle was stunned for a moment before he glared at him fiercely. Bah, zombie, I really misjudged you. So you're also a gossipy man who takes pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'll remember this. Thales did not pay attention to the back-and-forth glares and the fight between the two people behind him. He just walked forward, minding his own business. In fact, Doyle had hit on some of his thoughts. Thales could no longer remember how he said goodbye to Gilbert. What he remembered was that he still maintained his poise and etiquette, just like the most competent Duke of Star Lake. He appeared at the position to welcome the guests and continued his duties. But only the Duke himself knew. From that moment onwards, his footsteps became much heavier in his days. The noises around him blended into a blur, but he could no longer filter out the part he wanted from it. Calm down, Thales. The Duke was expressionless as he thought to himself. Saroma. She'll be fine. They captured the enemy's commander. Whether she's alive or dead, the muscles on Thales' arms tightened without him realizing it. The sin of Hell's river started to flow silently. No. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. No, calm down, Thales. The prince told himself again. Pull yourself together. Saroma will be fine. She's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. The Freedom Alliance understands that letting her live is far more valuable than killing her to vent their anger. Or worse. When he thought of this, Thales' breathing instantly tightened. Because you're a girl. Then it's destined that in most games in this world, you'll have to pay a higher price than men. When he thought of what he once said to the girl, Thales felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. At that moment, his heart was filled with boundless rage that even he himself could not fathom. It burned everything. Nicholas. Dead face, why can't you protect your king? You've only scratched yourself in the hands of the Raven of Death, and you've become useless? How dare you call yourself the Star Killer? Regent Leespan. The protector and protector of Dragon Cloud City. Aren't you the born king's eye of the dragon? Don't tell me that all your schemes went to hell with the late king? Count Carcagel. He's known as King Nuven's best general. Don't tell me that his battle record of conquering Fort Liberté without an arm is shameless boasting? Archduke Rockney. The illustrious, resolute and courageous master of the city of faraway prayers can't even do anything to a tiny Fort Liberté. How the hell are you going to rule? Why don't you kill yourself to apologize to the world? As for the others, the sin of Hell's river flowed faster and fiercer in his veins. Extet's brave and skillful Northland army, are they all just for show? He subconsciously clenched his fists in his sleeves. The sin of Hell's river gradually formed and spread throughout his body. No, Thales thought as he took a deep breath. I can't count on Extet. I can't count on that bunch of stupid trash to help Saroma. I have to do something. But, think, Thales. Think about what else can you do? Ask Gilbert for help? Ask Constellation to step in? Contact the kingdom's secret intelligence department? But, Thales sadly realized that as a prince, no matter what methods he resorted to or what path he took, the huge shadow that enveloped the sky above Mindy's hall was still impossible to get around. He finally escaped from Extet, which was full of hostility, and returned to Constellation, but he was still like a bird in a cage. Faced with an old friend who needed help, he was helpless. Or was this the truth of his life in this world? His fate? For some reason, he suddenly thought of Priestess Meljen, whom he had just met. Sunset bears witness. Our fates have long been intertwined. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. Oh, Sunset. If you truly exist and control the power, if you truly are the patron saint of my family and kingdom, I beg you. Please protect her, help her, and watch over her. Pity the innocent girl who was dragged into my unfortunate fate. Wait a minute. He did not understand the gods. But, compared to the gods, the ones who truly exist and control the power, Thales opened his eyes gently. Maybe there is a way, but, the price I have to pay, Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's River roared fiercely in his body. But if this can save her from an even more tragic future, Thales' gaze became colder and colder. The sin of Hell's River became more agitated and almost boiled. At this moment, slap. Thales' shoulder was slapped hard by someone. He instinctively wanted to retaliate, but the person behind him held his arm tightly. He could not move forward or retreat. Your Highness. Mallow stood in front of him. As he grabbed Thales' right hand, he lightly patted the prince's chest. As expected, Thales gritted his teeth and suppressed the desire to pounce on his personal guard captain. The power of eradication in his body was suppressed, and it howled angrily in his blood. It was like a beast that was difficult to tame being tied back to its cage. I was wondering why there was something missing here. The watchman was still holding the prince's right arm. He sized up Thales' flat and smooth chest, frowned and muttered. I'm guessing that the Jade Star insignia on Baron Barney's hand in the banquet hall was not stolen by him. It's purely because you're a prodigal. You gave it away because the other party was a pitiful boy. Of course, it could also be because of a beautiful woman. When he heard his commanding officer's words, Doyle, who was not far away, flashed a knowing smile at his colleague. But Glover still replied to him coldly. By the way, Your Highness, let me introduce the next guest. Thales raised his head with difficulty. Then, with the same difficulty, he smiled. With Mallow's introduction, the Duke of Star Lake warmly welcomed the arrival of Burn Talon. Thales had met the suzerain of Ice River City once at the National Conference 6 years ago. He was one of the 13 appointed counts, and was also a distant relative and close vassal of the Jade Star royal family. In fact, the first Count Talon had been conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake before he was enfeoffed. This made Count Talon's visit even more meaningful. But this information, which he had memorized thoroughly, only flowed through Thales' brain meaninglessly, supporting him to once again pile on a perfect smile and make fake small talk. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a sense of empathy for his enemy, Zayn Covendier. The Duke of Iris Flowers, who wanted to use the Blood Clan to kill him, was probably the same. His heart was burdened, but his face was like a spring breeze, welcoming and sending off. As usual for the Four Seasons? He warmly watched Count Talon leave with Mallows. His behavior was appropriate and generous, and no one could find fault with it. But, is this what he can do? Thales thought sarcastically. Stand here and sell smiles at some stupid banquet of mine? At the same time, the girl I owe so much to might be trapped in the enemy's camp. Thales took a deep breath. At this moment, a low voice drilled into his ears. I'm thinking maybe letting you practice your sword last night was a wrong choice? Making your youthful heart even more restless? Thales paused and looked at Mallows, who had returned at some point in time. The latter leaned close to his ear and whispered, Unless you're going to have a duel to the death with a guest tonight, to show off your fierceness from the northern region, Mallows said sarcastically. Otherwise, please take care of your power of eradication. Thales calmed himself down. You know? Don't forget I'm your martial arts teacher, Mallows said flatly. Only then did he turn around as if nothing had happened, shielded Thales behind him and reprimanded Doyle, who was making faces at Glover. Thales adjusted his breathing, but he had an epiphany. Wake up, Thales. You're still far from being able to overturn the chessboard. Meet the enemy. Detect the enemy. Subdue the enemy. Thales silently recited the 3 principles of facing the enemy and thought about it carefully. The sin of Hell's River seemed to be in sync with its master's state. At this moment, it flowed slowly, dark and sluggish, without the madness and violence from before. Chapman Lampard. A name crossed his mind. Ekstedt's western expedition was defeated, and even the commander-in-chief was captured. This was no longer just a problem of the 3 territories. It concerned the dignity of all of Ekstedt. If King Chapman still wanted to keep his position, he could not turn a blind eye and pretend to be deaf and mute. He had to take back Saroma from the Alliance of Freedom in the name of the kingdom. Of course, This might come at the cost of Black Sand region reaching out to the internal affairs of the three cities and expanding the royal power. Wait. Expanding the royal power. Thales's thoughts cleared up. The Alliance of Freedom was small and weak. Normally, it was impossible for them to fight against the powerful three cities of Dragon Clouds, Faraway Prayers, and Defense on their own and turn the tables. They might have strong reinforcements and external forces to interfere with the situation. Thales frowned. King Chapman. It's you? It's you again? Then things are not so simple. You will use the captured Saroma as a bargaining chip and use every bit of value she has. Divide, bribe, extort, deceive, he will do anything. Weaken the city of Faraway Prayers. Intimidate Defense City. Subdue Dragon Cloud City. As for little rascal, be careful, Thales. When people smell your weakness. King Chapman's voice vaguely rang in his ears. Thales clenched his fists again. What should I do? 1,000 miles away, how should I face Chapman Lampard? What should I do? Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. The sin of Hell's River seemed to have smelled its master's mood. When it realized that it was showing signs of rising again, it became restless and attempted to spread all over its master's body again. But in the next moment, a new guest interrupted Thales' recollection. The newcomer strode forward, his cloak fluttering slightly. His left eye was covered by a scar, and his remaining eye was cold and fierce. Thales' breathing paused for a moment. It's him. 6 years ago, old friend. The moment this noble appeared, the originally noisy courtyard of Mindy's hall quieted down, as if a conductor had waved his baton and put a stop to the music. Even Doyle was no longer smiling cheekily. The guests who saw him fell silent. Those who recognized him went forward in twos and threes to greet him after being prompted by each other. The nobleman in his prime was not enthusiastic either. He casually and arrogantly responded to the greetings of the lower-ranking nobleman. The nobleman in his prime walked into the hall and handed his cloak to an attendant. He took a pen and paper, drew a line on the guest list and looked around Mindy's hall. Rudolph told me before that this is a good place, and it's worth visiting often. The nobleman in his prime snorted softly and said coldly, Now? I still prefer the land of cliffs. In the next second, the one-eyed guest stopped looking at Thales. Under Mallow's signal, Thales walked forward slowly and smiled. Honorable Duke Nanchester, welcome, but the other party cut him off directly. Why are you so thin and weak? You didn't grow much? Thales' expression froze. Koster Nanchester, guardian duke of the land of cliffs, owner of the great antler deer, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, frowned as he sized him up. Did the Northland barbarians mistreat you for the past 6 years? As the Duke of Star Lake, Thales was silent for a while. He could only continue to give him a decent smile. Koster snorted coldly. Then you better return the favor and live up to the stars. With that, the one-eyed dragon pushed the attendant away and walked forward without even looking at the prince. Oh. Thales frowned slightly, but he felt relieved. At least he still had something he could do. Sir Koster, do you know Levi Trentida? Koster's footsteps stopped. Thales gestured to Mallows and the other two to stand down. He caught up to the one-eyed dragon and stood opposite him. He's the son of the Archduke of Reformation Tower. He's also here for the banquet today. Koster narrowed his single eye and carefully sized Thales up. Trentida, the Duke of the Land of Cliffs, snorted disdainfully. Some shameless Northland bastard has many sons and many bastards. God knows which one of his sons it is. God knows if it's his. Listening to the other party's emotional confirmation of Trentida, Thales was deep in thought. Reformation Tower was adjacent to the Northern Territory, and was related to the border between the two countries. But it actually had more mountainous territory, bordering the Land of Cliffs region of the Nanchester family. They both lived and developed in the Sighing Mountains, and were in confrontation with each other. Two cowards, separated by a great canyon, nested on two peaks, cursing at each other from a distance. Come over if you have the guts. Nicholas, who was picking his nose in disdain while listening to the two children's Northland history lesson in boredom. Thales took a step closer, forcing himself not to look at Koster's scarred left eye. He said softly, Levi, I need help. I want to buy some food to bring home. Food. The one-eyed dragon moved slightly. Food. Thales had no time to lament the other party's reaction. He nodded. The autumn harvest is over and winter is coming. Thales looked at the one-eyed dragon and their eyes met. For the first time in 6 years, Koster turned around and looked straight at Thales. Thoughts swirled in his eyes. Thoughts swirled in his eyes as if this was their true reunion. Thales smiled and raised his hand, gesturing for the other party to go first. The two of them walked forward. But I think it's not just food, Thales said calmly. Koshter narrowed his single eye. Thales smiled and nodded. One of them lived in the Northland while the other bordered the territory. Both of them had their own understandings and there was no need to elaborate. As a territory on the southwest border of Extet, Reformation Tower was located in the Sighing Mountains. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, stable and peaceful. It was also rich in minerals and profitable. But they were also limited by the terrain. Their feudal enfeoffment was complicated, their vassals were scattered, and their arable land was scarce. The soil was barren. In recent years, they had absorbed many immigrants who fled from the increasing local conflicts in the kingdom. The day before the bitter cold winter every year was a test for the suzerains of Reformation Tower. They had no choice but to trade minerals and metallurgy for a long period of time and import food. In the past, with Alcius of Prestige Orchid and Lampard of Black Sand, Thales was indifferent, but his gaze was astute. The three territories have a strong alliance, a close relationship in laws and are of the same branch. Reformation Tower has its own way of importing supplies and storing food for winter. Of course, if they were willing to pay the price, put down their dignity and put down their pride, this was Archduke Trentida's specialty which was despised in the Northland. It was not impossible for the powerful Dragon Cloud City and the food-producing Beacon Illumination City to lower their status and help. But now, Koshter's expression changed slightly as he listened to him. Thales snorted softly. Ever since King Nuvan's death and King Chapman's coronation, Dragon Clouds was weak, and Beacon Illumination was timid. As for faraway prayers, defense, IC, Elk and Sentinel, they were either too far away to help, or each had their own ulterior motives and did not care. But what was more frightening was that Reformation Tower's neighbor, Black Sand region, had already risen to power under King Chapman's leadership. As a result, the balance in Extet lost its balance. Lampard of Black Sand region, Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, Trentida of Reformation Tower. In the south of Extet, there was once a trinity, united against a common enemy. To the north was Dragon Cloud City, and to the south were the three Archdukes of Constellation. The three Northland families who had been eager to fight and eyeing Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress for 18 years had made Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress fearful. They had long since parted ways. They appeared to be united but were actually divided. Thales and Koshter paced slowly. Both of them were deep in thought. So, they turned to you? To the Jade Star royal family? Koshter said coldly. Thales exhaled and started brainstorming. Based on my understanding, as cunning as Trentida, they would not bet easily, the Duke of Star Lake said softly. They should be smiling and shaking hands with Lampard, and continuing to trade and purchase food through the old channels, as if everything was normal. On the other hand, they would be like today, storing food in batches from the channels including Constellation to reduce pressure, accumulating it over time for emergencies. The one-eyed dragon snorted coldly. They have always been two-faced, I'm not surprised. If that's true, then they must have started at least 6 years ago. Thales nodded. If they want to transport goods from Constellation to Reformation Tower and avoid Black Sand region, they can't go through the Northern Territory. They can either take the sea route directly from Eastern Sea Hill. Koshter nonchalantly took over the topic. Or take the land route through my territory. Thales sighed and nodded. Land of cliffs. Smuggling. Koshter was deep in thought. But since they came to you, then it must be. In the next second, the one-eyed dragon's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head sharply. What happened to the war with the Alliance of Freedom after you returned? The Northland barbarians lost? Thales sighed in his heart. This guy's reaction is really fast. Even he himself had to interrogate Gilbert to obtain some scattered news about Northland from the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Secret Intelligence Department. No, the Northland barbarians can't lose, Koshter immediately reacted, his expression solemn. So, Lampard must have won? Thales' heart sank. He stopped in his tracks and cleared his throat. Let me put it this way, the outcome is still unknown. But King Chapman has a huge advantage. This news made Koshter mull over it for a long time. You mean you want me to be kind and let go of Reformation Tower's goods to increase their confidence to fight against the King of Black Sand? To weaken Constellation's great enemy in the future? Thales stared at the other party's single eye and was silent for a long time. It was this duke in front of him who went on a rampage 6 years ago and led the charge to force the abdication of the throne during the national conference. It was also this duke who spoke arrogantly with anger 6 years ago and planted the seed of doubt in Thales' heart. What exactly does he want? No, I'm just reminding you. Thales said calmly, this is an opportunity. And also a bargaining chip. The one-eyed dragon's expression changed slightly. If Reformation Tower really has such a plan, then you can set up a roadblock to seize them, threaten and blackmail them, or even send someone to rob and kill them halfway. The scene of Trentida speaking up for him in the Hall of Heroes and facilitating the king's selection was still vivid in his mind. But Thales just shook his head and waved away the sincere apology to the Archduke with the bowl cut. Since there's profit to be made, why not? At this moment, the way Koster looked at him became interesting, a little more lively, and no longer so cold and indifferent that strangers could not get close to. But Thales changed the topic. But you can also let them go all the way and even take the initiative to reinforce them, making them more and more dependent on the benefits of your supply line. For the past few decades, this is how King Nuvan dealt with Elifir City. Thales said coldly. The playfulness in Koster's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. First, clear the roadblocks, re-establish the trade route, and generously transport and provide strong support. Thales gently reached out and slowly closed his hand in the air. Wait until they get used to being intoxicated and deeply dependent, then slowly withdraw and gently strangle their necks. He suddenly clenched his fist. Just like that, Elifir City is in a dilemma, at the mercy of others, suppressed by Dragon Cloud City and unable to fight back. Koster frowned fiercely. Thales put down his palm and looked up with a smile. Advance or retreat, attack or defend, it's all up to you. The Duke of Star Lake happily bowed. Happy holy pursuit, Sir Koster. At least, this was what he could do at the moment. Thales thought sadly in his heart. But just as he turned around, the one-eyed dragon spoke softly behind him. So, the born king? Koster paused and narrowed his single eye. You've learned a lot from him? The born king. Thales' heart tightened for no reason. It was as if he had returned to that night, watching King Nuvan calmly stretch out his hand and reveal the ring of triumph. No. For some reason, Thales subconsciously denied it. He was resolute. I've known him for less than a day. What learning? Koster leisurely walked to him and stared at him for a long time. Only then did he speak faintly. What? Although the other party's reference was unclear, Thales knew what he wanted to ask. Thales looked up, still smiling. As a thank you gift. Thank you for being honest with me 6 years ago. The Duke thanked him with more or less sincerity. Indeed, in these 6 years I've seen a lot and I've grown a lot. Honest? Koster continued to stare at him deeply, not saying a word. It was as if Thales was a boulder, and he wanted to carefully carve it with his gaze. 6 years ago, what happened in the north changed everything, right? Changed everything? Thales' mind darkened. Yes. The born king is no longer here. Nuvan VII. As the years passed, the influence became more apparent. Thales became more emotional. That morning, Extet lost, not just a king. Recalling the voice and smile of that unparalleled overlord, the teenager said absent-mindedly, and on the vast continent, 10 bloodthirsty beasts that were once firmly tied to him, obedient and suppressing their instincts, are fighting to come out of the cage. Hungry and picky. Fight to the death. From the old crow's point of view, might even bring harm to his neighbors. Endless harm. Koster stared at him closely. Oh, didn't you see? 6 years ago, this wasn't the only incident that affected the Western Peninsula. Thales snapped out of his daze and was puzzled. What? Compared to a certain king who made a ruckus for a while, he was buried in a coffin. Koster walked forward slowly, clasped his shoulder and lowered his voice. More importantly, the next moment the one-eyed dragon's pupils shrank. Thales felt his jaw tighten. Koster's left hand gently pinched Thales' lower jaw, and lifted the prince's face before his eyes. Not far away, Doyle and Glover were both shocked. They were about to step forward to stop him, but were held back by Mallows. 6 years ago, a young planet went through baptism and shed its dust. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. He watched as Koster's single eye pressed against his pupil, and listened to Koster's deep and subtle voice seep into his eardrums. Slowly rising, that terrifying eye seemed to contain countless mountains and valleys, standing tall and majestic. Shining with a strange light. Following their master's words, the peaks broke through the fog and went straight into the sky, shining with brilliance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The prince, who was stunned by the peaks in Koshter's eyes, suddenly woke up. Oh no, everyone's watching. If someone sees this... Thales, who felt that he was no longer a child, blushed. He shook off Koshter's finger and took a step back, feeling very awkward. I can't. Behind him, Doyle and Glover looked at each other, while Mallows furrowed his eyebrows. But the Duke of Land of Cliffs did not give up. He moved forward steadily, looking rather aggressive. Young Star, return to your position. Koshter's expression was calm, but his words were ancient. Updated daily. Until the one-eyed dragon's tone changed, like a sudden change of water flow, turbulent and thrilling. When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? The Duke of Star Lake's heart skipped a beat. Thales steadied his footsteps and calmed his sudden panic. Your attainments in the ancient empire's grammar are profound. The prince took a deep breath and managed to adjust his mood, avoiding the other party's implied topic. Unfortunately, grammar is not my forte. Koshter stood still, ignoring the surprised gazes of others, and locked his single eye on Thales. A few seconds later, he smiled darkly. Pardonable. The Duke of Land of Cliffs let out a disconcerting sneer. If the king is well versed in both the pen and the sword, regardless of whether it is important or trivial, he is all-round and proficient in everything. Then what is the use of us vassals? Thales tried hard not to interpret this sentence as having a deeper meaning, and answered hastily in embarrassment. So we each perform our duties and serve Constellation together? Koshter narrowed his eyes. So you agree? Our proposal? Thales' heart tightened again. I don't know what you're talking about. The Duke put on a straight face and glanced at the people around him. What proposal? Koshter's eyes turned cold and he took a step back. But then he looked around Mindy's hall and felt something. The corners of his mouth curled up. Of course. Koshter first chuckled softly, then he raised his voice and sneered, showing his arrogance. No proposal. No. Thales felt slightly uneasy and anxious. A second later, the Duke of Nanchester, who had laughed enough, lowered his head. His single eye was deep and penetrating. Only a long journey. The sea is boundless. He spoke coldly with a threatening gaze, but his tone was filled with a strange satisfaction. And you have no choice but to leave. Forced to set sail. The moment he finished speaking, the master of the Land of Cliffs, Nanchester of the Great Antler Deer, the one-eyed dragon, Koshter, turned around and left gracefully. He rudely pushed away the two attendants who were leading the way respectfully. Looking down on everyone else, he sneered as he left. Thales stood rooted to the ground in a daze, his clothes a little messy. It attracted the attention of countless people. They looked at each other. There were countless guesses. After a while, Doyle, who had been following Thales from a distance, carefully looked at the pondering Thales as he tidied up his clothes. About that, a zombie. He poked Glover, who was equally suspicious, and whispered, Don't worry. The moment he arrived, he asked His Highness if he had lost weight and was abused, and then in the end he even recited a poem to His Highness. I think I vaguely heard something like, You agreed? Or something like forced? Glover glanced at Doyle. He had a rare strange expression on his face. You mean that Duke Nanchester? Doyle found it hard to believe and his face was full of suspicion. His preference shouldn't be. Doyle glanced at Thales worriedly, then looked at the banquet hall where Koshter's back disappeared. Pretty boy. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 543. The sun set in the west. Although the main banquet had yet to begin, the early arrival of the two dukes made the atmosphere in the banquet hall lively. Outside the hall, Logistics Officer Stone and Mindy's Hall's chief steward counted the carriages and gifts on the list, arguing back and forth with the coachman and attendants who spoke with various accents. In the hall, the personal attendants who came with the guests were coming back and forth. From time to time, they would quarrel with the servants in the hall because of their master's needs and their requests. Gilbert had no choice but to arrange for the clowns, dancers, and minstrels to enter earlier. They played music and served wine and food to distract the guests' attention. It was said that there were quite a number of people who did not receive an invitation and could not enter the venue hurriedly, wanting to try their luck on this special day. Mallows, on the other hand, skillfully and professionally acted as the mediator. He arranged the seats, managed the servants, discussed matters on the spot with the chief steward sent by Renaissance Palace, and dealt with unexpected incidents, such as when a certain low-level noble brought 6 daughters who were not on the list over, or when Jorge, who was excitedly chattering with everyone, "Do you know the famous North Star?" with his saliva flying everywhere. He was rearranged from the foreign guest seat to the honored elderly seat. Thales could only groan inwardly. As the nominal owner of Mindy's Hall, he should sit at the main seat in the hall and quietly wait for the guests. However, firstly, even someone as noble as the king would be attending today's banquet. It would be inappropriate for the second prince to sit calmly. Secondly, Thales' status was special. He had just returned to the kingdom and needed to establish a good first impression. Hence, after the 7 Jadestar attendants and the 2 archdukes, Thales had no choice but to continue dragging a large group of attendants and guards around Mindy's Hall according to Mallow's arrangements and Gilbert's instructions. "Your Highness, come here quickly, go there quickly." Where did His Highness go? Thales' private grumbles. He welcomed the designated important guests, placated the guests who were dissatisfied with their seats, and responded to the greetings, whether sincere or not, along the way with definitely fake smiles and salutes, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, in order to display the royal family's demeanor and dignity, as well as the new Duke of Star Lake's warm hospitality, cordial and appropriate behavior. "Your Highness, your complexion is very good. You look very healthy." Eastern Sea Hills Duke Bob Cullen, who had a head full of white hair and a pot-bellied body, greeted Thales with a radiant face as he was supported by 2 attendants. Thales coughed. "Welcome, Prime Minister. I'm glad to see you in good health." Duke Cullen spent 3 of the 4 seasons recuperating in Eternal Star City. But seeing him today, he was still stout and charmingly naive. He was still the good-natured roly-poly of the kingdom. No, that was not the case. Thales glanced down. "Cullen," Thales said. "Of course. Once I knew that you had escaped from the devil's den of the northern barbarians, my illness immediately improved." The guardian of the Eastern Sea Hill looked at the portraits of the 3 kings of Constellation and said with a smile, "God bless Constellation. I miss this mansion so much. I used to come here often when it was still open, but I didn't know how to cherish it. Now that I'm old and don't have many chances, I'm nostalgic. I'm sure you'll like my gift. I've brought you many pearls from Splendor Harbor, spices, tea and cloth from the Eastern Peninsula, and all sorts of good stuff. They're definitely better than those from South Coast Hill. You know, if we head east, the ocean currents and trade winds will be on our side." Compared to Zayn's insincere words and Koshter's harsh words, Duke Cullen's incessant chatter was probably unique in the kingdom. Unfortunately, it was all correct and well-spoken nonsense, and there was nothing one could say to refute or interrupt him. In the past, Thales might have treated it as a routine business and sent it off with a gift. But now, Thales sighed and had to interrupt the plump Duke's kind and gentle monologue. "Just now, Administrator Jorge from Elafir City wanted to introduce his lord's 3 daughters to me." Duke Cullen's footsteps paused. The sun sword and shield family emblem on his body trembled slightly. "Daughters?" He adjusted the string of inlaid jewels on his waist, but could not bear the weight. It looked like the precious belt was about to snap from his stomach. 3? Duke Cullen paused and looked at Thales from head to toe. He sighed deeply. "It's good to be young," Thales smiled awkwardly. But the old Duke continued, his tone full of nostalgia. "Back then, I also had 3 in one night. The madam of a brothel, the mistress of Laurel Club wanted to add 1 more for the sake of her status and tips, but I refused. After all, Sunset has taught us that as nobles, we have to set an example, keep ourselves clean and restrain ourselves." The old fatso's ability to change the topic was probably the best in Constellation. "Of course, I'm still not as good as your father. It said that he once fought 30 in one night in Red Street Market." Thales' face darkened as he listened. He hurriedly interrupted. "No, that's not what Elafir City meant, and it's not 3 at once, it's all at once." The Duke of Eastern Sea was still looking at him with a smile. The prince sighed and gave up on trying to explain the situation, which would only make things worse. "About this news about Elafir City's marriage proposal, do you have anything else to say?" Cullen froze for a moment and seemed to be thinking seriously. A second later he came to a realization. "I'm really sorry, my daughters have married and had children a long time ago, some of them are even grandmothers." The Prime Minister looked regretful. "As for my granddaughters, all right, I'll go back and count them. I'll have to spend some time painting them, preferably a full-body one. I'll give you a list later. Whichever one you like or which ones? Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the prince rudely interrupted the duke. Extet's coastline is actually not short, and its maritime territories are even bordering ours. That includes Alafir City. Duke Cullen stopped in his tracks. He patted his attendant's shoulder, and the latter bowed and retreated in a practiced manner. Thales felt relieved. There's hope. Whether it's Reformation Tower or the Glacier Sea, the former is limited by the Sighing Mountains, and the latter suffers from the frozen coast. Both lack good ports. Only the Gadro family of Alafir City holds the only two Alafir harbors, which are connected to inland traffic and have hinterland towns, enough to support long-distance fleets. Thales slowly stated his main point. They have the qualifications and ability to sail the Sea of Eradication and Constellation. Thales' eyes shifted, and his tone changed abruptly. To be precise, it's to share the huge profits of the Eastern Sea route with the 7 Eastern Seaports under your command. The Duke of Eastern Sea steadily straightened his back and smiled. Your geography lessons are not bad, huh? The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath. For a century, because of Dragon Cloud City's unprecedented strength, Alafir City has been under control everywhere. They yearn for the support of heroic Spirit Palace, but fear the majesty of the king. They have always been content with their lot in Extet, keeping a low profile and biding their time. Cullen shook his head. There are benefits to growing up in Northland? Thales frowned, playing dumb. But he had no choice. He had to make the best use of today's meeting. The prince chose to go straight to the point. But today, Archduke Gadro took the initiative to send someone to visit Eternal Star City and attend my banquet. Cullen chuckled. To propose marriage to you as a sign of friendship? Thales shook his head. Their visit, including the childish marriage proposal, is mostly to put on a show and probe. The Duke of Star Lake's eyes flashed. Waiting for the right price. The Duke of Eastern Sea paused for a few seconds. When the owner of the Sun Sword and Shield spoke again, his tone was less murky and slippery, replaced by vigilance and shrewdness. Waiting for the right price. Waiting for whose right price? Thales sucked in a deep breath and chose the most appropriate words to describe himself. Your Grace, you have ruled the Eastern Sea and operated Bay of Light for nearly half a century. I believe you know the answer better than anyone. I believe you know better than anyone what Alafir City's actions mean today, and what the pros and cons are. The Duke of Star Lake looked straight at Cullen. The plump old Duke was silent, the emotions in his shrewd eyes unclear. After a long while he slowly spoke. When King Nuvan passed away, I didn't see them so anxious. But the next moment, Duke Cullen narrowed his eyes with a cunning look. So, Dragon Cloud City, who has been supplying them with supplies and reselling goods, and backing up their plundering at sea. What's wrong? Thales sighed in his heart. Damn that old fox. Thales had no choice but to show him the answer expressionlessly. The Alliance of Freedom won. Lampard might also win. Duke Cullen stuck out his big belly and made an aha expression of realization. Thales observed the other party's expression and revealed what he had learned. Without the strong support of heroic Spirit Palace, Alafir City has reverted to the original form of the Northland barbarians. No trade routes and no way to plunder. More importantly, they have no king behind them and no confidence in their hearts. Since the land route is blocked, the sea sails will surely sink. Cullen frowned deeply. Before King Nuvan passed away, Dragon Cloud City had used an appropriate and lenient method, sometimes generous, sometimes strict, and sometimes generous. They had accumulated power by granting benefits, and restricted their power by increasing their power. They had subdued the self-righteous Alafir City, which relied on the sea border's trade route, and did not dare to act rashly. The latter was also full of ambivalence towards the Walton family's rule. They coveted the king's strong support from the central government, but were worried about their independent status as a Northland port. Humph, they want to beg with their faces swollen, but they don't even bother to offer a bowl. How can there be such a good thing in the world? That goatee doesn't have the confidence and he's unwilling to accept it, so he can only use words like King of Dragon Cloud City in his letter to mock us. Your grandfather only laughed after reading it, and then opened up more supplies for the guilty Alafir City, and resold more goods. Regent Leespan blurted out when he was explaining the history of Northland to the Archduchess. But now, the strong support behind them had not only lost its king, but was also on the verge of collapse. Thales was resolute. Alafir City's business on the sea will be affected. Duke Cullen did not speak. But Thales took a step closer, smelling the Duke's body full of exotic spices. So, you don't have to be merciful. When Archduke Gadro is troubled by domestic politics and hesitant, Thales' heart sank and he silently recalled his intentions. When they were hesitating about whether they should abandon Dragon Cloud City and turn to King Chapman, when they were waiting for Constellation to react, and waiting for Black Sand Region to make an offer to rope them in, the second prince said decisively, "Take the initiative to strike first. Take back the maritime interests we lost after the Bloody Year due to the power of the nation, and the profits from the trade routes taken by the Northlanders' fleets. Take them all back." Duke Cullen blinked his small eyes, looking amiable and confused. Prove to those Northlanders with holes in their foreheads, and those Northlanders who think they can sail just because they know how to row a boat, who should be the boss of the Sea of Eradication. Thales' gaze was firm. He did not know how effective his words were today. But if they saw even a trace of Eastern Sea Territory's mercenary attitude of adding insult to injury, then Elefir City would soon understand. Distant water cannot quench present thirst, it is not too late. Even if the dragon spear is worn out and the heroic spirit is dim, but the help and support that King Nuvan and Dragon Cloud City can give them, no matter how many King Chapman and Black Sand Region, cannot be exchanged. I believe that this is very much in line with the interests of Eastern Sea Territory. Thinking of this, Thales looked solemnly at the Duke of Eastern Sea and returned the greeting. The opportunity has come, God bless Constellation. As soon as he finished, the Duke of Eastern Sea stared blankly at the Duke of Star Lake. He was a little surprised. It was like meeting Thales for the first time. After a while, the old Duke pressed his waist quietly. "Tiskake, they take advantage of his weakness and kill him. You really hate the Northlanders, don't you?" "Hate the Northlanders." Thales was slightly stunned. He slowed down his pace. Thales remembered the faces of the past. First it was King Nuvan who laughed and lured him into his trap, and then King Chapman who raised a glass at him with cold eyes. There were several archdukes with prominent positions in Heroic Spirit Palace, each with ulterior motives. And the Star Killer who beat him until his limbs were seriously injured, on the verge of death several times, and even left him with a permanent disability. Thinking of this, Thales rotated his slightly blocked left wrist. Fortunately he ate with his right hand. In these 6 years, in a bad mood, Thales subconsciously ground his teeth. I really hate those Northlanders who like to bully children. The Duke of Eastern Sea was silent for a while. For some reason, Cullen looked at him with a strange expression. The Duke even subconsciously glanced at Thales' buttocks. After being noticed by Thales, Cullen coughed awkwardly and retracted his gaze. It's understandable, but maybe you should tell His Majesty about this? After all, Eastern Sea Hill is the throat of Constellation, and it concerns the entire kingdom. Thales' heart sank. He took a deep breath and chuckled. Yes, I should. Thales looked at the innocent-looking Duke of Eastern Sea. But I'm just his son. He said seriously, and you're his prime minister. And the governor of Port City, and the suzerain of the entire Eastern Sea Hill. Duke Cullen was silent for a long time before replying. But this time he was no longer joking and acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Thank you for your reminder, I'll keep it in mind. But the Duke of Eastern Sea's gaze shifted. But why? Why are you saying this? For serving the kingdom? Thales put away this lame reason and sighed in his heart. For repayment. The graceful figure who stood up and protected the Prince of Constellation at all costs when the crowd was in a state of turmoil flashed before Thales' eyes. He pulled his thoughts back to the present and smiled leisurely at the Duke of Eastern Sea. Thanks to you coming to your senses during the national conference and voting for me, we are where we are today. This is my repayment. Duke Cullen pursed his lips. He suddenly came to his senses. These words, "Be careful, Your Highness." He still looked at Thales with a smile and patted the latter's shoulder as if he was looking at a beloved nephew. Mindy's Hall is not like Renaissance Palace. The carpet here is very new and every step, it's very slippery. Thales was silent. He thought of Little Rascal, whose whereabouts were unknown and whether she was dead or alive. But in the next moment, what appeared in front of him was Madame Eleanor, who was leading her silly son into Mindy's Hall despite the strange gazes that were directed at her. Tiny iron thorns. But this is our family tradition, isn't it? Thales snapped out of his daze and said softly, not to mention that the carpet is only slippery. He looked up. Even if there are thousands of iron thorns hidden beneath it. Thales smiled. I have to keep my composure too, walk calmly. The Duke of Eastern Sea's eyes lit up. Duke Cullen laughed and gestured for his attendants to come forward, but waved his hand to reject Thales's company. As for their marriage proposal, Your Highness, remember, even if it's the North. Duke Cullen strode away, unconcerned. Lust is still harmful. Thales' heart sank when he heard the other person's words that seemed to imply something else. Little rascal. He watched Duke Cullen's receding figure and was lost in thought. Now, the things I can do for you, that's all I can do. Wow, so that Northlander was serious when he said he wanted to introduce you to the Archduke's daughter? Doyle came forward and draped Thales' cloak over his shoulders. Thales put on the cloak absent-mindedly and hummed. Doyle pursed his lips. Your Highness, you know, there's a saying among the 7 Jade Star attendants, never marry a Northlander woman. Thales walked back slowly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Doyle shrugged. It said that the Wild Horse Barney family fell like this. Back then, the youngest son of the old lady Little Iron Spike stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman. Little Iron Spike strongly objected, but to no avail. In the end, they removed him from the family tree and chased him out of the family. But the curse brought by this woman still implicated the family. Look at Barney now. Stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman, implicated the family. Look at Barney now. Thales felt suffocated and said unhappily, "Why don't you look at yourselves?" Perhaps the prince's tone was too harsh. Doyle was shocked. Glover took a step forward without batting an eyelid and pushed Doyle, who wanted to relieve the prince's boredom with a joke but was snubbed, behind him. Could it be? Doyle walked behind gloomily. His Highness stayed in the North for 6 years and really took a fancy to a Northlander woman? My God, what about the mission my father gave me? As a miser, his stingy father had promised him a lot of pocket money this time. At this moment, a low commotion came from outside the hall and attracted everyone's attention. Thales turned to look and was shocked. A lonely man without loyal attendants and only accompanied by vigilant guards slowly walked into the hall. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary presence. But he was alone and looked lethargic. Along with the man came the sound of metal clanking. It was out of place in the elegant and luxurious Mindy's hall, and it was especially piercing to the ears. The people who did not know what was going on discussed. The nobles who knew a little kept quiet out of fear, but they all subconsciously made way for the new guest. Mallows received the report and hurried over from the inner hall, just in time to see this special guest. The watchman frowned and looked at the slowly approaching guest. His gaze focused on the other party's hands. There was a pair of dark-colored floor-dragging chains locked there, shackles. The guest raised his head, revealing a thin and weathered face and a beard that reached his chest. He stared blankly at the brightly lit and bustling Mindy's hall. Mallows quickly stepped forward and gestured for the guards to quickly bring him through the door to avoid the countless curious gazes. At the same time, he held down the penal officer, Gray Patterson, who led the guest in. "Gray, what's going on?" He refused, Patterson answered hurriedly with a look of exasperation and helplessness. "It didn't work no matter what we said." He insisted on attending the banquet in shackles. The penal officer said fiercely, "And that beard too." Mallows looked at the distracted guest and the headache-inducing shackles with a grave expression. "Can't you be more forceful?" Patterson shook his head awkwardly. "His Majesty has instructed that he must not have any injuries on his face to attend the banquet." "Very difficult." Mallows snorted in displeasure. "Cover him with a piece of cloth and lead him directly to his seat. Send him back when the time is up." Patterson nodded and turned to look at the new guest with a businesslike attitude. "Sir Val, welcome to Mindy's hall. Please follow me," but the silent new guest spoke at that moment. "When your family was still prosperous, Tormund Mallows?" Mallows' expression changed as he turned to face the guest. The guest's voice was clearly majestic and deep, but his tone was like an old horse that had been sick for many years. It sounded old and lifeless. "Your father once asked for the Arund family's daughter's hand in marriage for you." Mallows frowned slightly. "He probably thought that Nolaner would eventually inherit the family business, and that my brother had a close personal relationship with the two princes. No matter who became king, the Duke of the Northern Territory would be in high demand. As for you, with the help of the Duke's in-laws, your status among the 7 Jade Star attendants would naturally be higher." As soon as he said that, the guards in charge of escorting the guests stiffened. They looked tentatively at their officer. Mallows only paused for a moment before he put on a smile and looked politely at the strange guest. The guest smiled sadly and raised his hands, causing the metal shackles and chains to ring again. Mixed with the faint cheerful music in his ears, it was like a touch of coldness was injected into a spring scene. Now look at us. The family has become shackled prisoners. The man slowly raised his head and looked at Mallows, then at Mindy's Hall. His lips moved, causing his gray beard to move. The family has become shackled guards. Shackled guards? Mallows furrowed his eyebrows and forced himself not to care about the other person's overtones. Your Grace, we have already arranged a seat for you in the banquet hall. But the guest's words were filled with authority that had been accumulated over the years. It seemed to always be able to interrupt him at the right time. Many years ago. The man in luxurious clothes stared at the layout and furnishings of Mindy's Hall in a daze. My brother is just like you. As a glorious royal guard, he once stood here and dutifully guarded this virtuous monarch's residence. And I passed by the garden countless times and watched that crazy girl run towards me. The man put down the chains. His gaze was dazed. Now Mindy's Hall has reopened. But my brother is no longer there. Mallows did not speak. The man snorted softly and looked up at the statues of the three Constellation Kings. The colors in his eyes grew stronger. Mongrel King, Wife King, Bad Debt King, the man thought and subconsciously curled up the corners of his lips. But a few seconds later, the man's gaze turned cold. And he is not the only brother I have lost. He looked at the three Constellation Kings and said disdainfully, "No." Mallows was silent for a while before he finally exhaled and looked at his subordinates. Go through the side door and invite His Grace into the banquet hall. Remember to keep a low profile. Of course, be polite, too. His tone was cold and his gaze was stern. Penal Officer Patterson understood his commanding officer's intention. Having had enough of being bullied along the way, he waved his hand. Two of the guards had cold expressions and were about to step forward to restrain the man. But the man suddenly turned around, his hair and beard bristling. I am Arun's descendant, the master of Cold Castle, the guardian duke of Constellation's northern territory. And I saw the old fatty's carriage. He entered from here. Upright and above board. The authority he exuded in that instant made the people around him frown. Arun stared coldly at Mallows. If your master wants to prove to the kingdom that I am still breathing and that he is not ruthless, then at the very least, he should respect the position of a duke. Mallows' gaze turned cold. At that moment, Mallows. A young but gentle voice rang. Thales walked in from another side door and nodded at the watchman. I will do it. All of you may leave. Patterson looked at Mallows warily. Mallows paused for a moment and looked at Glover and Doyle behind Thales before nodding at Patterson. As you wish, Your Grace. The penal officer bowed to Thales and retreated to the side with the guards. Thales exhaled and walked towards the new guest. Long time no see, Duke Val. From the moment Thales appeared, the guest's gaze was locked on the young master of Mindy's Hall. He sized up the Duke of Star Lake's figure in a daze. He was first surprised, then relieved. So you are back. Val Arund, the Duke of Northern Territory who was imprisoned after his conspiracy was exposed 6 years ago, looked at the second prince with a complicated gaze. How is Extet? How is it? The prince looked at him and sighed slowly. Cruel wind and frost, but hard to shake. Thales was also carefully sizing up Val. He could not help but notice that Val's once majestic figure had become much thinner and bearded. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Joseph, who belonged to the Disaster Swords, said when he was still in the prison of bones. This is the effect imprisonment has on a person. No matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are. They are forever lost in the lonely void, never to return. Thales' gaze focused in front of him. In the past, the impassioned and heroic Duke of Northern Territory was gone. Val was silent for a few seconds. Lampard, how is he? Lampard. Thales' heart sank. Back then, how did Val feel when he met Chapman Lampard, who was only the Archduke of Black Sand region, and worked together? 6 years later, the two of them were in completely different situations. What was he thinking? Cruel wind and frost, the prince said softly and answered word for word. Hard to shake. After the strange question and answer, Val fell silent. But then he chuckled softly and stepped forward, walking towards the banquet hall with ease. Like a wanderer returning home. Patterson and the guards belonging to the discipline division immediately followed. But when Val reached Thales' side, he stopped. Glover and Doyle nervously moved forward, trying to separate the Duke and the Prince, but were held down by Mallows again. Thank you. Thales was slightly shocked. The gaunt Duke of the Northern Territory did not even look at Thales. He only whispered, "Someone told me. 6 years ago, everything you did for my daughter in Extension Territory." In Extension Territory, Miranda? Thales recalled the night of Dragon's Blood and the cold swordswoman, and his heart was filled with emotion. The imprisoned Duke turned his head expressionlessly. "But please do me another favor." Val's expression was gloomy. "Don't marry her." Thales was stunned. "If you have no choice but to marry her." Val snorted softly, like a desperate gambler who had seen through everything after losing all his chips. "And don't plant a seed in her belly." Thales blushed and immediately adjusted his expression. "Mira, she was unfortunate in her early years." Val looked at the ceiling and said desolately, "I've seen enough of blood." When Thales heard this, his expression froze. A second later, Thales sighed in his heart as he looked at the Duke of Northern Territory, who was lonely and looked like an old man. "I promise you." Val smiled. He lowered his head, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Thank you. You're different from him. You haven't become him. Different from him." At that moment, Thales suddenly realized something. He remembered that before they parted ways in Blade Fang's camp, the former watchman of the Royal Guards, the Night of Judgment, Zacriel had said something similar to him. This made Thales, who had been welcoming people with a smile all night, realize that the thin, weathered man in front of him, who did not care about anything, might be the only person who would tell him the truth in this night filled with laughter and chatter. "Perhaps." Thales answered with a forced smile, hoping that his words could give some comfort to the man who had no hope in life. But Val shook his head. His smile was desperate and sarcastic. Just like in the past, he also thought that he was different from the master of this place. Thales' expression changed. "What do you mean?" Val did not answer him. He just turned his head. He looked at the noise and liveliness outside the hall. He looked at the bustling Mindy's hall where people came and went. It was as crowded as a marketplace. "Do you see it?" The Duke of Northern Territory looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and listened to the decadent music. Under the illumination of the dazzling everlasting lamp above his head, he seemed to see a different scene. He smiled and spoke after a long time. "This scene, the magnificent scene of hell." Oh. Thales could not help but frown. Val looked around with an infatuated look on his face. Some people are hypocritical and pretend that everything is peaceful. Some hypnotize themselves and deceive others and themselves. Some hide their indignation and force themselves to endure it. Some see through the ways of the world and watch from the sidelines. Under the lights of the dark night, everyone pretends to be happy and harmonious. His sneers gradually became louder, and there was a chilling tone to them. They don't know that they are already trapped. Adding oil to the fire. Mallows let out a cough that was neither light nor heavy. Thales' expression turned cold. Recalling his experience after returning to Constellation, his heart felt inexplicably heavy. He knew that his conversation with the Duke of Northern Territory was coming to an end. Thales knew that he knew what the Duke was trying to achieve by saying these words. Just like so many others. And he would not be easily swayed. But, Thales gritted his teeth. Val lowered his head and sneered. "Boy, you are very similar to me in the past." Thales' heart skipped a beat. "Similar? For example?" "For example." Val continued his words, his gaze was misty. "For example, it seems that you have a deep relationship, have the same interests and share honor and disgrace. It is the right time. In this life you will never be enemies. At the right time." Thales could not help but think of what Viscount Patterson had said to him before. "The kingdom is young, it is the right time. But only you know." Val's words became profound. Like a traveler looking for his way in the fog, he could not see the future, and there was only emptiness. In front of you is a precipice. Behind you is a bottomless abyss. At this moment, a considerable commotion and noise came from outside the hall again. Everyone in the hall moved. Having expected it, they knew that they had to get ready to welcome the next important person. However, this time, the sound of uniform footsteps, stern orders, mixed with excited noises, all came at the same time, and it was impossible to distinguish them clearly. Mallows was slightly puzzled, and then his expression changed. Until a dignified and imposing order that could not be disobeyed came from afar like an oracle from heaven, and penetrated the wall. In the name of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, Thales' thoughts went blank. The expressions of the people present all changed. Many muffled sounds came from outside the hall. And in the name of the Supreme Queen Kia Jadestar, the herald's voice echoed throughout the hall. Whether it was the cheerful music in the banquet hall, the heated debate among the attendants in the corridor, or even the distant neighing of horses, all of them quieted down at this moment. Everything was silent, and only the flickering lights could be heard. My subjects, the right to breathe was completely relinquished to that majestic voice. Your Majesty the King and Queen, salute. The messenger's voice came to an end, but it echoed endlessly. It could not be dispelled. The next moment, Mallows, Patterson, Glover, Doyle, whether it was the royal guards, attendants, servants, nobles, bureaucrats, or ordinary civilians, everyone subconsciously adjusted their posture and held their breaths. Everyone retreated to the side and made way. They solemnly and respectfully turned to look out of the hall. They knelt on one knee, pressed their hands to their chest, hung their heads, as if it was a natural instinct. Unshakable. Used to it. Only Thales stood blankly under the everlasting lamp. Under the gaze of the three kings of Constellation, he looked out into the deep darkness outside the hall. And you have no way out. Unknowingly, Duke Val's cold voice and the sound of shackles came from behind him at the same time, and drilled into his heart. You can only make the leap. Do your best. The herald's order and the Duke of Northern Territory's voice lingered at the same time, intertwining endlessly. Thales, whose mind was in a mess, took a deep breath. A few seconds later he took a step back with difficulty. He knelt on one knee. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.